Catalyst, Academy of Ancients, Book 3. Written by Avery Cross. Narrated by Jack Ainsworth. Chapter 1. Briar. The afternoon sun warmed my face as I dozed on the couch in the living room. The summer had passed by too damn fast, and now I anxiously waited for the morning I'd wake up to find Zach had gone off with his brothers, Luke and Nick. Even now he was on the phone in his bedroom, talking to one of them about cases involving the deaths of General Addy and their dad. After finding the nest of undead on campus, I expected to be attacked by an army in Silent Heights at some point. But it had been quiet. Too quiet. It made me uneasy. I might have passed my finals with flying colors, but I'd barely been able to astral project even once since then, let alone use spirit well enough to do anything useful. The door opened down the hall, and I waited to hear the latest report from Zach.
"Shroud, what are you thinking about?"
he asked, sounding amused. "Oh, you know me, the usual. Zombies and necromancers and my dear old dad. Why?" He was laughing and leaning against the counter.
"Look down."
"Huh?" He laughed even louder as I cursed and swatted at the flames swarming my feet. I hadn't even felt them.
"You know, you'd think after everything you'd been through this past year, you wouldn't be stressed out enough to set yourself on fire."
"Apparently not," I muttered as I squashed the last flame. He joined me on the couch, lifting my feet so he could sit down, and then placing them on his legs. I raised a brow. "So?"
"So what?"
"Are you going to be leaving me tonight, or do we get a few more days?" I hated how small my voice sounded, but I had every reason to dread going back to Academy this fall since Zach would not be there. And despite how angry I still was at Morris, my father, he'd returned to headquarters where he was playing ignorant about the attempt on his life, which meant that he wouldn't be at Academy. I would be alone, except for Nyala, and though she was my best friend, only friend really, I still felt guilty about what I'd dragged her into last year. I wouldn't be doing it again.
"Not sure yet,"
he finally replied, resting his head against the back of the couch. "That's nice." He winked an inky blue eye.
"Hey, be happy I got to hang around this long."
"I am. I'm just apprehensive about what the next few weeks are going to be like." He reached for my hand and wove our fingers together.
"You'll be fine. Just remember everything I taught you, and try not to do anything that will get you on Hook's bad side again."
"Yeah, well, what can I say? It's a talent."
"Try not to be so talented this semester."
I mocked him until he started tickling my feet, and I squealed for him to stop. I should have been trying to enjoy whatever days we had left together in our cozy little hideaway in Silent Heights, but the peaceful summer had me on edge, and it was drawing to a close far too fast. I was worried about Zach, too. His brothers were great at keeping themselves alive, but after what happened in the basement of that building, witnessing how close we'd all come to dying, I was worried he'd walk out that door and I'd never see him again. 2 generals had been killed, and someone made an attempt on Morris. I wondered when I'd want or get to call him Dad. I cringed at that dark secret. I wouldn't tell anyone I was his daughter. It was supposed to keep me safe. Well, safer, I conjectured.
"Maybe we should go out today. Catch a movie or something," Zach suggested. "You look like you're thinking too hard."
"And you're not?" I shot back. He wiped off his frown and beamed at me.
"Don't know what you're talking about."
"Aren't we just a happy couple?" He got off the couch and held out his hand for mine.
"Come on, we're getting out of this apartment for a few hours."
"Another one of your genius date nights?" I teased as I got to my feet and leapt into his arms. He kissed me until my toes curled, and I felt that fire coming back. This time I stopped it from sparking any flames and pulled away to find my shoes.
"At least I'm taking you on dates this time."
"True, it's a nice change from hanging out in creepy old archives. But that waterfall, I'm not sure you've managed to top that place just yet."
"Is that a challenge?"
"I think it is." Zach tilted his head back and forth, thinking.
"Give me time. I'll find something."
Shoes on and my banged-up crossbody canvas purse in hand, we locked the apartment and set off into Silent Heights. Being here all summer had given me a chance to explore it thoroughly, and it hadn't lost its charm yet. The first few weeks I'd felt like a prisoner, unable to go anywhere since both Zach and Morris decided it was better if I stayed put. We knew another necromancer had been on campus that day. He was the one who brought the building down on us. For all we knew, he was watching me and waiting to make a move. I'd pouted for a full week, complaining about being stuck here, when Zach had finally heard enough and dragged me out of the apartment. He showed me the entire town, and I had no choice but to agree that if I was going to be stuck in a place, it might as well be one like this. There were a ton of fun shops and a few other small places to eat. There was even an old movie theater that played black and whites on the weekends. Oh yeah, and it was a completely magical community, which had only helped me become more immersed in my other self.
"You coming, Shroud?"
Zach called from the bottom of the stairs. Yeah, let's get this date night started." He rolled his eyes as I bounded down to meet him, tucked my hand in the crook of his arm, and headed into the town. 6 hours later, Zach and I were finishing off our ice cream as we climbed the stairs to the apartment. We'd watched a double feature at the movie theater, then headed to the diner for late dinner and dessert. He spent way too much time rubbing it in how much better I seemed once we were out and about. I planned on keeping my happy mood for the next few days, but the second I opened the front door, Zach grabbed my arm and shoved me behind him. "What?" I demanded, trying to see around him. I felt his magic when he created a shield around us both, then reached for the light. It flickered on, and I blinked to adjust.
"General Morris."
Zach's shield fell as he escorted me inside, then closed and locked the door behind us.
"Good to see you are still alive. I'm glad to see I put my faith in the right person when it comes to protecting my daughter."
Zach and Morris shook hands, but I stayed by the front door. Morris stepped around Zach and offered a small smile and a nod. I tried for a smile. "Hey, Morris." He sniffed hard, but I wasn't ready to call him Dad. Not yet.
"I trust your summer has been uneventful."
I made my way through the apartment to the living room and turned on the lamps. "Yeah, boring as hell."
"That's a good thing."
Morris followed me. Zach was giving me a pleading look over my dad's shoulder. What did he expect me to do? The last time I saw Morris was when he handed over the keys to the apartment. Now he showed up all of a sudden, and I was supposed to be happy about it? He either wanted something, or he was here to deliver bad news. I wasn't in the mood for either, but I knew he wouldn't leave until he said whatever it was he came to say, so I guessed I would just have to suffer a while longer. "Why are you here?" I asked, doing my best not to sound angry.
"The fall semester is beginning soon, and I wanted to ensure you were prepared for your next round of classes."
He planted himself in one of the armchairs.
"You've told me very little of your summoning, if it's coming along or not."
It was my turn to sniff in annoyance as I leaned back on the couch. "It's fine."
"Very well, then."
The tension grew between us, and I saw a fire growing in his eyes the longer I refused to tell him exactly how my summer had gone.
"Zach, I have been in contact with your brothers." "And?"
Zach took the other chair.
"They say they've picked up several leads, but are waiting for you to join them,"
Morris explained.
"They also say you will be meeting the Spirit Master soon enough for your official 2 years of service." "So you know as much as I do,"
Zach muttered. Though Zach was going to be with Luke and Nick, working on the cases of Addie and their dad, officially he was going to be serving his 2 years of service as a trainee, and was supposed to be stationed at the Talon's headquarters in northern Maine on the border of Canada. I worried for him that someone would find out what he was up to, and he'd wind up somewhere worse than the catacombs. His brothers assured me when they visited this summer that Zach would not be found out. Apparently the Talons were a more elite branch and had been run by General Christopher Pierce, Zach's father, until his untimely death, and was now overseen by Adam, Zach's eldest brother. The others in government, though, the masters and ministers, even other generals, might learn what he was doing. I remembered those horrible pictures of the murdered generals. I also recalled Morris almost being sacrificed by that necromancer a few months ago. Yeah, I was definitely worried about Zach.
"Briar,
Morris asked quietly. I felt the heat near my feet and pulled back the fire before flames burst to life. Sorry.
If there's something bothering you, you know you can talk to me about it.
Right, because you were around for all the other times in my life when I needed you, I uttered as I pushed off the couch and stalked toward the patio. I'm fine with my classes, so if that's all you came to say, then there you go. I walked outside and shut the sliding door behind me. I curled up on the wicker couch and looked at the night sky, knowing soon enough I'd be back under that mountain and unable to see the stars or moon. I'd be cut off from the rest of the world. And from Zach. Though he told me he'd keep in contact as much as he could, we both knew that was wishful thinking. There might be weeks or months at a time when I couldn't talk to him. And a lot could happen in between that much time, for both of us. I was most worried about what he might face out there, hunting necromancers who already showed us several times they were more than ready to kill to get us out of the way. Inside, I could hear Zach and Morris talking, probably about me. I hunkered down even lower on the couch, tugging one of the pillows to my chest and hugging it tightly. I already knew without being in there what Zach was telling my dad, something I didn't care for him to know. Whatever. I'd get him back for it later. Going back in now would only make it worse. Not like I'd have to see Morris again until he decided to pop in for another surprise visit. And with any luck, that would be a long time from now. Chapter 2. Zach.
General Morris and I both watched Briar trudge outside and slam the door shut behind her. He hung his head as I took her spot next to him, watching as she curled in on herself, staring up at the night sky. She has every right to hate me, Morris said quietly, almost to himself, but he was looking at me. Honestly, how is she doing? I glanced back out the door and debated if I should tell him or not. Morris was her dad, and it was clear he was doing his best to make up for not being able to be the father she needed. Mine had been murdered, and I would never get any more time with him. The last thing I wanted was for her to lose whatever time she could have with him. It was for her own good, and I'd take her anger if it came. Not good, I admitted. Her summoning hasn't been easy for her to control, and there's been no astral projection since we took our finals. None. She's too scared to try? No, she tries, but nothing happens. I cringed. But that's not the worst of it. The first few nights here were fine, but lately she's been waking up in the middle of the night, screaming. She's having nightmares, and she won't tell me much about them. Morris cleared his throat roughly. And how exactly do you know she's waking up in the middle of the night? His brow arched. I swallowed hard and shrugged. I hear her screaming, I lied, waiting for him to set me on fire for practically admitting Briar and I were sharing the same place. Not that we'd done anything, but sleeping in 2 separate bedrooms after the first week seemed pointless when one of us always wound up slipping into the other's room at night. The seconds ticked by. Slowly. Very slowly. Finally, he sighed heavily. You're lucky I like you. I haven't exactly been in her life. I suppose I have no choice but to let it slide. But I sat up straighter. His smile was grim. He didn't finish his sentence, only sat there watching me with those flames in his eyes, the same flames that reminded me of Briar, and of danger. Hellacious danger. I could take a hint. I nodded. I only want what's best for Briar. Always have. I know that as well. See that it stays that way. And these nightmares, have they gotten worse? Steadily, I told him, remembering how just 2 nights ago it had taken a few minutes for me to get her to wake up and realize where she was. She'd been screaming my name and something about zombies. I was worried that if the nightmare had gone on any longer, she would have set the whole apartment on fire. But surprisingly, there'd been no accidental flames. It was only a matter of time until her nightmares drove her to use her summoning. She could hurt herself, or someone else, get inside someone's head, and if Hook caught wind of how on edge she was, I had no doubt he would make this upcoming semester as difficult as the last one, if not worse. She's been through several traumatic experiences since learning about this new world of hers, he said slowly, staring out the glass door worriedly. I would expect nothing less, honestly. And if they keep getting worse and I'm not here to snap her out of them? She'll have to find a way to deal with them before she returns to school. That's only a few short weeks away, I pointed out. How is she supposed to magically get over almost being killed by the undead, twice, or seeing her father, that she didn't even know about until recently, almost murdered before her eyes? I wished there was a way I could get inside her head for once and just see what she was going through, figure out what she refused to tell me, but I wasn't able to astral project into her mind. I'm worried if anything else happens, it might break her. She needs time to acclimate to all this. No, she's a Morris, he stated firmly. She's more like her older sister than she could ever know. I sat up straighter, surprised to hear him talking about his other daughter. Bethany? Yes, she was the spirit wielder, and she was damn good at it, Morris said quietly. She had immense potential, and would have been an incredible soldier one day. Until she was taken. I whispered. Briar wants to ask you about her, but she can never figure out how to do it. You should probably be telling her this, not me. Give her something to help connect to. He pinched the bridge of his nose. If only it were that simple. But Bethany, she and I did not have an easy relationship. I was close to her after her mother died, and it drove her mad. She blamed me for hovering too much, worrying too much. Now I have a second chance to get it right. But I can't risk letting the world know who she truly is without putting her in even more danger. Still, she has a right to know. He lowered his head in acknowledgement. In time. But now the time is not right. You keep putting it off. The time will never be right. I'll just have to take that chance. We both looked out the door at Briar until he rose. I stood with him. I will be visiting her on campus as much as I can this semester. I wanted to ensure you had my number as well, in case anything happens. He handed over a card. I'll be seeing her as often as I can, too, I assured him. Good. That's good. He hesitated, spinning his beret in his hands as if there was so much more he wanted to say, but the words were stuck. He grumbled instead and made for the door, leaving me standing in the living room of Briar's apartment, completely alone. I tucked his card in my pocket and locked the door behind him. He hadn't come here to talk to me, but clearly putting him in a room with Briar wasn't going to be enough to break down the wall she erected against showing any real emotion toward him. When he'd nearly died in that basement, I'd seen Briar's fear of losing him on her face. She might say she hated him, but deep down she cared. A lot. At some point, she would have to deal with her emotions toward him before they tore her apart. After I made 2 cups of hot chocolate to combat the evening's chilly mountain air, I stepped outside, carrying a throw blanket. Briar took her mug, and I draped the blanket over our laps as we took in the night sky. He's gone? She asked quietly. Said he would be back to visit as soon as he could. Great. She sipped her hot chocolate, not looking at me at all. Anything else? I shrugged as I mumbled, I told him about your nightmares. She stiffened. I waited for the outburst, but she sighed and rested her head against my arm. And he said he's not surprised, but we should try to find a way to get them to stop. I shifted so I could see her face, blank for the moment, which did little to calm my unease. You're not pissed? Never said that, but he'd find out eventually, right? Probably. How did he take the news of our sharing the same space? She asked. He said I was lucky he liked me. She laughed. I settled my arm around her shoulders and drew her in close, kissing the top of her head. Evenings like this were what I enjoyed the most about our summer, and I knew I would miss once I was gone. Wish I could take you with me. You don't want me along, not yet, she argued, laughing. I'd find a way to mess everything up. Maybe, but who said that was a bad thing? I teased. She nudged me hard in the side, and I hugged her closer. Is anyone else from your class going with you? Hunter? He will be, and a few others, I said, thinking over the names. Sam, for sure. Sam? Yeah, she's one of the top Earth summoners of our graduating class, and I believe 2 or 3 others, but not many. Most are headed for the government side. She mused quietly, but gave nothing away as to what she was thinking about. But I knew. It was the same way she sounded when she talked about breaking it off with me, so she wouldn't make my life difficult. Shroud, look at me. It took a long minute before she finally did.
What?
The golden flecks in her dark eyes flared with sudden life, and I tucked her hair behind her ear, leaning in to kiss her. Whatever you're thinking right now, just stop while you're ahead, all right? I'll text and call you, and I'll be back in Silent Heights every weekend I can.
I know, I'm worried about you out there, fighting necromancers.
I'll be just fine, trust me, and I would like to be able to know I have someone waiting for me to come home. I looked deep into her eyes. It won't be easy, but we're in this together.
I wouldn't blame you, you know,
she whispered. For what?
If you think it's too much trouble, if you're going to be hunting necromancers and your dad's a murderer. The last thing I want you to worry about is your unstable girlfriend, she said, trying to keep her tone light, but I heard the uncertainty in her words. I took her mug from her and set it aside with my own before I picked her up and dragged her into my lap. If I thought you were too much damn trouble, I would not have fought so hard for you last summer. And you can't just sit there and tell me you don't want our relationship to keep going, can you? She bit her bottom lip and shook her head. No, but I don't want to be a distraction.
You're ridiculous, you know that? I muttered, and then pulled her in for another kiss. Stop overthinking everything. All I want you to worry about is your summoning and getting a handle on these nightmares. Nothing else.
Yeah, because I'm not going to be worrying about your ass every other day.
I shrugged, and she glowered at me. All part of the job, I'm afraid.
If you get hurt or killed, I'll kick your ass, she warned, before she kissed me, even as I was laughing.
Going to be hard to do if I'm dead, I pointed out.
Oh, I'll find a way, have no doubt about that.
I never doubt you, I promised. Never will. We remained on the balcony for a while longer, before it grew too cold and we went inside for the night. Part of me admitted that having no relationship would make the next few months easier, giving me a chance to focus solely on the mission at hand, but I squashed the notion. I needed Briar as much as she needed me. We leaned on each other. She helped me more than she realized, helped me see what my life could truly be like, and opened my eyes to the truth of our world. If I was going to come out of this in one piece and alive, it was only going to be with her at my side.
Chapter 3. Zach.
I jerked awake, unsure of what I'd been dreaming about. I realized it wasn't my dream that awakened me. Briar was tossing and turning in bed again, muttering in her sleep. Moonlight shone on her face, which was pinched as if she was in pain. I heard her call my name and I grabbed her shoulders just as she screamed. Briar, I said sternly, giving her a shake. Wake up. She fought against me and cursed, flailing in my grip. I gave her a harder shake, saying her name, when suddenly she went rigid and I felt her mind slam into mine. It was like a bomb went off inside my head. My ears rang and my eyes widened at the throbbing agony inside my skull. Felt like a damned metal pinball was bouncing from one side to the other of my cranium. I grabbed my head, attempting to erect a shield of some kind that would kick her out, and then I was seeing thoughts that were not mine. The undead were everywhere I looked, closing in, with hands reached out. A robed man cackled from amongst them. Fire exploded behind him, but the undead kept coming, closer and closer. I gasped when the vision ended. Briar bolted into a sitting position, clutching first at her head and then at her stomach, as if she were going to be sick. She turned to me. Zach? I held up a hand, trying to tell her I was all right, but the pain was excruciating.
What? Oh no, was I in your head?
She jumped out of bed, and when she came back she had a glass of water in one hand and a bottle of aspirin in the other.
Here, take these.
I managed to cringe out a thank you and swallowed the pills. I closed my eyes for a second, then opened them again. Damn.
I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry,
she whispered, sitting on the side of the bed. She wrung her hands, a habit I'd rarely seen her do until lately when she started to feel guilty over waking me up all the time.
You're sure you're all right?
I sat up, reached for her hands, and pulled her close, so she curled up beside me while I waited for the pain to go away. Yeah, I'm fine, but I think I saw a part of your nightmare.
Really? How?
No idea, but it wasn't pretty. Why didn't you just tell me what you were seeing? She curled in closer to my side. The hard-ass Briar I'd come to know was growing more vulnerable with each passing night. She was torn away from peaceful dreams and thrust into nightmares.
Didn't want you to worry. Thought you were dealing with your own nightmares. Not gonna make you deal with mine, too.
I won't let them get to you, I promised her. And you are far from powerless yourself.
Clearly, and I'm just as unstable as I was last semester if I'm bouncing around in your head.
It was an accident. And see, I'm perfectly fine. I tried to hide the wince when she glanced up at me. Really, it's just a headache.
This time? What if next time I do something worse?
You won't, but you have to trust yourself, me and your dad. No one's going to let the undead take you from us. No one. Got it? Shroud, that was a question. She rolled her eyes.
Yeah, I hear you.
And?
And I'll do my best, but every time I close my eyes, I see them. Everywhere, she whispered, voice shaking. And there's always a robed man, laughing, taunting me as I'm torn apart.
I see them too, I confessed. But they're just dreams. We got away.
And what about the next time? Or the next?
Nothing happened all summer. Take that as a good sign that maybe, just maybe, our fighting back last semester sent a message that whatever these necromancers are plotting, they're not going to get away with it any longer. She sat up and looked me right in the eye.
Or we simply challenged them, and now they're biding their time to attack again and send a message of their own.
I hadn't thought about it from that angle, but she had, and suddenly I saw so much of Morris in her, the strategic mind I doubt she realized she had. Until they do, I went on, keep training and stay positive. Who knows, maybe within a month, Luke, Nick, and I will have tracked down these bastards and ended it all. She said nothing else, settling against my side. A few minutes later, she was asleep, and this time I was the one unable to close my eyes, anxiety growing as her words repeated over and over inside my head. Exposing this cover-up meant things were about to get worse. Much worse.
Chapter 4. Zach.
The new semester kept inching closer, and it made both of us more restless than ever. I jerked awake again about a week later. Briar was actually sound asleep. She looked peaceful, and I was more than ready to settle back in beside her when my cell dinged with a text. After grabbing and reading it, I rubbed my eyes, unsure I'd read it right. Then I read it through again. It was from Nick, asking if I was comfortable. I started to text back when I heard a quiet thud coming from the living room. I slipped from the bed, wrapped myself in a quick shield, and crept out into the hall, hands at the ready. "Please don't kill us," a bored-sounding voice I knew only too well said as I turned the corner, catching Nick and Luke hanging out by the back door. Nick winked when he saw me. "It's time." "Now?" I glanced down the hall to the room where Briar slept. "Yeah, we've got a hell of a lead, but we need to move now, before we lose it. Still, have to make sure you report in on time for your first day, or it'll look suspicious. Can't have that this early in the game," Luke added. "Get packed and let's go." "And what about Briar?" "She'll be well looked after, don't worry," Nick assured me. "One of our own is going to be stationed on campus this semester, a trusted soldier." "Who?" I wasn't sure I trusted someone I'd never met. Luke and Nick grinned as they said together, "Adam." I raised a brow. What's he going to be doing there? Adam had taken over the role of our dad when he passed. He was a general now, and in charge of the entire Talon squad. Does he have a valid reason? Adam knows what he's doing, and we have it on good authority Morris will also have a trusted man there. Someone he trained himself from day one. Apparently one of his close assistants at his HQ. She'll be fine, Zach, but we have to get going. Now. I looked at Nick long and hard, nodded, then said I'd be back in 5. All summer long I kept a bag packed and ready to go, in case my brothers came for me. In case it was something exactly like this. I went to my room, dressed in black utility pants, black t-shirt, and black jacket and boots, and pulled out my bag, set it in the hall, then ducked one last time into Briar's room. She was sleeping soundly. I hated to wake her. Instead, I darted back into my room, found my hoodie, and carried it into her room. Carefully, I laid it across my pillow and smoothed her hair back from her face. I kissed her forehead, ignoring the vice squeezing my chest, not knowing when we'd see each other again, then left her room. "Ready," I told Nick and Luke after I returned to the living room, bag slung over my shoulder. "Where are we headed?" They led the way out the front door. I wasn't going to bother asking them how they got in. I locked it behind me and hurried down the stairs to the waiting SUV on the curb. "Another academy, a smaller one," Nick explained as he got behind the wheel. Luke sat up front. "3 students have died under mysterious circumstances." I piled into the back. "Over the summer?" "No, 6 years ago. The same time 3 more individuals vanished." Nick nosed the car out of its parking space. "The story they fed the papers is crap, especially when all the dead bodies appear to be missing organs, for a ritual we still know nothing about." Luke muttered. 6 years ago? That doesn't fit with the 4-year pattern," I said, more to myself than them. "Dad's and General Addie's death were 4 years apart. And Morris's would have been too if you hadn't saved him." Luke turned to look at me in the passing light of the street lamps as we headed out of town. "Could be every 2 years, then." "Which means what? More missing and dead students we know nothing about?" "We won't know until we get down there and poke around," he grimaced, "in a place we don't belong." "And the book?" I asked. After our encounter with the last necromancer, I'd seen a book on the altar before the basement went up in flames. I thought it might be a tome that was not supposed to exist, that was possibly destroyed centuries ago when necromancy was first banned. A book called Necromancers. My brothers had told me they'd see what they could dig up about it. From the way Luke's brow furrowed now, they had hit a wall on any leads leading them to a surviving copy. "Buckle up, little brother," he said. "Your first real-life mission. It's going to be an exciting few days." "More than I've already had, you mean? Just saying." He chuckled. "Yeah, well, nothing compared to what you might face now," Nick said, pulling out onto the main road. "The ones you faced were like baby undead." In the rearview mirror, his expression was ominous. "You guys never actually said you faced down any undead," I countered. "We didn't want to scare you," Luke said. Grim humor, as well as the seriousness of what we were about to walk into, colored his voice. "There are a few stories we've neglected to share with you, but don't worry, you'll get the rundown soon enough." I leaned back and closed my eyes, needing a few hours of sleep, but my thoughts raced back to Briar. I pictured her annoyed face when she awakened and realized I was gone. I'd text her in a few hours if I could, and let her know I was all right, for the moment at least. After we got to this other academy, who knew what would happen? Probably didn't need to share that part with her.
Chapter 5. Briar. I rolled over expecting Zach to be there, but instead my hand met emptiness. "Zach?" Frowning, I sat up and blinked in the bright light of morning. His hoodie was on his pillow, smelling like him, but he wasn't there. I hugged it to me as I jumped out of bed and ran into his room, searching for his bag. When I found it was missing, I cursed and leaned back against the wall. Zach was gone, and I hadn't even woken up to see him off. After I slipped his hoodie on, I went back for my phone and found a message. Nick and Luke had come for him in the middle of the night. He couldn't tell me where he was going, but he was in good hands and would text me again when he could. I sent a message back, telling him to be careful, or else, and then glanced around my empty room. Classes weren't starting for 2 more weeks. 2 weeks alone in Silent Heights with nothing to do except imagine how many ways Zach could end up hurt or killed. I made some breakfast and blared some music, while Herbert flew around my head, my only company now. After I ate, I puttered around the apartment, cleaned, and started packing what I would take to Academy with me for the first week. I never planned to stay there on the weekends if I didn't have to. The hours rolled by slowly, and by the afternoon, I flopped down on the couch in the living room, stomach in knots, staring at my phone. "Well, Herbert," I said as the paper crane landed on my knee, "think Nyala's back on campus yet?" I tried her, and she texted back saying she was going to be arriving in 4 days. That would have to do. 4 days. Guess I could practice my meditation and work at not being such a mess on my first week back. My fingers hovered over the screen of my phone, almost texting Morris to see what he was up to, but I wouldn't message him yet. What would I even say? I tossed my phone on the couch and sat down in the middle of the living room to meditate. Anything to pass away the hours alone. Chapter 6. Briar. 4 days later, the car I requested from Academy came to pick me up. A new student I didn't know was driving. He chatted excitedly the whole time, and I nodded along as politely as I could until we reached campus and I could get away from his too cheery demeanor. With my bag on my right shoulder and Herbert perched on my left, I made my way through the other students that were already on campus and headed toward the dorm building. My palm was barely pressed against my door, same quarters as last year, when it was yanked open and 2 hands reached out, dragging me inside. "Hi," Nyala said happily as she tried to squeeze the life out of me with a hug. "Nyala can't breathe," I gasped. She let go immediately with a laugh I'd missed all summer. Right, sorry. So how was it?" "How was what?" I asked slowly, dumping my bag on my bed. You got to stay with your boyfriend in an apartment alone all summer long. What do you think I'm asking about?" She winked, playfully hip-checking me until I couldn't help but grin right along with her. "I knew it." "What? No, nothing like that." "Then what's with the smile?" I sighed and leaned against her. "You know, I never would have thought it when I first met Zach. He was so uptight and such a stickler for rules. But that guy is an epic snuggler." She burst out laughing with me. "Seriously?" "Yeah, the last few nights without him have been torture. Takes me forever to fall asleep." That was no lie. Zach and I fit together perfectly. We just fit, and his arms were always so warm. I was still wearing his hoodie and wished I could have had one more hug before he left. "Wow, that's ungodly romantic," Nyala said with a dramatic sigh as she fell onto her bed. "If only the rest of us girls were so lucky." "Wish he didn't have to leave like he did." "Have you heard from him at all?" I shook my head. Nothing, and I hate to text him every day. What if he's hunting down necromancers and his cell goes off, giving him away? "Good point. He'll text you when he can, you know that." "And if he's hurt? Or worse?" I dumped out my bag, annoyed. "So, I guess we're working on our positivity again this semester. Good to know. Are we starting completely over, or do I have something to work with at least?" she teased. "I'm gonna do my best, really, but hard not to imagine him being torn apart by the undead." She shuddered, and I saw the fear in her eyes for a few seconds before it was gone and replaced with her characteristic happiness. She hadn't mentioned how she'd held up all summer long after the attack, and judging from that flash of fear in her eyes, I bet that I wasn't the only one having nightmares. The last time I'd wound up in Zach's head, it had freaked me out more than him. The damage that might have happened if he hadn't kicked me out in time. "All right, you're doing it again," Nyala complained. "Shall we go check out the hall? Get some food?" "Ice cream for lunch?" I checked my cell one more time just in case, then shoved it in my back pocket. She linked her arm through mine. "He'll be fine. Zach's a tough guy." "That's what worries me," I mumbled. "He's too damned good at what he does." "He's far from cocky, and you know that. Now come on. Time to distract you for a bit." "How about the whole semester?" She muttered something about my thinking too much as we left our quarters and headed for the hall. The first-year students wouldn't be arriving until the following Monday, and then they would go through the same orientation we had last year. Joy. We'd get our official schedules next week, too. I wondered what classes I'd been put in this time. All my tests still said I was fit for a military career, and after learning Morris was indeed my dad, it shouldn't be that much of a surprise if I found myself with more physical training classes than classroom classes. Not that I wanted to be in some stuffy government office anyway. I wanted to be next to Zach out in the field, fighting against dark magic and the undead. "Have you seen Hook or Ivan yet?" I asked Nyala, once we found our own table and dug into some ice cream with all the fixins, because a sugar rush fixed everything. "Not yet, but I only got here a few hours before you did." "And that building?" I'm sure she knew I meant the cathedral. "Haven't checked that out either." I nodded slowly, swirling my spoon in my ice cream bowl as I glanced at the wall of the hall where, just beyond, the collapsed building rested. "Why do I feel like we're going to get in trouble before the semester even starts? I shrugged, not looking at her.
Probably because we are going to get in trouble.
You know, Nyala, I said seriously, I know you're my friend, but after what we went through last semester, if you don't want to tag along or get any deeper into this mess with me, just say the word. And leave you to deal with it alone? Yeah, okay. I'm serious, I said, grabbing her hand. We almost died, remember? She sighed and shoved her empty bowl aside. I do, which is why the last thing I'm going to do is go back on my promise to Zach.
Wait, what?
She pulled her cell out from her pocket, and after swiping her finger across the screen, handed it to me. There on the screen was a message to her from Zach, dated 4 days ago, the same day he left. He asked her to keep an eye on me and let him know if I was getting myself into trouble or having any ridiculous thoughts I shouldn't be thinking. My jaw dropped as I glared at the message, but then I handed the phone back, shaking my head. He knows you pretty well, she said with a laugh. I take it you tried to convince him his life would be easier without having to worry about you?
Didn't want him to have any extra concerns,
I said quietly, not meeting her gaze. If he didn't care so much about you, he wouldn't have spent last semester sneaking around, risking catacombs or expulsion, or his life for that matter, just to see you. So stop overthinking it and let it go.
Fine, but you better not be texting him with updates saying I'm being mopey, I warned.
She shrugged with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Depends on if you are or not.
You're going to make this next semester impossible, aren't you?
I muttered. She grinned brightly as she stood. Always. Ready? Anything to get you off this current course of conversation. I stood with her, and we left the hall to do some investigating of our own. The weather inside the mountain today reflected the cooler air outside, and the lawns were dark green, as were the trees. I didn't mind the green of summer, but preferred the reds and oranges of fall. Fiery, just like me. A few other students were out on the grounds, as well as some professors. I spotted Woods in the summoning circle for Spirit, but he was meditating, so I let him be. Ivan and Hook were nowhere to be seen, and I was quite all right with that. I was sure one of them would find a reason to talk with me at one point or another. As we walked around the main building and the rubble of the older building should have come into view, a figure cut us off, crossing his arms and staring at me with a very familiar set of cerulean blue eyes. He wasn't Zach, but I'd be damned if he wasn't the one brother I hadn't met yet.
Well, Zach was right about one thing,
he said, his right brow arching with that same tick in his jaw.
You have a nose for getting yourself in trouble.
And you must be Adam, right? I asked, taking in the black jacket, a general's, and the beret on a head of dark hair. What are you doing here?
Officially, I'm going to be watching future recruits.
And unofficially, you're going to be what, babysitting me? Unbelievable. Zach asked you to do this, didn't he? Adam grinned. Definitely a Pierce brother.
Let's just say keeping an eye on you was all of our idea. Whether or not you want to believe that is up to you. And clearly we were right to do so. What were you going to do over here?
I crossed my arms and glowered at him. None of your business.
No, none of yours, he stated firmly. Whatever you think you're about to do, you're not.
Says who?
Says me. I will be on this campus for the entire semester, Briar, ensuring no undead or necromancers come after you again, while my brothers carry out their investigations in secret, he said quietly, and you will focus only on your training and your classes. Do I make myself clear?
I stood toe-to-toe with him. You are not Morris, and you are not Zach.
No, but I am a general who is here to watch out for all students' well-being, including yours.
His face softened, and he sighed.
Zach is already worried about you, and it's making it hard for him to keep himself on the task at hand. Do him a favor and don't get yourself into any trouble, all right? I'd like to be able to tell him you're having a highly boring semester.
You know where he is? I perked up.
Yes and no.
That's horribly unhelpful, I muttered.
It's the truth. Now, while you're here, if you do discover anything off, I want you to come find me and not go digging into it alone. Got it?
I shrugged. His eyes darkened. What? I'm not about to make a promise I might not keep.
And now I know what Zach sees in you, he sighed.
Can you at least tell me if he's all right? I haven't heard from him since he left." Adam glanced around before he nodded. "As far as I know, Zach is doing just fine and should be able to check in with you in the next few days. Until then, I suggest you two find a different way to keep yourselves occupied. Safely." I looked past him at the roped-off plot of land. The collapsed building had already been cleared away. "And this place? Do you know if they found anything left behind? Anything at all?" He stared me down, saying nothing. "All right, keep it to yourself. I guess we'll just go wander somewhere else."
"Good idea. And Briar, don't try to come back here again. I'm not the only one keeping an eye on you this semester."
"Meaning who?" His gaze shifted beyond me, then back.
"I'll see you around."
He walked away after that, his back ramrod straight.
"Well, nice to know the stick-up-the-ass runs in the family,"
Nyala mused. I laughed with her. We turned together, then paused when we saw Ivan standing near the back of the main building, watching us both intently. Nyala tugged on my arm, and we hurried in the opposite direction. My suspicions that Ivan was involved with the Necromancers grew each time I saw that man, watching us like he was waiting for us to mess up, either to throw us out so we'd be out of the way, or to tell the Necromancer what we were up to, if we were close to getting any answers.
"You know, Adam's got a point,"
Nyala said after a while. "About?"
"About this maybe being your chance to have a nice, relaxing semester for a change."
I opened my mouth to argue, but shut it just as fast. If the best way for me to help Zach this time around was to give him peace of mind that I was safe and not about to be swimming in undead, or getting myself attacked by necromancers, shouldn't I do that?
"You're right."
Nyala stopped short.
"I'm sorry, what did you say?"
I groaned and tugged her along. "You heard me. I'll keep my head down and worry about the other issues I have, like dealing with my dad coming back into my life and not being able to tell anyone. And the whole thing about a dead sister. Yeah, I'll just focus on that."
"Sounds good. So, ice cream for dinner then, too?"
"Yeah, that'd be great." Chapter 7. Zach.
I flicked the newspaper out again after I turned the page. "Anything?" Nick asked through the communication device, calm, as he called it, in my ear. "Nothing yet," I replied under my breath, checking the aura of another professor as she walked by my table. We'd been at an academy in Louisiana for the last 6 days. I played the part of a transfer student, and my brothers were there under the guise of speaking to the new fourth-year students. So far, the headmaster had yet to crack about the mysterious deaths or missing students. There was no evidence turning up yet either, but my brothers were convinced there was someone here who knew what really happened, someone we needed to find, and our time was running short. In 3 more days I had to report at the Talent's HQ, or I'd be in deep shit before my 2 years of service even started. I narrowed my gaze as 3 more professors walked by and sat up straighter. "Wait. Got something?" Professor, blonde hair, green eyes. His aura, it's just like Carter's was. Black and white, no mixing. Heading across campus now toward the staff quarters. "He alone?" "No, 2 others with him, but they look clean," I said, folding my paper and laying it on the table. "Want me to follow?" "Yes, but keep your distance," Nick ordered. "Luke's on his way to you." "Got it." I got up casually from my table on the patio beneath the swaying moss in the trees covering this area, not inside a mountain, and strolled across campus. Their orientation week started today, and the tests would begin for the first years tomorrow. If this professor was like Carter and not human, then we needed to get rid of him, now, before any more students were taken or killed. I whistled as I walked, nodding and smiling to whoever I passed, all the while keeping my gaze fixed on that professor with a messed-up aura. He ducked inside with the other professors, and I hung back as my brothers told me, enveloping myself in a shield of spirit, just in case. Nick approached the building a few minutes later and nodded to me subtly. "What about Luke?" I asked him. "Taking care of something else. Let's go find this guy." "Do you know his name, or who he's supposed to be?" "No, but Luke's with the headmaster right now. And if this thing is like Carter last year at Academy, we're going to be joining them." "You want to show this thing to the headmaster?" I asked, unsure. Nick winked. "You want someone to talk? This is how you do it." With Nick in his military garb, no one questioned our walking through the staff quarters. We moved through the first level, headed toward the stairs. His cell dinged, and he showed me the name Luke sent him, as well as a picture. That him? Yeah, that's him. Professor Jeremy Digin. Let's see if we can't find him. Does it say what he teaches? I asked as we reached the stairwell to go up. Yeah, spirit summoning, Nick said and smiled. Just for you. Fantastic, I grumbled, and we started up. The second-floor hall was empty, but each door was labeled with the name of the professor it belonged to. Nick took the left side as I hit the right, checking each nameplate. The second floor turned up nothing, so we moved to the third. 4 doors down, I paused and snapped my fingers at Nick, pointing to the door in front of me. I pressed my ear to the wood and heard shuffling inside. I backed up as Nick joined me. These doors were locked, like the ones at every other academy, and could only be opened with the handprint of the owner. I waited for Nick to tell me how we were going to break in, but he backed up 3 steps, lifted his booted foot, and kicked the door once, twice, before it splintered and slammed open. What the hell do you think you're doing? Digin yelled in alarm as we pushed our way inside. Nick grabbed his arms right away and dragged them behind his back. Get off me! Is it him? Nick shouted over Digin's yelling. I narrowed my gaze, focusing until the aura came into view. Just like Carter's. He's not human. The hell I'm not! Let's get him to Luke and the headmaster, see how bad this cover-up is. I stepped out first, and Nick followed, dragging a struggling Digin behind him. What's going on here? A few alarmed professors asked as we reached the main floor. Get Headmaster Ferris! This is harassment, an unlawful seizure! Digin screamed. Don't worry, that's where we're headed now, Nick told everyone loudly. Please step aside. This is official military business. Do not get involved. I'll report you for this, Digin warned. Nick and I laughed together. Don't worry, soon enough you won't have a damn thing to worry about. He marched him across campus, drawing the attention of everyone there. You really think this is a good idea? I asked him quietly. You want to dry out the big guy? You have to poke the beast, trust me. I closely watched each person in the gathering crowd, searching for an aura that appeared off. No one stood out, and sadly there were no men conveniently running around in robes bearing necromancer tattoos on their bald heads. By the time we reached the main administrative building, the gathered crowd was swarming us and yelling at Nick and me for answers. I followed my brother's lead and ignored them until we managed to get inside, away from them. Lock the doors, Nick told me, and I did as he asked, using a bit of shielding magic on the locks to give us a bit of a heads up they were broken open, and to make it a bit more challenging to do so. I caught up with Nick and Digin, who was still screaming his head off. His yells turned into shrieks that had me wincing. But that aura of his, it never wavered. Solid black, surrounded by white. Whoever had created this image of Professor Digin had used the same methods as the one who created the fake Carter. I expected to be stopped before we reached Headmaster Ferris's office on the main floor, but the building appeared to be empty, most likely courtesy of Luke. I knocked at the door, and it was immediately yanked open. Ferris's office was nothing like Hook's, and held a more modern flair than the old-fashioned feel of my own academy. Luke had opened the door, and the headmaster himself sat at his desk, appearing dumbfounded as I stepped in, followed by Nick dragging along a screeching Digin. I closed the door behind them and waited to see Ferris's reaction. This is the man you expect me to believe is behind those deaths? Ferris snapped after Digin finally shut up. You're absurd. This man is not a man, Luke said plainly. He was created by the one behind the deaths. I would like to know if that was you or not, Ferris. 3 murders and 3 disappearances. Tell me, are there any other disappearances you've covered up? He shook his head and rose from behind his desk. Luke and I tensed, while Nick continued to struggle to keep Digin from getting out of his grasp. You've lost your minds. I will report all 3 of you to your brother for this. Go right ahead, Luke said and held out his phone. Who do you think sent us here in the first place? You cannot walk into my campus and arrest a professor or claim he's not human. And if we can prove it, I asked, earning a glare from the scrawny old man behind the desk. If I can show you without a doubt that this man is not the real Digin, in truth your real professor is most likely dead already. He's lying, Digin yelped. Nick jostled him hard again to keep him quiet. How? Ferris asked, clearly not believing me. I glanced around for a candle and spotted one behind his desk. "Light the candle, will you, Headmaster?" He started to say no, but Luke moved in closer, towering over him. He sighed.
"I don't understand what you hope to prove, young man, but all of you will be reported for this nonsense. I hope you realize that. And this is the last time I let a Pierce step foot into this academy while I'm its headmaster."
He snapped his fingers over the wick, lighting the candle.
"Here."
I took it from him and turned to face Digin. His face paled suddenly, and he started to shake.
"Get that bloody thing away from me,"
he hissed, his eyes widening in panic. "You know, I do wonder how these creatures are made," I said, continuing to move closer. "If the one who created them can see through them, feel anything from them, or if he just uses them as a means of having a controllable spy."
"You're not making any sense. Who makes what?"
Ferris demanded. I didn't answer, but shoved the candle and its flickering flame right up against Digin's cheek. Ferris protested loudly when the man cried out in pain, but Luke held him back.
"You're torturing him! Stop this immediately!"
I pressed the flame even closer, and Ferris suddenly fell silent when he saw what occurred next. Just like with Carter when the flames had consumed him, Digin's face sagged, then seemed to melt, after which a chunk fell off and hit the floor with a sickening thud. The flame caught quickly, and within seconds he was consumed by it. Nick released him, and his whole body went up in smoke, leaving nothing but a burnt pile of clothes, mud, and ash on the floor.
"So, Headmaster Ferris,"
Luke said,
"care to start giving us some answers now?"
The old man gulped, pointing at the pile as his mouth moved, but no words came out. His eyes rolled back into his head, and a second later he sank to the floor, out cold.
"Well,"
Nick said.
"You think he's involved still?"
"No," Luke muttered.
"But if this wasn't the real Digin, we know what our next move is. Have to track down the real one after we wake up Ferris here and see if there's anything he wants to tell us now."
I paced Ferris's office while Nick and Luke propped Ferris back up in his chair and tapped his cheeks in an attempt to bring him to. When that failed, Nick grabbed a glass of water from the desk and threw it in the man's face. He spluttered and yelled in alarm. Luke glowered at Nick, but he shrugged.
"What? It worked." "Headmaster Ferris, you with us?"
Luke asked.
"Yes, I'm sorry about that. What happened?"
He mumbled, rubbing his face and staring around as if still looking for Digin.
"You passed out. Now then, these murders and disappearances. Care to share what you didn't tell the papers with us?"
Luke said, sitting on the corner of the desk.
"And what Professor Digin might have known about them?"
He nodded slowly, fear in his eyes as he looked around his office.
"Are there more? You know, like him?"
he whispered.
"Not that we could find,"
Luke assured him.
"Talk to us, Ferris."
6 years ago, Professor Digin was the newest member of our staff. Our previous spirit professor retired, and Digin came to us, highly recommended."
"From who?"
Luke asked.
"A man whose opinion has always been highly respected. Ivan Gorgov."
A shiver shot down my spine. Ivan, as in the Ivan who now works under Headmaster Hook as his head of security.
"The very same, yes. Ivan, of course, was in the military before he took post at the academy. Up until then, he led one of the most decorated and elite squads in our military history,"
Ferris explained.
"But certainly you know this."
Luke and Nick nodded. I didn't, since all I knew was the tiny bit I found out during my 4 years at academy.
"Most of his missions have, of course, been tucked away and the details classified."
"For good reason," Ferris said as he nodded. "That man is an inspiration for many new recruits."
"So, Ivan told you to bring in Digin," Nick confirmed. "Did he say why?"
"Said Digin graduated top of his class and he'd worked with him on several missions during his first few years working for the military," Ferris said. "And since he came here, I've had no complaints from the students or staff about Digin. He was a good man. Cared for his students. Even took the time to take them on outings and give them a wider view of the world around them. Helped them find more meditation spots away from the bustle of campus life. That year we had a much higher number of spirit summoners. All 6 of those students were his."
The 3 of us exchanged a brief glance before Nick asked if he knew specifically where Digin would take them off campus.
"I don't. I'm sorry. But if Digin is indeed missing, you have my permission to go through his quarters, see what you can find."
He sat up straighter, staring at the pile on the floor in front of his desk.
"I don't understand. What was he exactly? Why would someone capture Digin and replace him with that? That's what we're trying to figure out," Luke said as he got off the desk. "When the deaths and disappearances happened, why wasn't there more of an investigation?" Ferris rubbed his head. "We had one, but there were no leads, nothing to go on. And Ivan, he came down to help. But when no evidence turned up, we dropped it, giving the families a chance to gain some closure. Or try to, at least." He groaned, hanging his head as he mumbled, "I made a terrible mistake back then, you must understand." "You're not the only one," Nick said darkly. "But for the moment, we believe you. Right now, we need you to do us a favor." "Of course." "Don't tell your staff anything about why we're really here," Luke told him. "How do you expect me to explain Digin?" he asked, alarmed. "I'm sure you'll think of something. We'll go back to his quarters and see what we can find, and check in with you again before we leave." Luke patted him on the shoulder. "If you think of anything else, you tell us, got it? Or we'll be back." Ferris paled and wished us luck, swearing that if anything came to mind, he would call us. We took the back stairs from his office and snuck our way across campus, avoiding the crowd gathered outside the administrative building. "You think he's telling the truth?" I asked. "About which part? Ivan, or that he doesn't know anything else?" Nick held open the door for me and Luke before following us in. "Both. Ivan was talking to Dresden. I have no doubt he's involved," I reminded them. "But Ferris, guess it's possible to make yourself faint on command?" Nick and Luke seemed to agree. "Until then, there's nothing more to go on," the latter said. "We'll have to take his word for it." The knowledge that Digin knew Ivan made me second-guess the notion that the real professor was dead. If his double was here, and he was involved with Ivan, who we knew was with Dresden, he could have been the one to make the creature to spy on Ferris, or to take potential students. The clock was ticking, and now we had more questions than answers. But these 6 students, Ferris said they were all spirit summoners. I tried to think back to the ones that Briar and I found in the archives. I was sure they'd been a mix of all 4 elements, unless that was merely to throw anyone off what was truly happening. If the Necromancers were only after spirit summoners, what was the reasoning? Spirit was strong, but so were the other elements. When we returned to HQ, I'd talk to my brothers about it and see what their thoughts were. If they were only after spirit summoners in reality, though, Briar's level of danger just went up. Drastically.
Chapter 8. Zach.
"Here, have some coffee before you fall asleep standing up." I flinched at the coffee Nick shoved in my face, taking it with mumbled thanks. Dig's quarters were clean, all except for one curious item, a map of the surrounding region with several locations marked off with X's. And it wasn't the only map. 2 more were tucked away, one of an area near my academy in the northeast, and one farther west. "None of these places mean anything to me," I said, annoyed. "I've looked them up, and nothing. No headlines, no historical markers for the magical or non-magical communities. They're just random." "Nothing's random," Nick assured me. "We're gonna have to pack up here soon anyway." "Already? We didn't get anywhere." "We know Ivan's definitely involved now, which gives us cause to start digging deeper into his past," Nick argued. "And into Digin. Need to see what we can dig up on him, too." "Then why are we leaving?" "Because one of us can't be late for his first day of his 2-year service," Luke called from the couch where he sat poring over the files of the 6 students, as well as Digin's professional one. There was still more to research, and I again cursed whoever set the damned archives on fire, losing what little evidence we'd managed to gather. We had to know if they were only taking 4th years and spirit summoners. Seemingly any others who were snatched up either got in the way or were needed for some other horrid purpose. I'd mentioned my thoughts to my brothers as we'd looked through Digin's quarters, but like me, neither of them had any answers. There was only so much research we could do here, what with the limited resources. But Nick and Luke planned on dissecting those files and seeing if there was any connection to the ones Dad or Addie were working on. I rubbed my tired eyes and glanced down at my cell. It was dead. "Damn," I muttered. "Take a break, little brother," Nick said through a yawn as he scooted me out of the way. "You're gonna need some sleep anyway. First few days are a bit brutal." I stepped into the bedroom of the suite we'd been staying at and plugged in my cell. As soon as it popped on, I found 3 messages from Nyala, another couple from Adam, but only one from Briar. I hadn't talked to her since leaving and expected her to be hounding me. But after reading the messages from Adam and Nyala, I figured out why she'd held back. Both told her that I was well looked after, and I'd talk to her when I could, and not to overthink. All her message said was she hoped I wasn't getting myself killed, and to call her when I could. Checking the front door was closed to give me a few minutes of privacy, I called Briar.
"Zach,"
she answered after the first ring.
"How's it going? Are you okay?"
Hearing her voice, I smiled, and the stress of the past few days faded. Slightly. "Yeah, I'm good. Been busy is all. Tracking down some leads. Sorry I didn't check in sooner."
No, it's fine. Nyala's been keeping me busy, and I have a feeling that's thanks to you."
I shrugged. What can I say? Know you quite well.
"Got that. So what can you tell me? Anything? Like where the hell you are?"
I can tell you it's muggy as hell, and I'm not in a cave. But other than that, no.
Figured as much.
But the lead we have is panning out.
And?
And if I say anything else, not only will Luke and Nick get annoyed, pretty sure Adam will be pissed because you and I both know you would not just say, okay, and let it go.
Says who?
Really, Shroud? She sighed, annoyed.
I know. But if you don't want to tell me because you think I'd poke around, then it has to do with someone here, doesn't it?
I frowned and cursed. That's not what I said.
You didn't have to. Who is it? Hook? Or maybe someone else? Ivan?
I ran my hand through my hair, picturing her pacing madly around her quarters as her feet caught on fire. Briar, please just once listen to me. And don't get into anything, all right? You have enough to deal with, and if you think I'm bad, Adam is worse.
Trust me, I know. He's the not-so-fun Pierce.
Exactly. So don't make him work too hard at keeping an eye on you. He's got his own research to do while he's there, so whatever might need to be looked into, let him do it. Promise? I waited for her reply. Shroud?
All right, I'll be a well-behaved student. For now.
If that's as good as I'm going to get, I guess I'll take it. How's everything so far? Orientation week, right?
Changing the subject. Nice, she muttered. I mostly have training classes this semester, all highly recommended by General Morris.
And are you mad at him for having a hand in your classes?
Yes. No, not sure. But not like he'll respond to my texts.
So you're texting him now. That's a step up.
Don't get too excited. He isn't responding.
Might be busy, but sounds like you're more willing to give him a chance, I said lightly.
Trying. We'll see how it goes, I guess, she mumbled. You're going to start your official 2 years soon, right?
I'll be back up north tomorrow, and out of the field for a week or 2, I assured her.
And you don't know when you'll be able to come by?
Nice to know she missed me as much as I missed her. Have my hoodie still?
Yeah, nice touch. Such a romantic,
she said, and we both laughed.
Just be careful, Zach. If I get a phone call from one of your brothers saying you got yourself kidnapped by a necromancer, you better believe I will not stay here.
My smile fell, knowing exactly what she would do if that happened. She'd run headfirst into danger without a second thought. I will be, and don't worry so much. I have 2 of the best talons with me, remember? And the other with you.
Talk to you soon?
Hope so, as often as I can.
All right then. Night, Zach.
Night, I said, and waited until she hung up. She wanted to say more, but then so did I, and neither one of us managed to get the right words out. All summer we'd spent together, and there'd been no need to say too much. But now that we weren't together, I had to let her know somehow that I was thinking of her. More than that, really.
If you're done being all lovey-dovey boyfriend, we could use your eyes,
Nick yelled. I set my cell down after I texted Briar one more time, telling her to think happy thoughts, earning me an annoyed-looking emoji in return a few seconds later. and went back out to join my brothers in the hunt for yet another missing piece to this puzzle.
Chapter 9. Zach.
At 5 a.m. sharp, my alarm went off, and I groaned, slamming my hand down on it to shut it off. The first week being brutal had not been an exaggeration on the part of my brothers, not even close. Every muscle screamed when I climbed out of bed, stretching my arms over my head. My quarters here were small, but I hardly spent any time in them unless I was sleeping. What annoyed me was how little I'd had a chance to talk to Luke and Nick about Ditchin, or Ivan for that matter. Adam reported nothing on his end as far as Ivan acting out of character, and thankfully Briar was doing exactly as she promised, staying out of trouble. I managed to text her at least once a day, but phone calls were hard to make time for. I felt guilty about it, but she told me not to worry. She tried a few times to get more information out of me, but I'd been able to honestly say there was nothing new, since I'd heard nothing either. After I dressed, I exited my room and met up with the other new recruits at Talon HQ as they made their way to the mess hall.
"Morning, Zach,"
Hunter said with a yawn as he bumped into me.
"Morning."
You two hear the news about today?
Sam waited in the hall for us to catch up to her.
You both turned in early last night. Had to catch up with the ladies.
Hunter winked. Sam rolled her eyes, but Hunter wasn't wrong. Not that I actually talked to Briar, just more texting. She'd been half asleep, she said. Worn out from Woods putting her through some intensive spirit training, focusing on the astral projecting. Sadly, there were no new spirit summoners, so she was the only student, just as I'd been. It was strange, really. The number of spirit summoners had always been fewer than the other elements, but it seemed lately the gap was even greater. The Necromancers? Had they caused it somehow? Just another question to add to the list when I finally had a chance to speak to my brothers about something other than training.
Not all of us can be so lucky.
Sam sighed, giving me a longing look which I pointedly ignored. We'd been friends back at Academy, sort of. Acquaintances, more like. She was always trying to get me to loosen up and go on a date. And then Briar came into the picture, and she left me alone. But now suddenly she seemed to think that I was available again, even though I'd said quite clearly Briar and I were together. She was a damned good firefighter, though, and knew her moves. The last thing I wanted was for our new working relationship to get awkward because she still liked me, when I only wanted a friend and a fellow summoner I could trust. "So about today," I said loudly. "What's going on?"
The 5 masters are visiting HQ.
The masters, head of their separate orders pertaining to each element, also in charge of every witch or warlock registered with the government. Today? They're a few weeks early, aren't they? I asked, confused. The visits were normal, just not this early, usually. Each HQ and base was visited by the masters, so they could put a face to a name and ensure all the correct papers were in order, since each of us was tracked based on our abilities. Nick said they would swing by in September. Why the change of plans?
"It's not that big of a deal. Not like we're being tested, are we?"
Hunter asked, paling. "I'm sure they're going to want to see something from us," I told him. "Don't worry, you'll be fine. You've done well so far."
"We haven't actually been thrown into any dangerous situations yet,"
Hunter pointed out.
"Just more damn training like Academy. When are we actually going to get to do something worthwhile? Not here, at HQ.
If you're not being sent out, it means there's nothing wrong. Be happy about that,"
Sam argued.
Yay, no bad guys, but now I'm bored out of my mind. Sore and bored.
Today you won't be, not if the masters are visiting. I left my cell in my quarters, like we were supposed to, but I wished I hadn't so I could text one of my brothers and ask him what the hell this was. As far as I knew, Luke and Nick were gone again, and we were left under the charge of Major Frankie. Not that anyone called him Major. He hated it, which is why Adam gave him the title. The man was tough, damned good at his job, but he was probably the humblest man I ever met. Hated taking credit for anything, unless, of course, it was whipping new recruits into shape. As we entered the mess hall, there he was, standing at attention, ready and waiting for us.
"Fall in, boys and gals,"
he called as a few others hurried in after us.
Today is a very special day here at Talon HQ.
Please don't tell me we have to do anything for them, Hunter asked. Frankie's lip twitched, but he didn't smile.
You will be expected to show your skills before the 5 masters, as well as 2 of our 4 council members for the region, Jasper and Jolie. They have already arrived at HQ and are currently being taken to Nick and Luke Pierce.
I looked up, surprised at the news, since Nick and Luke weren't around, and found Frankie eyeing me.
Something to add, Zachary?
No, sir, I said quickly. When had they gotten back? Had they found something out about Digin? The real Digin? Or more news on Ivan?
Now then, eat up and prepare yourselves. It's going to be a very long day, and you are expected to impress everyone who is watching.
Hunter groaned. Man, I hate having to show off in front of people. Makes me nervous, and then I mess up. Just picture Trisha watching you instead, I suggested.
You're joking, right?
I'll just make it worse.
Well, good news then, because she's here,
Frankie informed him. Hunter sagged as the rest of us laughed.
Cheer up, mate. Means you get to visit with your girl while the rest of us poor sods have to wait for leave.
Frankie gave me another long look, and then he told us to get going and be out on the training grounds in 1 hour.
Dismissed?
I made to follow Hunter to the chow line, but Frankie called my name. Save me some food, I told Hunter.
No promises,
Hunter said. I hustled to Frankie. A word, he said, and stepped out of the mess hall with me on his heels. We walked away from the door, and he took a long moment to ensure no one else was around before he started talking.
Your brothers returned very early this morning with news, but until the masters leave, you are not to approach them about what they found. They do, however, want you to know that they believe they have explored several of the areas marked on the maps.
Not all the areas.
Not yet. It appears they've come across something intriguing, and as soon as your absence will not be noticed, they are taking you with them.
To visit the same places? I asked, surprised. Why?
As I said, whatever intriguing element they found or didn't find is all they told me. But don't go bothering them, not while the masters are here. Understood?
I ground my teeth, wanting to know what they discovered, but nodded. Got it.
Good. Now go get some food before Hunter eats it all.
He walked off, leaving me in the corridor, wondering what the hell they'd found that would justify a second trip, and how were they going to explain my absence for that long? Before I came here, no one cared, but now I'd be missed. Hunter would keep his mouth shut, but Sam? She'd dig for answers. That's just how she was. One of the reasons she was chosen to be part of our elite team. Or at least to try out to be a part of it.
Zach, if you want bacon, better get in here,
Sam yelled. They'd figure it out. For now, I had to deal with showing the masters what I could do. Theon, the spirit master, was a man of legend. He was also an aura reader, the best in the military and government, hence how he became a master. His skill was of the highest order, and messing up in front of him was unacceptable. In a few weeks, we would be taken out on our first field mission, under close observation, of course, and in a mostly controlled environment, going after petty magical crimes. Those reports were usually what the masters read before they came to HQ, which again spawned the question, why were they here so early? Nothing to do but let today play out and see what happened. "Good morning, recruits," Nick yelled as he walked towards us. Luke stood behind him with the 5 masters. All 5 were robed and bearing their official insignias. Jasper and Jolie had also donned their dark red robes and the blossoming flower pin of council members. Nick continued, "Today you're going to demonstrate your skills before a very important crowd." Trisha was amongst that crowd, standing with a few other second-year recruits that composed the guard who protected and traveled with the masters. She was trying hard not to grin at Hunter, and he was cursing quietly and repeatedly under his breath. "Stop panicking," I whispered to him. "Just don't overthink it and you'll be fine." "Says you. That's Kira, the airmaster. Her reputation is second to only one, Theon. If I mess up in front of her and Trisha, I'll never live it down." "Then don't mess up." I felt his glare.
Really? That's what you're going to say to me? Don't mess up? Wow, great advice. I smiled as a few of the recruits around us struggled to hide their laughter. Right then, Nick clapped his hands. Who shall go first? Zachary Pierce, front and center. I narrowed my eyes at him, and he winked. Figured he'd pick me to go first. I marched toward him and stopped where he indicated, standing at attention. Yes, sir. Ready to duel? With you, brother? Always, I said, grinning. Nick nodded, and we stepped away from each other, taking up our places across the field. He settled back on his feet and lowered his palms to the ground. I summoned spirit as a shield and made ready, knowing Nick was going to attack without warning. That was his way. Attack to catch his opponent off guard. The ground rumbled, and a spike shot out of the soil, trying to shove me off my feet. But I was faster. I leapt to the right, shooting my hand out to throw him back. He hit the ground, rolled back to his feet, and came at me again with another attack. Rocks flew at my head, and I barely managed to get a full shield up. I cursed, sweat breaking out on my brow, as I realized Nick held back the last few times we sparred. Fine. If he wanted to play rough, we could play rough. I smiled as I purposely made it look like my shield failed, and the next hit threw me off balance. Nick grinned, stepping forward, thinking he had the advantage, until his foot caught in the invisible trap I'd set, a move I'd practiced and studied, one used by Theon himself. I wanted to see if Theon noticed, but couldn't risk focusing my attention on anything but Nick. I had to finish this match first. I moved in, switching from only using spirit to hand, while Nick struggled to get himself unstuck from my trap. I landed a punch to his jaw. Nick nailed me in the gut, and his foot came free. He didn't even hesitate before he swung around and delivered a solid kick to my chest. I sailed backward, the ground rumbling and rolling like waves beneath me, while I struggled to get back up again. I tried to get another shield up, but the ground parted and immediately swallowed my hands and one foot. I tugged hard to free them, but the ground only closed in tighter, and I sank to the grass. "Do you yield?" Nick asked, and I heard the smart-ass in his voice. I almost said yes, but where was the fun in that? Briar never gave up. I channeled her fiery attitude, building the spirit within me until it flowed out in pulsing waves. I might not be able to move my hands, but I didn't need to. Nick took another step closer, then another, and I shouted, shooting the full force of the pent-up spirit outward. Nick yelled. I heard him land with a painful thud. The ground loosened up around my limbs, and I lunged to trap him to the ground, creating a cage he couldn't get out of. "Do you yield?" I asked, holding him there. He glowered at me, then burst out laughing. I let the cage drop to the applause of those watching. "Had to hand it to you, Zachary. You're certainly learning not to hold back your punches." "I'm gonna be feeling that hit for a few days." "Payback for not telling me what you've been up to," I whispered, as I held out my hand and pulled him to his feet. "Soon," he promised, then spun me around in time to see Theon walking toward us. "I have been around for a very long time," Theon said, his deep voice thrumming with power. "And that was some of the finest, most elegant spirit summoning I have seen in an equally long time. Well done indeed." He held out his hand, and I shook it. "Who taught you those moves?" "Some I learned from Professor Woods at Academy," I told him. "But the others I'm sure you recognized." He grinned wider. "That I did. You know how many can successfully create a trap like that? 2, maybe 3. You are going to go very far indeed. After your 2 years here, you and I might have to have a very important chat about where you belong." For a moment I was stunned, but Nick nudged me, waking me from the shock of Theon's words. I nodded. "Yes, sir, I would definitely look forward to that talk." "Good. Very good.
Your brothers also tell me you're an aura reader. I am, but definitely not as good as you. He tapped the side of his nose, tilting his head, so the sunlight turned his loose gray hair around his shoulders to a shimmering silver. Why don't we see? Read my aura. Yours, sir? Yes. Go ahead. I nodded, but my gut twisted in apprehension. Read Theon's aura? Just like that? Nick nudged me again. Of course, sir. I took a deep breath in, then let it out as my vision slipped from normal to seeing the colors pulsing around those here. I zeroed in on Theon's, and wasn't at all surprised by what I saw. I see a deep base color of turquoise, I said quietly, interwoven with gray and a hint of orange. A very strong and positive aura, sir. Theon was laughing warmly as he patted me on the back. I must say I am impressed. Very few pick up on the orange. Nick, your young brother here, is going to make the Pierce family proud. It's a shame your father is not around to see it. Thank you, sir, Nick said, bowing his head slightly. General Pierce would indeed be pleased, but Zachary has a long way to go still. Of course. Soon enough, you and I are going to be having a visit. Zachary, fall back in, Nick ordered. After shaking Theon's hand, I marched back to my place in line. Show off, Hunter whispered. Then Nick called his name next, and he went completely rigid. Remember to relax and breathe, I told him, as he marched toward Nick and Kiera, who were looking quite eager to see what he could do. Sam sidled into his place beside me. I ground my teeth. Sam?
You looked good out there. Too bad you're spirit and I'm earth, or I'd have you show me a few pointers. Though I could use some extra help with my hand-to-hand.
If we have any spare time, I'll show you some moves, I said politely.
I look forward to it.
Sam, listen, I started to say, but Luke shot us a glare to be quiet, so I clamped my mouth shut. Our conversation about her not hitting on me anymore would have to wait.
Chapter 10. Zach.
I turned the corner around the corridor after eating dinner. The masters and council members were still here, but if I was going to be leaving with my brothers again, I wanted to call Briar quick and talk to her before I disappeared for however many days. It rang and rang, then went to voicemail. I didn't leave a message, but hung up and called a second time, and then a third. By the fourth, I heard her pick up, curse, drop the phone, and then finally answer.
Zach? You there? What's wrong?
Nothing, I'm fine. Should be asking you, though.
Sorry, was in the shower. Long day of training with Woods, and I might have half fallen asleep, she said, laughing. Found new muscles to hurt I didn't even know I had.
God, I miss you, I murmured. She sighed heavily.
Miss you too. Take it you're not calling me to say you'll be at the apartment this weekend?
I wish, but no. I did do something interesting today, at least.
Oh, can you share this with me, or is it more top secret stuff?
I leaned back against the wall, knowing exactly what her face would look like right now, annoyed and ready to strangle me. This part I can. Met the masters today and a couple of the council members. Had to put on a bit of a show and knocked Nick on his ass.
I'm sure he loved that.
He didn't seem to mind, but part of me thinks he had a motive for letting me win.
So, you met the great Theon. Guess I'll get to meet him at some point, too.
She would, but not for another few years. Probably a good thing, since she was still getting control of handling two elements and how to use them together. Yeah, Woods and Taps teaching you anything new?
Kept them separate so far, but I have a feeling my so-called easy days are coming to an end.
Probably. And your dad? Talked to him yet? She clicked her tongue.
No, nothing, but guess he could be like you. Busy tracking down whoever tried to use him as a human sacrifice.
It's killing you right now, isn't it? Not being in the thick of danger.
You have no idea, she grumbled.
Unbelievable, I said, laughing. You know, a normal person would be thankful not to have armies of undead coming after them, or necromancers attempting to burn them alive. But not you, huh, Shroud?
What can I say? Danger makes me feel alive.
I smiled, knowing exactly what she meant. Hadn't realized how exciting life could be until she and I were dragged into all that shit last year. The adrenaline and the rushing around, hunting down clues, and being attacked. I hated to admit it, but that lifestyle had a certain appeal I discovered I liked, and knew she had to be missing. But the relaxing summer together had taught us both one thing for certain. We weren't just together because of those dangerous situations. Those few months had been near perfect, and I'd never been so happy or enjoyed my time more with any other person. Ever.
Now who's overthinking?
She mused. Sorry, just wishing I knew for sure when I'd get to be in Silent Heights.
It's all right. That's why we spent so much time together over the summer, remember? I'm not about to give you a hard time. Not like you're on vacation.
Ha, vacation. That's a good one.
You're calling to tell me more than just meeting the masters. What is it?
I glanced up and down the corridor, ensuring I was alone. Then I said quietly, leaving again with my brothers and not sure how long I'll be gone. Probably won't be able to reach me, so didn't want you to worry.
Oh, right. Because hearing you're going to vanish for a while isn't going to make me worry, she muttered. And I guess you can't tell me where?
It's several wheres, and no, but I wish I could. Honestly, as much as I didn't want her to be in danger, I wished we could take her with us. We could use some extra firepower if we ran into any unsavory creatures, while checking out those places on the map my brothers seemed so interested in.
Is it getting too repetitive, me telling you to be careful?
No, nice to know someone cares about my well-being. The words were right there, ready to come out, just so she knew. Neither one of us had to say it aloud, how dangerous this trip could be, and that there was always a chance I wouldn't come back. My instinct said I would be fine, but my heart was screaming at me to say those words, just in case. Shroud, before I let you go, there's something I've been meaning.
Zach! Oh, there you are. Want to help me with those moves for a bit?
Sam asked loudly as she bounded toward me. I turned to face her and pointed to the cell phone at my ear. Mind? She cringed, but there was just a hint of a smile underneath it that made me want to trap her in a damned cage just for the hell of it.
Who's that?
Briar asked. Just Sam, I told her.
Oh, well, if you have to go and whatnot, I understand.
No, just wait a second, I tried to say, but Sam was still standing a few feet away, and when I started to walk off, she casually followed. Yeah, maybe it's not the best time.
Really, I get it. You have to get yourself ready to leave.
I felt that tick in my jaw start. All right, well, I'll call you as soon as I get a chance. Keep your head up, Shroud. Miss you.
Miss you too. Be careful, Zach.
Then she hung up. I held my cell up to my ear for a few seconds longer, as if that would bring her back on the line. When I finally lowered it and shoved it back in my pocket, Sam came over. Was that absolutely necessary? I asked sharply.
What? I didn't realize you were on the phone. Sorry,
she said, annoyed. You could have asked, and when you saw I was, you could have walked away. That's what polite people do.
I figured it wasn't that important.
I blinked at her a few times, willing myself not to get too mad. Really, I'm standing out in the corridor, alone. It was important. I turned on my heel and started to storm off.
So I guess that's a no on the extra training help tonight?
She ran to catch up to me. When she grabbed my arm, I angrily yanked it away.
What's with you?
What's with me? You're kidding, right?
No, ever since we got here, you've been extremely standoffish.
I shook my head, confused. Because you keep openly hitting on me and flirting with me, and it's getting old really quick. I am not available, and we are here to train as a team, to be part of a team, not get emotionally involved with each other, so it would be most appreciated if you would back off.
She's not here, she argued.
She's not here, and you honestly believe she's gonna what, wait for you?
It's not like you get to see her on weekends, and besides, I'm pretty sure your mom would approve of me over her.
My jaw dropped at her words. I'm sorry, what?
I have a very well-known family name with a long-standing history. She does not. She's nobody except a troublemaker. You should start seeing what's right in front of you.
I crossed my arms to keep from doing something I'd regret later. Or not regret, but probably be punished for. Or you're just jealous because it's Shroud who got me and not you. She bristled at my words.
I'm not jealous.
You sure? There are plenty of single guys around, Sam. Pick one.
I am.
She tried to reach for my hand, but I stepped back again.
Wow, seriously?
Not sure why you sound surprised. I'm with Briar, and I'm staying with Briar. End of story.
For now, you mean?
She called after me as I walked away a second time.
Sooner or later, you'll see she's not the only girl you really want to be with. She's too young.
And you're too fake, I shot back, hoping it would shut her up. She yelled something else, but I was already at the door and outside, so I missed it. She didn't follow me, and I trudged to my quarters to pack what I would need for whenever Nick and Luke came to collect me. I shoved my clothes angrily in the bag, still not believing Sam couldn't take a damned hint, let alone my flat-out telling her it wasn't going to happen. Once I was packed, I tried to call Briar back, but it went straight to voicemail. Figures, I muttered darkly, and sank onto my bed. Whenever we finished with this next trip, I would do whatever I had to do so I could get a night to see Briar and ensure she and I were okay. I trusted her, just like she trusted me, but Sam's words rang in my ears. All I needed was for her to put a wedge between me and Briar and lose one of the most important people in my life. An hour after lights out, I heard a light rap at my door. I opened it a crack to find Luke waiting for me. Ready? I picked up my bag and closed my door behind me. You have an excuse for my absence? Don't worry about it. All taken care of. Hope you don't mind having contagious disease for a week or two. That long? Depends on what we find with you. Let's get going. We have a lot of ground to cover. I walked out the building with Luke to where Nick waited for us in the SUV. We climbed inside and drove off into the night, me texting Briar one more time before I shut myself off and put my mind to the next part of our mission.
Chapter 11. Briar. A whole week passed and I heard nothing from Zach. No texts, no voicemails, nothing. I considered going back to the apartment that weekend, but it was just too empty without him in it, so I stayed on campus. Nyala dragged me to movie night, and I had some fun, but once we were back in our room and I was in my bed, my mind had wandered to where Zach might be. I was sitting at my desk studying. Well, I should be studying, but instead my mind raced. By now we were a few weeks into the semester, and I did as I promised. I stayed away from the remains of that cathedral building, didn't try to sneak around while looking out for Ivan. Adam was usually around, even when I least expected it. Not like I'd given him any reason to watch me, but I supposed he had nothing else to do either. I spotted him talking to Ivan a few times, but they both seemed quite happy. Even Hook was walking around in a very cheery mood. He smiled at me and asked how my training was coming along so far this semester. There appeared to be no hard feelings from last semester, which of course did nothing to make me feel better, only made me more suspicious of what was going on.
I love you, but your tapping is going to drive me crazy,
Nyala muttered from her bed. My hand stopped, and I grimaced, realizing I'd been beating my pen against my notebook for the past few minutes. Sorry.
You can share, remember?
I was thinking about Zach and Hook.
Hook? What about Hook? Did I miss something?
She set her textbook aside and looked at me curiously.
Or is this you, overthinking?
Probably overthinking, but just hear me out, I said when she sighed and started to reach for her book again. You notice how happy he's been lately, walking around, almost giddy happy?
Maybe he's just delighted his resident troublemaker is not being a troublemaker.
Or, I threw my pen at her and she ducked, so it hit the wall. He's not himself.
You really think someone's messing with his head?
Maybe. Or it's not really Hook. Nyala's brow furrowed, and for a second, I thought she was going to agree with me. until she threw my pen back at me and settled onto her bed again.
You're crazy.
Thought we decided that last semester.
Look, you're bored, and you miss Zach, but you can't just make up a problem where there isn't one. If Zach, or Adam for that matter, catch wind that you think Hook isn't himself, and you start poking around trying to prove it, they're gonna be pissed,
she warned.
That's all I'm saying.
I never said I was going to do the poking around, I said slowly.
Oh good, so you're gonna tell Adam and let him take care of it.
I shrugged, tilting my head back and forth. No, I thought we could do some poking around. She grunted even louder than before and reached out to turn down her lamp.
Go to sleep, Briar, and stop trying to create problems where there aren't any.
What if I'm right? I pushed. She sat up this time and studied me, not angry, just worried.
And what if you're not? Students are finally acting normally around you. Do you really want to ruin your marginally good reputation so soon?
No, but... Her brow shot upward, almost to her hairline. All right, fine, I'm going to bed.
Good.
I turned off my lamp too and climbed into bed. I shut my eyes, tossing and turning long after Nyala's snoring started. Sleep eluded me, and when my alarm went off the next morning, I felt like crap. At the end of this week, taking a few days away from academy sounded like a great idea, empty apartment or not. By Friday afternoon, Woods and Taps both claimed I needed to figure out what was going on inside my head and fix it before coming back to training on Monday. It wasn't hard to see that my thoughts were scattered. There was still no word from Zach. Add that issue to my overactive imagination about Hook kicking into high gear, and the fact that a dark voice in the back of my mind said there was more to Zach not calling me than his just being gone. She's just his friend, I muttered to myself for the 100th time, remembering how bright and cheery Sam had sounded that night on the phone. The last night I'd talked to Zach, asking him to help her with some moves. He's with his brothers, not off globe-trotting with her. Sometime last year, Hunter had pointed Sam out to me, said she'd been trying to get to Zach their whole 4 years at academy. She'd been bummed when he and I got together, but seemed to let it go. Until now, when she was with him at HQ and I was stuck here. I trusted Zach. I reminded myself of that. I did not, however, trust her. Not even close. I knew nothing about her except that she had auburn hair, pretty green eyes, and one of those last names that everyone seemed to know. Sure, Zach's mom would love if he wound up with her instead of me. Though to be fair, Morris's name carried a hefty weight with it. Too bad no one could know the truth. Packed for a weekend away, I left a note for Nyala, telling her if she changed her mind and wanted to come and stay to give me a call. I waited around for a bit longer until there was a 4th year able to give me a lift, since I still hadn't gotten my driver's license. I thankfully walked up the steps to my apartment that Friday evening. The place was too quiet without Zach, so I blasted some music from my phone as I unpacked, and slowly walked around the place. I went into his room, considering crashing there for the couple of nights I'd be here. I was just making my way back to the kitchen to see if there was anything still good in the fridge, or if I should head to the diner, when I heard the door open and close. I froze in the hall, holding my breath, as fire burst to life in my hands. "It's just me before you set me on fire," Morris said in his gruff voice. I walked out of the shadow of the hall to find him dressed in casual street clothes. Odd for him. And it was the first oddity about him today. The second was the large pizza box he set on the coffee table, followed by a couple bottles of soda. "Thought I'd swing by and see how you were doing in person," he explained, shifting nervously on his feet as I joined him in the living room. "Sorry I haven't been able to reply to your texts. Been out of the office." "I can tell." I took the bottle he offered and sat down on the couch as he took a chair. He glanced at his jeans and half smiled, a rarity for him. "Strange for me too, but it's the only way to get around as a general and not be noticed." "Does that mean you found something?" I asked eagerly. "I can't give you any details for your own safety, but—" He raised a hand when I started to protest. "I can tell you one fact. Dresden. He's gone missing." "Isn't that part of his job, according to Ivan and whoever else claims he works for the government?" "It is, but we always knew where he was. Now we can't find him at all. He's vanished." "So either he's dead or he purposely disappeared. And you've been searching for him?" He nodded. "Alone?" "Until we know who we can trust. Yes, alone." And Zach, do you know anything about where he's been these last 2 weeks? I crossed my fingers under the table, willing Morris to tell me what I needed to hear.
Luke, Nick, and Zach are currently on a mission, but their whereabouts are unknown to me.
He flipped open the pizza box and pushed it closer to me. Cheese, a lot of cheese, just the way I liked it. I smiled at the gesture, guessing he was the reason why I only liked just cheese on my pizza.
I came here to talk to you about more than just my current predicament, or Zach,
he said, after we'd each taken a slice and started eating.
Or how your training is doing. My sources on campus tell me you are continuing to impress them.
I paused mid-bite. Sources? Who?
Adam, of course, and Professor Woods, and a few other sources I refuse to name yet.
I should have waited to take a bite so I didn't wind up choking on it. Woods, but last semester you and he hated each other.
All an act. He's known all along who you are. Hook, I can tell, has his own questions. I removed the only photo of Bethany on the campus. If he wishes to know the truth, he'll inquire. I've asked Woods to keep quiet about it for various reasons. He trained Bethany when she was there.
He added quietly, and seemed to lose his appetite all of a sudden, setting his half-eaten pizza down.
The second you arrived at Academy, he was hounding me day and night, until I confirmed what he suspected.
Bethany, you don't talk about her much, I said sadly.
No, I don't. Been hard to since she's been gone. But now I feel it's time for you to get to know her.
He sat back in his chair, smiling.
Not that my words will do her memory any true justice, but I'll do my best.
Was she like you? He shook his head.
No, far from it. She was exactly like your mother. That's where you get the spirit summoning from, and most of your looks.
Except for our eyes, I pointed out. Those are yours.
That they are, he agreed. When you were born, your sister was attending boarding school. She never knew your mother was pregnant since you were a bit unexpected. Never knew she had a baby sister. She would have loved you, he said, chuckling softly. Always complained about being an only child. And of course, after your mother passed, we found ourselves drifting apart more and more.
Why? I curled up on the couch to listen.
We were both grieving for so long. She was only 10 when Meredith died. All I felt was guilt for not being there. And Bethany, she was so young, confused, lost.
He rubbed a hand over his face, looking much older than he was.
I wasn't a good father. I let the boarding schools raise her. And by the time she got to Academy and I tried to be part of her life, she resented me for everything.
I couldn't believe I was saying it, but the words came out. You didn't know. He seemed surprised, too.
No excuse for how I raised her.
But you said it yourself. She was strong, a fighter.
She was, which is why her disappearance hit me so hard. She would never have gone down without a fight, much like you. I've trained you two how to fight, but that spirit in you to never give up, that's all Meredith.
I gazed out the back door as night settled in. I wish I could have known them.
Me too. The three of you would have been amazing together.
And you. I mean,
we would have been a family.
You and I, we still can be. I might not be Bethany, but someone told me a while ago that I shouldn't hold on to the bad parts of my past. If only Zach could see me now, sitting here with Morris, eating pizza and talking about my sister, my mom. Morris wiped out his eyes as he nodded.
I'd like that. I know it won't be easy, with me gone so much. But I'm gonna be here for you, Briar. I swear it.
I believe you. And I did. The man sitting across from me wasn't the hard-ass general I met at the end of my first semester. He was my dad. My gut twisted with emotion, and I wiped furiously at the tears burning in my eyes.
So, you up for a game or something? While we finish our pizza?
He nodded, smiling, and years of stress seemed to fall away.
I've got a few hours to kill.
Well then, stick around, Dad, and we'll catch up. Really catch up.
What did you say?
You heard me, I said, choking up myself a bit as I got up to grab more bottles of pop. Hope you know how to play Mortal Kombat, 'cause I spent all summer kicking Zach's ass.
What the hell was that move?
Morris yelled, mashing his fingers against the controller. We were both on our feet as we played through another round. I laughed when my character delivered another flying kick through the air and pummeled his to death. I shot my arms up, laughing as I jumped up and down. Ha! I think that seals the deal. I win. He grumbled as he tossed the controller onto the couch.
Shall we have a real sparring session?
Pretty sure I could take you in that, too.
Is that so?
He asked, brow arched.
Soon enough, we'll be testing that theory. I'll be coming to Academy in a few weeks to check in with Adam and to evaluate potential recruits. I'll make time for you.
Looking forward to it, I said sincerely, and I loved the smile I got in return. He glanced at the clock and frowned.
I should head back, but this was fun.
He sounded surprised.
Up for a rematch in the future?
Any time. I shoved my hands in my pockets as he started for the door. Hey, Dad? When he turned back to me, he was grinning. Yeah? I know I'm supposed to be keeping my nose out of trouble, but there's something bugging me, and instead of checking it out on my own and getting my ass into any more trouble, I thought I'd tell you. I'd tell Zach, but can't get a hold of him right now.
I'm sure Zach is just fine. He's with his brothers, and nothing gets past those two.
I nodded, willing myself to believe him, but it didn't stop me from worrying about what trouble he could be getting into. I know, he's kind of the first good thing in my life, and I don't want to lose him.
Trust me, I understand completely. But something tells me he's not the only thing on your mind.
No, he's not. It's Hook. Morris said nothing, but crossed his arms and looked at me, waiting for me to go on. He hasn't done anything, but he seems really happy, like too happy.
And that's a bad thing? Briar, Hook being in a good mood means he'll leave you alone. Less trouble for you, remember?
I know, and I don't want there to be anything wrong with him, but we've seen a necromancer with compulsion power, right? What if someone's controlling Hook, making him walk around in a sort of daze so they can try again? His narrowed eyes told me he didn't believe a word I said. Look, if you can just poke around a little bit, then I won't do it myself.
You won't do it yourself anyway.
And who's going to stop me? You're not there, and Adam might think he watches me close enough, but I spent all last semester sneaking around that campus at night, just so I could see Zach. I said with a smirk. If I want to poke around, I'll find a way to do it. Unless you do it for me. I beamed at him and watched his eyes narrow even more before he whispered something about being cursed with 2 rebellious daughters.
Fine,
he finally said.
But you are to keep your head down and your nose out of trouble. Got it?
I saluted him, and he rolled his eyes. Whatever you say, Dad. That softened him up, and he held out his arms. Before, I might have told him to get lost, but tonight had been great for us. A breakthrough. Learning about Mom and Bethany helped me feel closer to this man who only a few months ago had been a stranger. Now, as I stepped into his arms and he hugged me for the first time in my life, I knew without a doubt we were family. He was my dad. I had a family again, no matter how small. He squeezed me and kissed the top of my head, and then pulled back, wiping at tears.
Right then. I'll text you if I find anything. If I don't, then there's nothing. And I'll see you in a few weeks when I officially visit Academy.
I'll be there. I walked him to the door, and after one more quick hug, he left. I locked the door behind him and turned to face the empty apartment. There was some pizza left, and I hit the couch, snagging a piece as I flipped on the TV, aimlessly surfing through channels. A surprise visit from Dad had helped lighten my mood a bit. Now, if only I could get a visit from Zach, too, this might turn out to be a better weekend than I anticipated. Chapter 12. Zach.
Leaves crunched beneath my boots as I tracked through the woods, aiming for the X marked on the map in my hands. Nick and Luke had spread out around me, headed for the same location. The first few they took me to, I felt nothing, but this last one had a skin-crawling sensation and a strange chill in the air that warred with the humidity and heat of late summer. After a quick glance at the map again, I stopped walking and peered through the trees in the early dawn light. "You should be right here," I whispered, looking for anything to denote there was something different about this place. Stone markers or a circle. Or an altar, that works too. I thought it was a fallen tree, but as the light grew brighter, the stone shape came into view and looked exactly the same as the one that had been in the basement of the abandoned cathedral building on campus. There were stone pillars on either side to hold candles. Red wax covered them, and I walked up, expecting it to be cold when I touched it. Either whoever had been there had only left an hour before at most,
or they'd left the candles burning all night. Either way, we only missed the culprits by a few hours at most. I whistled as I backed away from the altar. 2 whistles answered mine. My brothers were headed toward me. I walked around the altar, studying the ground. I brushed away dirt and leaves from even more stones, nearly buried in the soil. "Well, if that doesn't scream necromancers," Nick muttered as he stepped out of the trees. "Is that blood?" I looked up to where he pointed at the altar and cringed. "Probably. Not fresh, though. Few days old." Luke just stood at the other side now, feeling the wax as I had. "But these aren't." "Interesting indeed. What else did you find?" "Not sure yet." I mumbled, brushing away more dirt and leaves. "Recognize this?" They came around, glancing over my shoulders at the symbol carved into the stone face. There was a full moon, but it had been dyed red, but not with dye or paint. It was formed into some sort of bowl, as if to hold something, like blood. I beheld the markings on the altar. They lined up perfectly with the bowls surrounded by symbols. "There were no altars at the other places," I said as I straightened. Staring at the dried blood was sending a shiver down my spine. "No, not that we could see, at least." "Meaning what?" I asked Luke. "Meaning they could be underground caverns, or they might be older than this one, and not really look like an altar. Did you feel that?" He had his hands out, aimed at the ground. His fingers moved subtly, and he flinched as if sensing something moving beneath him. Nick frowned and told me to put up a shield. "What is it?" I asked. Neither answered me. They were too busy glaring at the ground. Then I felt it, almost like something was slithering beneath the dirt. No, not slithering, digging its way toward us. I spread the shield wider, so it stretched out around the 3 of us and the altar. I was just about to seal the shield under our feet, but then I stopped myself. Since Luke and Nick drew from the earth, I couldn't cut off their connection. I should have done it anyway. A bony hand shot out of the dirt right in front of us, followed by a skull with patches of dead hair and skin stuck to it. A horrible cackling cry erupted from its mouth as it pulled its mangled body out of the ground. But it wasn't the only one. More hands and heads popped out of the ground like damned tulips in the spring, surrounding us and stretching far back into the trees. Briar, by my side at a time like this, would have made this fight a hell of a lot easier. "You ready for it, little brother?" Nick asked with a wink. "More than ready," I replied as the dead closed in around us. "Do we have a plan?" "Yeah, don't get killed," Luke muttered, "and kill them all." I started counting, then stopped when they were a few feet from us. "Easy enough." A dead hand reached out toward my ankle, and I stomped on its forearm, breaking it off, while Nick and Luke attacked. The ground rumbled beneath my feet, but I was too busy stopping those dead fingers from grabbing hold of me to see what my brothers were doing. A dead body, mostly intact, lunged at me, and I sidestepped, sending it flying over the altar with a thrust of spirit. I drew spirit back and spun it around me, taking out the ring of dead pushing closer. They groaned and whined as they hit the ground, but got right back up. No matter how hard I hit them, unless they were torn apart bit by bit, they kept coming. Nick yelled, and I whipped around just in time to see a skeleton with a few shreds of clothes attached to it, clinging to his back. Its bony fingers dug into his neck, as if trying to get through the skin. I rushed to help him, yanking the undead off him. Together we tore it in half, throwing each half in opposite directions. The lower half slammed into a tree trunk, but the upper half shrieked and crawled right back for more. "A fire would be ideal right about now," he snapped, rubbing at his neck, his hand coming away bloody. "Damn it, I hate zombies." "Open to ideas," Luke yelled, wrenching a head from another undead before he smashed it on the altar, shattering the bone. "Can you trap them all in a cage?" "Maybe, but to do what? I can't control fire, and it won't hold them for long." "Let us take care of that." I shook out my hands, and they moved to flank me and keep the undead off, as I started to summon enough spirit to make the largest cage I had ever attempted. Whatever they planned to do, they'd better do it damned fast, before I lost what hold I would have over the creatures. Silver wisps stretched out from my hands, moving through the air, reaching out until they were behind the final undead in the long line moving to attack us. Once behind them,
I shifted my hands, spreading them wide, so the wisps encompassed every last being. My arms shook, and sweat dripped down my face from the effort. "We have to move," I muttered through gritted teeth, "or we'll be trapped inside with them." "Right, hold on to something." Luke moved his hands to his sides, and the ground shook. Then we were rising up higher and higher, out of reach of the undead. Nick's hand swooped down low, and when he brought it high, another chunk of land rose up, enough for us to step on. Keeping my focus on the cage while walking away was proving difficult, and it started to waver. "You drop that cage, they swarm us," Luke warned, and that was enough to give me a final boost. Standing on the high ledge my brothers had created, the cage was able to close around the rest of the undead and seal them in. "Won't last long," I muttered. Luke and Nick nodded to one another, and I watched in amazement, as always, at how much power an earth summoner could have. The ground opened beneath the cage, spreading wider and wider. I peered down into that dark abyss, but couldn't see the bottom. "Lower the cage," Nick ordered. My hands moved downward, aiming for the hole, and the cage did as I told it, the lines shimmering as my strength began to wane. Once the cage was lowered, Nick and Luke covered it back up with earth. I sank to my knees as the last bit of dirt settled. "How long do you think that'll hold 'em?" I asked, as Nick pushed the ledge of earth back to ground level so we could get down. "Long enough for us to get the hell out of here." "And the altar?" I asked. Luke had already pulled out his cell and was snapping pictures. He paused, nudging something left behind on the ground. I tried to see. "What is it?" He bent down, and when he straightened back up, he was holding a very familiar piece of fabric, one worn by someone who attended academy over 10 years ago, when students were required to wear uniforms. "Can't deny this proof anymore. These undead came from an academy. Ours or another." Luke sighed. "Damn. What do we do now?" "Check the rest of the locations? This altar? None of the other locations had one, but when we were here the first time, we sensed something was off. There'd been nothing to see, not until we dragged your ass here," Nick told me. "I want to see what the others might be hiding." "And here I thought I'd have some time off," I mumbled. Nick smiled as we made our way through the trees and back toward the SUV waiting on the dirt road. "You still might, but now that we're making these connections, not sure how much time you'll get in the future, or how safe Academy really is for Briar." Luke added, "Meaning?" "Meaning at some point or other we might be joining our dear brother Adam there for a time, especially if your theory about those bastards only wanting spirit summoners is true. Be a pity, really, having to drag you away from HQ and your training just to play security guard at Academy." "So tragic," Nick agreed with a wink. "And so horribly boring. Whatever will you do with all that spare time?" Luke was chuckling as his cell dinged, and he pulled it out. "Huh, and the day just keeps getting better." "News?" Nick asked. "From General Morris." "Briar?" I asked quickly, but Luke was shaking his head already. "She's fine, but apparently she wants him to look into Hook." "What for?" I pulled out my cell and turned it on, but there were no messages from her. I frowned as I shoved it back in my pocket. 2 weeks since I talked to her, or even had a text from her, and she talked to Morris about Hook. Not me. Part of me was happy to hear they appeared to be making progress somewhere along the way, but I was annoyed she hadn't texted me with her concerns about Hook. "Not sure, he didn't say, but he wanted to keep us updated." "Doesn't change our plans, does it?" Nick and Luke shrugged, but I could tell they were up to something. "Let's get back on the road and see how many more undead armies we can find," Luke said. "We'll check in with Morris and Adam later. I'm sure it's nothing." "With her, it's rarely nothing." "Whatever, just get in, lover boy," Nick said, giving me a helpful shove toward the back seat. I climbed in, wondering why she hadn't at least called me to fill me in on her visit with Morris. If Sam trying to weasel her way into my life caused a rift between Briar and me, we would be having words when I got back to HQ. Chapter 13. Zach.
"Wake up, we're here." I blinked groggily in the back seat and frowned mid-yawn. "What's going on?" "We needed to check in with Adam before we explore those other locations, and we were only a few hours away anyway."
12 hours away, I said, but wasn't going to argue. You don't need me? Not for tonight. We'll pick you up tomorrow, and then we'll hit the rest of the places. Get some rest, Sleeping Beauty, Luke said. And tell Briar we said hi, Nick added. I jumped out of the SUV. They'd brought me to Briar's apartment in Silent Heights. I grabbed my bag and took the stairs 2 at a time until I was at her door. My keys were in my hand a second later and in the lock. I opened it as quietly as I could, closing it again and setting my bag on the floor. A few lights were on, but the TV was off. The living room was empty, and I wondered if I'd missed her when I heard a chair creak outside on the balcony. She was cuddled up in it with a blanket, her head tilted back as she looked up at the sky. Her hair was down, and I recognized the hoodie she wore. My hoodie. That sight alone would have been enough to get me through another few days without her. See anything good? I asked through the door she'd left open. She sat up and turned around so fast I thought the chair would tip. Her dark eyes lit up at the sight of me, and she leapt out of the chair, throwing herself into my arms.
Why didn't you call me?
She asked as I held her close. Last-minute change of plans, I replied, laughing. Nick and Luke had to check in with Adam and thought I could use a night off. She leaned back and frowned at me.
Your clothes are filthy, and you stink.
She plucked at my black t-shirt, smudged with mud and blood I hadn't noticed earlier. Her smile faltered when she spotted it too.
Is that yours?
No, Shroud, I'm fine, I insisted as she spun around me, checking my arms and face for injuries. Promise, I'm not hurt.
Not like you'd tell me if you were.
I caught her wandering hands and kissed them both. Shroud, look at me for 5 seconds. When her gaze met mine, I saw how much she must have been freaking out about not hearing from me for 2 weeks straight, and worry about other issues in our lives, like what I was doing at HQ without her, at HQ with Sam. I could have just stood there and told her everything, but I felt like talking was suddenly the last thing on my mind. I wrapped an arm around her waist and lifted her up so I could kiss her. She wound her arms round my neck, pulling me even closer, and I backed us into the living room, falling on the couch. With each lingering kiss and touch, I felt her unwind, and sensed she felt what I was trying to tell her. A while later, when we were both out of breath and getting ready to order takeout so we didn't have to leave the apartment or get up to cook, she looked at me intently.
So, Sam, she said, and my head fell against the back of the couch. What's she thinking?
I sat up at that. Not sure, but she's driving me insane.
I noticed.
She smiled at my confused look.
What? I trust you. I don't trust her. But I'm pretty sure you know what would happen if you decided to be an idiot.
You'd set me on fire.
Yes, I would.
She agreed, too gleefully for my taste.
Might set her on fire, too,
she mumbled, and I laughed loudly.
What?
Nothing. Just nice to know how much you care.
I do. More than you know,
she whispered, picking at my shirt again.
Why don't you shower and change? I'll call in the food.
She started to climb off my lap, but I tugged her back for another kissing session until she laughed and pulled free. I pushed off the couch with a groan, grabbed my stuff from the door, and went to shower. My clothes were filthy, and I had to commend her for holding off on bombarding me with questions about what I'd been up to. It was coming at some point. She would probably wait until I was half asleep and see if I'd answer her questions without arguing about what I could tell her and what I should keep to myself. When I got out of the shower, I wrapped a towel around my waist, not having brought fresh clothes in with me, and ducked into my bedroom. I heard her talking to someone, and a voice answered her near the front door. She probably ordered food from the diner, and really, a bacon cheeseburger with fries sounded better than the crap I'd eaten on the road with my brothers. I closed my bedroom door to dress, but when I turned around, the side of my unmade bed made my chest tighten. I'd made it before I left. I leaned in close to my pillow and breathed in. Briar. She'd been sleeping in here. I had to tell her somehow, but the notion of those words coming out of my mouth made me more nervous than if I was going through finals again. Hell, worse than staring down another damned army of undead. I'd tell her before I left. One way or another, I'd get those words to come out.
You look better.
Briar said when I exited my room to find her in the living room with 2 plates filled with burgers and fries and 2 chocolate milkshakes. Clean clothes help. I plopped down beside her on the couch.
Movie?
Sure, if you're up for it.
Or do you want to tell me why you were covered in mud and blood?
She asked with a smile, but it was forced. Her eyes were narrowed as she ate a fry angrily.
Just saying.
At least it wasn't my blood.
Your brother's blood, then?
Nick's, but he's fine. They're both fine. And I'm fine. She grunted.
So that's a no, you won't tell me?
Not won't. Can't.
Not even a little bit?
She shifted closer, pushing back on my shoulders.
Not just one teensy little detail? Something to let me know you didn't almost have a brush with death?
I can't, I started to say, but then she was on my lap and kissing me. That is cheating, I said against her lips. Shroud.
What? I missed my boyfriend. Can't I just let you know that?
You can. She kissed me harder. I mock growled. That's not cheating, that's playing straight up dirty. You know that, right? She sighed, leaning back in my arms.
Me? Never.
Bullshit. She shrugged, and I ground my teeth.
You know that tick has gotten worse since I saw you last.
Wonder why? Have to worry about my own ass being attacked by undead, then worrying about you getting yourself into trouble on campus. And then I have Sam flirting with me constantly, trying to break us up because... It doesn't matter. But yes, the tick has gotten worse. I finished lamely. She was chuckling quietly, nodding right along with everything I said.
Sam thinks she's better than me. Don't worry, not that hard to figure out.
She can say whatever the hell she wants, but she's not.
I know. You wouldn't be here right now if she was.
Fire lit up her dark eyes, and I drew her in closer.
Now, about you getting attacked.
You're not going to let it go, are you?
What do you think?
One thing. I can tell you one thing, but that's it. Anything else, and I'll never get you to keep your word, I muttered. My brothers and I found an altar out in the middle of nowhere to the south. Someone had been killed at it. Well, a few someones.
And you know this how?
They attacked us while we were there, and one of them was wearing a uniform bearing the Academy insignia from at least 10 years ago. Happy? She picked at her nails nervously.
How many undead?
Less than were in the basement. I don't know, maybe 10 or so. I replied slowly, trying to read her, but she was either shielding herself or I'd been away from her too long and was off my game.
And it was just, what, you and your brothers? Alone? In the middle of nowhere?
Yes.
And no one knew where you were? No one at all?
No, have to play this one close to the chest. You know that. Ow! What the hell was that for? She punched my arm. I rubbed at it, missing the chance to dodge her second punch as she hit my left.
Are you insane? Now who has a death wish? We've almost been killed twice, and the brilliant idiot you are decides it's all right to go out in the middle of nowhere and nearly get killed again? Who would have known, huh? You idiot.
I fended off her next few hits until I caught her hands. We don't have a choice.
This is what I was worried about. You have all these people watching my ass at Academy, but you just run off into another undead army like it's nothing.
I'm fine. We all are.
You said it yourself. Nick got hurt.
And he's fine. Just a flesh wound. Her jaw dropped, and I waited for the next attack. But then she sagged and hung her head. Her shoulders shook, and for one horrible second I thought she was crying. Then she lifted her head, and I looked at her like she was crazy. She was cackling.
Monty Python? That's what you're going to quote. Seriously. God, sometimes I hate you as much as I love you.
She held my face in her hands and kissed me long and hard. Did you just say that? I managed to ask, but then she was kissing me again, nodding. Me too. I mean, with you though.
Yeah, I got that.
I hugged her to me, debating if food could wait until much, much later. But we had more to discuss aside from our being attacked. She rested her forehead against mine, and for a long moment, we simply stared into each other's eyes, grinning like we were the only two people in the world, at least for a few minutes. Then my stomach growled. We should probably eat. Yeah, I am starving. She climbed off my lap and turned the TV up as I dug into my food.
So, we have a more direct link from Academy to the Necromancers, huh?
I stopped chewing long enough to scowl at her. We're eating and watching a movie.
I know, I was just going over the facts.
She nibbled on a fry. I felt the next question getting ready to come out, so I asked her one instead. What's up with Hook? Luke got a text from Morris saying you wanted him to check him out. Why? I smiled wide as she nudged me hard. What?
Ass, you can change the subject all you want.
Yes, I can. So, Hook? She ate another 2 fries before she said,
He's happy.
I set my burger down and wondered if I heard her right. I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, I know, but it's weird happy, all right? He's walking around like he's the happiest man in the world. And he's even been nice to me, as if not holding any sort of grudge. Nothing.
Did you ever think he's merely trying to put last year behind him?
Yes, but with everything else going on and you apparently digging up more connections between Necromancers and Academy, thought it was worth checking out.
And you called Morris and told him?
Not exactly,
she said, picking at her food now instead of eating it.
He was here. We had pizza and pop. I kicked his ass at Mortal Kombat.
And you're happy about this, right?
Actually, yeah. He told me about Mom and Bethany.
She pulled her feet up under her on the couch and smiled sadly.
Said I was a lot like both of them. The fighting spirit and all that. The rebellious attitude.
The not listening to anyone, I added.
Pretty much.
That's good. I'm happy you two finally made a connection.
Me too. But at the same time, now I have 2 people I care about that I'm going to be constantly worrying about. He's been undercover. Dresden has gone missing. Completely off the radar missing.
I had not heard that part yet, and wondered if Luke and Nick knew about it at all. He's a hard ass. Your dad will be fine.
Just like you'll be fine.
I will be. I swear it. I told you I'd be coming back, and I plan on it. You're not going to get rid of me that easily. I tucked her hair behind her ears, and she leaned into my hand. If only there weren't a bunch of undead chasing us down.
What? We could have a normal life? Where's the fun in that?
Where indeed? The air in the apartment changed the longer we looked at each other. I felt each subtle shift of her body, how her breathing increased, and the flush to her cheeks. I would be leaving tomorrow, and not see her again until we came to Academy. Could be a few days. Could be a few weeks or longer. These few hours together were nice, but it wasn't close to being enough. She got up from the couch, and I wondered what she was doing when she disappeared around the corner toward the hall. My hoodie came flying into the living room a few seconds later. I swallowed hard against the lump in my throat.
Chapter 14. Briar. Zach's soft snoring chased away the silence I'd been left with at the apartment since he'd been gone. I kissed his cheek, and his lips twitched into a smile, but he didn't wake. That was just fine. I glanced at the clock on his nightstand. Noon. Our food was gone from the night before. We'd finally eaten it around 2 in the morning. I'd had enough in the kitchen to make some pancakes and slipped out of bed, put on his hoodie again. I shook out my hair as I walked to the kitchen, humming as I started to make some breakfast, or lunch, I guessed. The whole time I smiled, knowing he'd have to leave at a moment's notice, but this one visit would get me through till the next time. He hinted a few times last night that I'd get to see more of him soon enough, but gave nothing away. Sometimes it'd be nice if he wasn't so damn perfect. I had a stack of pancakes made and was working on some more when I turned around to find Zach leaning in the doorway to the kitchen, arms crossed, clearly admiring the view from his crooked grin and the bright glint in those cerulean eyes. "Breakfast?" I asked, waving the spatula at the stack of ready pancakes.
Are they safe?
"One time. I messed them up one time," I muttered, turning off the burner. "You're going to have to get over it eventually." He wrapped his arms around me, kissing my neck, and I leaned back into his hug. "You know when you have to leave yet?"
"Nope, until I do."
He picked me up, turned me around, and sat me on the counter. He buried his hands in my hair, and the idea of eating breakfast was gone in a flash. I was tempted to find a way to convince him to play hooky for one more day. No one would miss me on Monday. Well, not really. But then his cell rang, and he grunted in annoyance. Go see who it is at least, I said when he refused to move. Zach, it might be important. This is important, he protested, kissing me. Yeah, it is, I said, struggling for air. But do you really want your brothers, or better yet, Morris, coming in through that door in the state we're in? He was shirtless, and I was hardly dressed for company. Fine, but when it's nothing, I'm coming back here and picking up right where I left off. Don't move. Whatever you say, Pierce. He kissed the smile off my face and then hustled to the bedroom to grab his cell. I heard him curse when he answered with a curt, "What?" I leaned backward, trying to hear, but he either closed the door or he was talking too quietly. You're unbelievable, and you're not in charge. You can't just go against orders from all your commanding officers, Sam. Sam? Why was she calling him? I was going to go down there and ask, but he was already marching down the hall, his cell clutched against his ear and glaring straight ahead. When I mouthed a question about what was going on, he shook his head and held up a finger, telling me to wait a second. You keep this to yourself, got it? One word, and I'll personally see you're kicked out of the Talons. Got it? He hung up and paced furiously back into the kitchen. Sam, huh? I said when he didn't offer up anything right away. Something I should know? She's doing whatever she can to drive me crazy. Maybe I should make a visit to HQ. Just set her on fire a little. He smiled at that, coming back to me. A little? Like what, her eyebrows? You have to admit it'd be funny. Oh, hilarious, he muttered. But sadly, I do have to leave. Because of her? We told everyone at HQ I had some contagious disease and was quarantined for the past 2 weeks to explain my absence. He explained. Seems she was worried about me and went looking, discovered I was nowhere to be found, and was more than ready to raise the alarm if I didn't answer my phone. Now someone else knows that I'm obviously not sick, and that I'm lying. You think she'd rat you out? But your brothers are in command, I asked, confused. They are, but her mother is also a general, and her father's a damned council member. One word to either of them, and the Pierce brothers are going to have a shit ton of explaining to do. What are you going to do? He shrugged as he rested his forehead on mine. Curse her out for ruining my last few hours with you. And then, I don't know. Leave it up to my brothers, I guess. He held my face sweetly in his hands, and I covered them with my own. I hate to leave you. But you have to, I know. Don't worry about me. Promise you'll let Morris and Adam deal with Hook if there's anything even to find? I held up my pinky, and he chuckled as he wrapped his around it. And you be safe. Always. He kissed me softly, then whispered, Love you, Shroud. Love you more. Go get dressed. I'll wrap you up some pancakes to go. I saw the reluctance in those blue eyes, but he had no choice. After he walked away, I hopped off the counter and started to wrap up the pancakes, imagining setting a bit more of Sam on fire if I met her in person. On accident, of course. Just one more reason you're on my shit list, I whispered aloud. If she kept messing with Zach, I'd find a way to make her stop. He wouldn't have to know about it, right? Chapter 15. Briar.
Well now, don't you just look like you had the best weekend in the world?
I grinned at Nyla's comment, but said nothing as I dropped my bag on the floor.
Oh, come on. You can't leave me hanging. What happened? Did you see Zach finally?
I did. Saw Morris first. He came by on Friday night and told me about Mom and Bethany. But the highlight of my weekend would have to be Saturday. I sighed as I fell back onto my bed, wishing we'd had more than one night to be together. Nyla sat on the edge of the bed, bouncing up and down excitedly.
And?
And what? I asked, my smile growing.
I knew it. You have this glow about you. Guess your epic snuggler is also an epic
kisser. I cut her off, laughing as she clapped and kept bouncing. He is quite the romantic, but you are not getting any more details.
What? Why the hell not?
Because pretty sure Zach would be a bit upset if I relayed every last detail of our time together with you. You tend to be a blabbermouth, I added, and she pouted. It's the truth, and you know it.
I wouldn't blab any of that to anyone.
And when you see Zach again? She opened her mouth, shut it, tried again, then shrugged.
You win. Wait, When I see him, is he coming back to Academy?
He dropped a few hints that he was going to be here on official business.
And from your sudden frown, you have no idea when?
Nope, not a clue. But he was coming to Academy, and that was good enough for me. I hummed as I put away my bag of clothes from the apartment. Herbert glided happily around me as I did. I loved Zach. There was no more denying that fact. Loved him and wanted to be with him. I laughed quietly to myself, remembering a few added flames courtesy of my emotions that surrounded us a few times throughout the night. When they first burst to life, I was sure they were going to burn him, but it was almost like the flames knew what he meant to me, and they rolled over his skin without leaving a mark. Certainly made me curious to find out what else those flames could do.
Okay, you have to tell me a little bit,
Nyala complained.
That look on your face is far too playful. Come on, one teensy little detail?
I tilted my head back and forth, then gave in. Let's just say playing with fire now has a whole new meaning.
Oh my God, you two! It's like some damn cheesy romance movie.
She placed a hand on her chest and pretended to swoon backward onto her bed.
All right, that's it. You need to find me a boyfriend, like soon.
Plenty of single guys here. I'm sure you'll find a guy. She shrugged, fiddling with the comforter on her bed.
Well, there is one who's been trying to get my attention.
And? Why didn't you say anything about him? Who is it?
Roger. He's a water summoner too. Cute. Really cute. 4th-year transfer.
She smiled as she talked about him. Then what's the problem?
You know, I don't actually know.
She got up and marched toward the door with a determined look on her face. Where are you going? I asked, having a good idea already.
I'm going to go get myself a date, if you'll excuse me.
Then she was gone, and I was left with Herbert, who was watching me from the windowsill. What are we going to do with her, huh? I asked him, and he shook his paper head. I contented myself with remembering last night, and this morning, up until Sam's phone call dragged him away from me. Wondered what she'd do if she learned that Zach and I were now closer than ever. Probably make his life even more miserable. My mind drifted to more thoughts of her until I was no longer in such a good mood. My cell dinged, and I checked it, relaxing again at a text from Zach. Brief, but he promised me all was fine back at HQ and to look for him soon. Not soon enough, I whispered to my room. But it'll have to do. Chapter 16. Zach. I closed the door behind me and leaned against it. Nick and Luke sat across the table from Sam. The second I called them and said what happened, they'd relayed orders to Frankie to hold her in isolation until the 3 of us could return and figure out what she was up to. If sneaking around was just who she was, or if there was a bigger play at hand. Her parents were powerful people. From the outset, Sam was a nice person, ambitious as hell, but not one to stab people in the back. But then again, people change. What were you doing sneaking around HQ? Luke asked stiffly. Answer me truthfully and shortly, or this is going to be a very long day, Samantha. I was worried for Zach. She answered, staring at me, and I rolled my eyes. You were gone for 2 weeks. I wanted to see how you were doing, as a friend. Is that so wrong of me? Yes, it is, because we both know it has nothing to do with our so-called friendship. Her eyes narrowed, but she huffed as she shook her head. That's what you think. I started to argue, but Luke held up his hand, and we both fell quiet, going rigid at attention. You can bite each other's heads off later, he promised. You have no other motive for seeking out Zach? None. Swear it on my name, Sam said with a firm nod. And now that you know he was clearly not in quarantine, who did you plan on telling? No one, she said, but her shoulders hunched ever so slightly at the mention. I straightened as I took a deep breath and focused. Her aura came into view. There was no hint of black anywhere, or any hint that she was going to betray us, but jealousy and anger warred with each other as her gaze flickered to mine. That was just too damned bad. I was with Briar, and she was going to have to find a way to get over it or get out of the Talons. She's telling the truth as far as I can tell, I told my brothers as my vision returned to normal. But now we have the issue that she knows we were gone. Indeed we do, Luke muttered. What to do about that? He looked to Nick, who shrugged, but I knew what they were going to do as soon as the decision was made. If Sam hadn't been in the room,
I would have argued till I was blue in the face, but they were my superiors, and that would only land me an ass-kicking later for questioning their orders in front of another soldier. Brief her and swear to secrecy, letting her know that if she goes back on her word, she will find her ass in a sling and discharged from all active duty, for life. He leaned on the table as he said it, and Sam gulped loud enough for me to hear. You better not cause me any more grief, Samantha Stone. I don't give a damn who your parents are. I will not let you slide. You want in on the action? Congratulations, this is your graduation day. I smirked when a hint of fear slithered into her eyes, but Luke was leaving, and he motioned for me to follow him, leaving Nick to catch Sam up on the Necromancers and the undead. Is he really going to tell her everything? I asked once we were outside the room. Only what she needs to know. You sure we can trust her? There was no sign of deception in her aura, yet at least. She's jealous of Briar, trying to get to me. I'm sorry I brought this down on your heads. She does know how strong Briar is, right? That girl will kick her ass without even having to move, he uttered, grinning darkly. I'd almost pay to see it if it would knock her down a peg or two. She's too damn cocky for her own good. She wasn't this bad at Academy. Changes once you get a nod of approval from a master. Goes to your head. Luke glanced back at the room, but whatever he was thinking, he kept it to himself. You'll be keeping an eye on her once we head out again. I grunted in annoyance. She's coming with us? Don't have a choice. You might say we can trust her, but I'm not leaving her here for Frankie to babysit. So I have to do it? If she starts to get in the way, you can put her in a damn cage. We head out in the morning. I wanted to argue, but from the look on his face, there was more he needed to tell me that he neglected to on the ride back here. What else? Adam has been keeping a close eye on Ivan and Hook. Briar was right to worry, or not? Don't know yet, he said, annoyed. Hook has been in an incredibly chipper mood of late, having his usual meetings with Ivan. Sadly, neither is doing anything out of the ordinary to warrant a true investigation. But we're still heading back to Academy, right? I hadn't meant it to come out like that, but after last night with Briar, I was anxious to be back by her side. Not just so I could be with her, but to keep a closer eye on her. With Dresden missing, not to mention Digin, she was potentially at risk, as one of the only other ones who was in on the Necromancers. That and the issue of her being the only spirit summoner, aside from Woods, at Academy, made them both potential targets. Luke. Yeah, we are, once we check out the rest of these locations. Ivan's connection to Digin is too coincidental for my liking. I want to question the man, at the very least. You don't think Digin is hiding out close to Academy? Can't know anything for certain right now. I'm going to get our supplies checked, wait for Nick to finish briefing Sam, and then you two get your shit and meet us out on the drive. And our reason for disappearing this time is what? His lips thinned as he turned around to walk away. Frankie'll come up with something. I leaned against the wall, waiting for Nick and Sam to exit. Half an hour later, Nick walked by me with a wink and a wicked grin. He probably spent the last 5 minutes of the briefing finding ways to scare the shit out of her with what we dealt with in the field. Facing down threats in training and seeing them come after you in the real world were two very different experiences. Guessed he hoped she would find a way to talk herself out of it, but when she followed a few seconds later, she had a determined set to her face that I absolutely did not like. You're sure you're up for this? I asked. At least I finally get to be in the field with you. You're not. You're being dragged along because my brothers don't trust you enough to leave you behind, in case you turn into a blabbermouth. Understand? If you get in the way, if you mess up, I will lock you in the vehicle. Got it? She glared at me as I turned away and started down the hall. I'm not a kid. You're sure as hell acting like one. What, because I was worried about you? I just wanted to make sure you were alive. Is that so hard to believe? Yes, it is. She'd fallen into step beside me, but I looked forward. So what, we're not friends anymore? Is that it? Do you have any idea what you've gotten yourself into? I asked sharply, coming to a stop. Nick was quite vivid with the details, she mumbled, but her determined face faltered for a second. However, if your sweet Briar can handle them, I can too. I doubted she'd handle what we were about to face as well as Briar did. That girl showed no fear a single time we'd stared death in the face. She was a fighter, a true fighter, one who didn't let anything stop her. That was her center, an unstoppable force of strength and will. Sam, at the moment,
was just a jealous, petulant woman who didn't know when to quit. I ignored her as we continued down the hall, hoping she'd take the hint and go get her crap together. But she stayed right by my side all the way to my quarters. "I'll meet you at the SUV." I opened my door and walked in. The door closed behind me, and I turned around to find her standing there, like she thought I wouldn't kick her out.
How long are you going to ignore me? For her, I mean.
Are you desperate? Is that it? Or did you lie to Luke and Nick, and you're really just trying to get close to the Pierce brothers? Which is it? Because if you think for one damned second I'm going to turn my back on Briar for you, you're going to be waiting a very long time. I love her. You are nothing other than a fellow soldier in my unit. Her sly grin slipped from her face immediately, and she shuffled her feet. Love? Yeah, love. It's not just some fling that happened to last almost a year, so back off, Sam. If you're in this to help us figure out who's behind these undead roaming around, then I welcome your help. But if you're going to keep trying to come between me and Shroud, you're going to regret it. Got it?
Is that a threat from you or her? Briar wanted to come and set you on fire. I was tempted to let her. All right, I'll back off. She held up her hands. I'm sorry. Didn't realize you two were so serious, but I do want to help. All that crap that happened on campus. I shouldn't have been so quick to believe Briar set that fire. We have bigger issues now than setting fires. You're sure you're ready for this? They're undead. How bad can they be? I stared at her. She mumbled another apology and left my room. She was barely out of sight when Hunter took her place, whistling loudly. Wow, care to share? I started to give him the short version, but he was waving me off. What? I overheard the whole conversation. You dropped the L-bomb on Briar? I found myself smiling as I threw a few more clothes in my bag and zipped it closed. Yeah, I did. Look at you, hot stuff. This is getting serious. Why do you sound so surprised? You're kidding, right? A year ago, you were all in the zone, man. I'm going to graduate and get in the military and focus only on that. And now you got yourself a serious relationship with a woman you clearly love. You're wandering all over the place taking on the undead. The old Zachary Pierce is gone. And I find I quite like this new one. His face darkened, and he rested a hand on my shoulder. You sure you guys don't need one more by your side while you're investigating this stuff? Nah, I think my brothers want you here. They trust you to keep an eye on things with Frankie as far as the new recruits go. Hunter was a damned good summoner, but last time he shook at the notion of facing the undead again. Not that I blamed him. The fight at the altar had been too close for comfort. A few more and we wouldn't have gotten out, mostly unscathed. If a necromancer had been with them, I might have been burying one of my brothers. Hell, I could have wound up dead myself. This wasn't Academy, and out in the middle of nowhere, the necromancers didn't have to fear drawing attention. Until we understood who was in charge of them, or who they all were, there was no way to know how powerful they could be. I have to head out. I'll keep you up to date as much as I can. Just worry about getting your ass back to Briar in one piece, or she'll set you on fire, he warned with a chuckle. Don't I know it? Out in the drive, Luke and Nick were at the back of the SUV, and I tossed my bag in. Sam was there a few seconds later, and once our gear was loaded, we climbed inside. Where are we headed first? I asked as Luke pulled away from HQ. Mountains. You two keep close, and Sam, you do exactly as we say. Got it? Luke warned. Understood, sir. Good. Let's go hunting. Chapter 17. Zach. Why is it still moving?
Sam asked. I was content to let the undead arm keep crawling towards Sam through the underbrush as she tripped over a tree root and fell backward, losing control of the rocks she'd been using to pelt the undead after they lurched out of the ground and attacked us. Her rocks fell harmlessly to the ground around the arm, and she was too exhausted from the fight to get them back under control. Zach, don't be an ass forever, Nick muttered as he walked behind me carrying the battered lower half of another undead, then chucking it in the pile near the altar. Fine, I sighed, and the spirit welled within me. I lashed out and caught the arm, pulling it away from Sam and tossing it into the pile. This time we were prepared. Luke doused the bodies with lighter fluid. Several twitched.
and lit a match. He dropped it, and they went up in flames. If only Briar was here, making our cleanup easier if nothing else.
Thanks, jerk,
Sam snapped as she climbed to her feet, brushing mud and grass from her pants. You shouldn't have been so damned cocky, I replied sharply. This isn't training. Eyes open, stay alert, and keep your smugness to yourself, or you'll wind up dead just like them. She muttered under her breath, removed the band holding her hair, and redid it, then marched away from me as the fire crackled, hungrily devouring the bodies that had moments ago tried to kill us. Just like the other altar we found, this one had blood on its surface and a collection bowl on the ground nearby. Unlike that one, though, this blood was wet and shiny when we arrived. Whoever had been there, we missed them by an hour at most. There'd been no time to search for a trace before the mountainside came alive with the wailing and cracking of undead ruining any sign of a trail that might have been left, or any evidence of who'd been here. Digin or Dresden were the only two names we had, but that meant nothing. There was the necromancer we killed at Academy, and the one who escaped after causing the building to collapse. Their exact numbers were unknown, as was their base of operations. Dad's notes had been in a code my brothers were still trying to crack. And Addie's notes, well, they'd gone missing after his murder. All we had was the file he'd been working on. No names. The missing student files we could have used? Those had gone up in flames. You know, it'd be nice if the bad guys could mess up once. I circled the altar and found nothing in the leaves, sensed no trail of magic. Nothing. Welcome to the real world, Luke grumbled. We still have 3 more on the list. And that's it? What happens if we can't find anything to track Digin or Dresden? Dresden is not our problem, Nick reminded me. Only Digin is. And if we find Dresden instead? Nick kicked a piece of an undead's body that slipped from the collapsing pile, knocking it back into the flames. Then we can call Morris with some damn good news. The bodies burned down to ash, and when nothing moved, we put the flames out and buried the remains. At least this time they'd stay buried. Pretty sure not even a necromancer could bring the dead back from ash and a few random particles of bones. This was the 3rd place we'd checked since setting out again, and the previous 2 had no altars. I was starting to believe Digin left those maps in his quarters on purpose, in case he was found out. The locations without altars felt normal. The air wasn't weighed down by death and blood magic. I could breathe there. But this place made my skin crawl, and it was like trying to breathe underwater. Sam rolled her shoulders, uncomfortable too. I saw regret in her face about deciding to snoop around and land herself in this situation. Good. She could be uneasy for a while. The next one's only a few miles from here, Luke said, referring to the map he pulled from his jacket. Let's get moving. Need to hit all these before the sun goes down. We'd been gone for another 4 days already. 4 days I had to stop myself from texting Briar and letting her know I was all right. Unlike last time, though, she was texting me once a day to let me know how her days were. She was currently keeping me posted on how Nyala's new relationship with some guy named Roger was going. Apparently she caught them making out yesterday just outside their door. Tapson Woods said Briar was making great strides with her summoning work, and Morris was going to stop by and keep her company tomorrow, since it was Friday. I wanted to check my cell now to see if there'd been any news, but we left our cells back in the SUV so no one could track them. The hike took us higher up in the mountain, and my calves screamed in protest. Sam huffed and puffed along beside me. Her being out of breath meant she wasn't talking, and that was also fine with me. I'd been walking with my head down, remembering every last detail of my final night with Briar, and wondering how soon we could have a weekend like that, when I ran right into the back of Nick. He slapped a hand over my mouth when I started to ask what he was doing. His face was pale, and his eyes were narrowed in fury. The ground gave an angry rumble beneath our feet. Luke shot him a glare, and it stopped. I nodded to Nick, and he removed his hand from my face. I'd been so distracted by my thoughts of Briar, I hadn't noticed the sudden change in the air. So heavy it weighed me down as we inched closer, keeping low to the ground and using the tree trunks as cover. The sight just yards away was something from a nightmare, and not one I ever expected to see in the middle of the afternoon. Torches were lit on either side of another stone altar. This one was 4 times the size of the one we just came from. Several robed figures stood around it in a large circle, with at least 15 feet between each. The figure at the altar was chanting. I wanted a closer look at the altar, but the ground was littered with sticks and leaves. Not making a sound would be near impossible. I tapped Nick on the shoulder, then tapped my eye, then pointed to the altar. We needed to get a damned visual on whatever was on it, if there was a book up there. Nick's lips thinned. He craned his neck, and I assumed he was coming up with a plan. But then a breeze whipped through the trees, bringing with it a very familiar stench of death. And worse, it brought the cries of captured victims. Luke's shoulders tensed. Nick mouthed several curses. Beside me, I felt Sam tremble with fear, and I was no better off. Though at that moment I couldn't decide if anger or fear was strongest. There were 4 in all, 2 women, 2 men, all around the age of a 4th-year student. This disrupted the pattern we assumed they had of taking them during the spring semester. So either we'd been wrong, or they were changing the game. I looked to my brothers, waiting for a plan, while the undead dragged 4 prisoners into a circle of roped figures, then roughly shoved them to their knees. The man at the altar spun around, and I grimaced. Digin, the real Digin, stood before them with a silver dagger in his right hand, holding a book in his left. The pages were weathered and torn, so very old, and the cover appeared to be black leather of some kind. It had to be Necromancers. Had to be. I nudged Nick, put my hands together like I was holding a book, and raised a brow, hoping he'd get the message I was sending his way. He tilted his head, raised one shoulder in a half shrug. We were too far away to be certain, but what else would Digin be using? "Now, my guests," Digin said loudly, and we all froze in our silent planning to listen. "You have been brought here to make a choice. To live forever, or to die." The man on the end spat at the ground. "You won't get away with this." Digin's lip raised in a sneer. "What do you think we've been doing for the last 50 years, my boy? For the last 100? The government and military are too blind to see the truth. No one is coming to save you. But you can save yourself." "By what? Becoming one of them?" "Only if you choose not to live forever. The 4 of you show promise, and we invite you to join the Brotherhood of Necromancers. We will change the world," Digin announced, spreading his arms wide as the other robed figures nodded in agreement. "You will help us, one way or another." How were they going to change the world? The masses of undead they created, were they building an army? Why, and to do what with? Digin was a professor, and before that he trained beneath Ivan. How far up the power chain did this conspiracy go in our world? 2 generals had been killed, and how many more students taken and turned into either necromancers or undead? That amount of death should not go unnoticed, and yet it did. Digin was right. The government and the military were too blind. Why? If Briar and I had been able to see the pattern, anyone with access to the same file should have seen the proof that the necromancers had clearly not been extinguished. The 4 students looked at Digin as if he'd lost his mind. They squared their shoulders, and one of them, the man who had spoken before, raised his head. "Go to hell, necromancer." Digin sighed. "You have made a very poor decision. Bring them." The 4 fought against the undead, but even as they tried to summon their skill, nothing happened. Digin must have done something to them to stop them from being able to fight back. The man who spoke first was dragged to the altar and laid out on it, so his neck lined up perfectly with the same spot we'd seen stained on the previous altars. Near the base there was the bowl, probably the very same one to catch his blood. The other 3 captives were dragged forward and chained to the altar. This one was larger than the others, one by one, as 3 more necromancers stepped from the circle, daggers in their hands, and each took a spot next to a captive. "Nick," I whispered, digging my hands into the leaves. Our time was running out fast, and I was not going to stand here and watch these students die. I looked past Nick to ask Luke, "What the hell?" Luke was gone. I peered through the trees, but there was no sign of him. Digin was back to chanting, joined by the other necromancers this time. The air whipped around us again, riddled with dark magic and the acrid scent of dying flesh and blood. The 4 captive students screamed and yelled, pulling at the chains as the necromancers lifted their right arms in unison, holding the knives over their necks. I started to rise, but Nick yanked me back down, whispering for me to wait. The chanting halted, and I held my breath as the necromancer's arm slashed downward. At the same time, the ground beneath the altar shifted sharply, and their blades struck stone or dirt as they tumbled down, thankfully missing their marks. "We're under attack!" Digin shouted. "Find them!" The ground heaved again, rolling like waves, and broke the great altar into pieces, loosening the chains holding the 4 students. "After them!" Digin raised his hand, signaling. The undead lumbered and ran as fast as they could into the trees, obeying his command. I caught sight of Luke darting away, while most of the necromancers and the undead went to find whoever attacked them. Hope Luke could run as fast as he used to. "Now go, get them out," Nick ordered Sam and me. "I'll cover you both." Sam and I sprinted over the broken ground, moving toward the students to help them get out of the chains. Nick yelled a battle cry to get the attention on himself. The ground shook as necromancers and undead turned back to go after him, but I focused on my task. The students didn't stop to ask questions as we shattered their chains, tearing them apart with spirit, or bashing at the locks with Sam's conjured rocks. The moment they could move, we urged them to run, telling them where the SUV was, and to stay there. 2 were free and rushing into the trees. We were moving to the next 2, when a necromancer launched from the trees, tackling me, taking me down to the cracked altar. Hard stones slammed into my back. I yelled in pain, fighting to get a shield up, but his dagger was moving too fast. It slashed down my side, and warmth spilled over my ribs. I caught his wrist and threw him backward, my fury driving my spirit to lash out and slam him into a tree. "Zach!" Sam yelled, but I waved her off. "Get them out!" I pressed a hand to my side, then looked at it, bloody, but there was no time to see how bad the wound was. I didn't recognize the one that stabbed me. He bore the same tattoos as the other necromancers. My blood dripped from his dagger as he tossed it between his hands and then raised it, shouting like a madman. "Zach, look out!" Nick bellowed. The warning was too late. I whirled around at the same moment that 4 undead grabbed hold of me and dragged me into the mud. Something hard slammed into the back of my head, and the trees spun as my vision swam in and out of focus. I hunched over, the spirit I managed to summon slipping back within me. A second hit struck across my face, and I was down. The hits came hard and fast, punches and stomps, until all I could do was curl up and protect my head from the blows. I failed to summon spirit, and between the blood loss and the whacks to my head, I felt numb, like I was outside my body. "Get up!" Briar? Why was she here? She couldn't be here, could she?
"Zachary Pierce, if you get yourself killed, I will bring you back to life and kill you again myself. Get your ass off the ground. Get up and fight."
My fingers grabbed hold of grass clumps and mud, but I couldn't get up. Another kick to my ribs rolled me over, and I looked up at the sky through the dark tree branches. Sharp pain exploded in my shoulder, but I didn't see what happened.
"Zach, do you really want to die here? Do you? Don't leave me. Not now."
She was right. I knew she was right, but my vision was blurry and I couldn't function. Couldn't think. How was I going to fight back? Nick and Sam were screaming my name as the ground quaked, but I couldn't see them through the legs of those attacking me. A flash of silver caught my eye. The necromancer hovered over me, cackling. "We shall have our sacrifices today, one way or another."
"Zach!"
It was like a dam broke inside me. Strength exploded from my center, surged through my limbs, and the fogginess cleared from my mind as if washed away. Spirit rushed through me and shot out my hands like a storm sweeping through the small clearing. The undead and necromancer flew through the air, crashing through tree branches and into the underbrush, cracking their heads and bones on the broken altar.
"Get the others and run, Zachary. Just run. You can't kill them all."
I didn't bother to argue with Briar's voice or stop to contemplate how she was inside my head to begin with. The use of so much spirit so fast was draining me, and then Nick was at my side, hoisting me up when I started to fall again. Sam was on my other side, and together the three of us took off into the trees. I thought I spied 3 more figures ahead of us, but everything faded in and out. From behind us came the sounds of Digen's screams and the incoherent, wordless bellows of the undead. I blinked, and then saw Sam was shoving me into the back of the SUV, and Luke yelled to get the doors closed so we could get out of there. "Briar," I whispered, trying to sit up, but my side was in agony. I was placed in the very back with Sam next to me. I assumed the 4 students were in the middle row seats in front of us.
"Don't move,"
Sam ordered, pushing me back down.
"You're wounded."
"We're all wounded," Nick snapped from somewhere up front. Who are you all?" It was the man, the one who rebelled against Digen earlier. I recognized his voice. "No one," Luke answered sharply. "We'll take you with us back to our HQ, where you'll be safe, and we can get patched up." "And Digen, what about him?" I struggled to stay focused. Each bump in the road jostled my wounds, and I longed to sink into unconsciousness for a while. "We'll send the rest of the Talons back to the altar, more than enough to take them all on, and with any luck, capture a few undead, or a necromancer or 2, Luke muttered. "Get some rest, everyone. We have a long drive to get to safety." I lay my head back, cringing as Sam pressed a balled-up shirt to the wound at my side, and someone else applied pressure to my other shoulder.
"Zach."
"Briar," I whispered, wanting to call her and let her know I was fine, but then I was out.
Chapter 18. Zach.
The door to the infirmary at HQ was kicked open, startling me awake. Nick and Luke came in, both with their faces drawn in anger. "What's going on?" I asked, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. I tried to sit up, but I was too stiff. "How are your wounds?" Nick asked. Luke ran his hands through his hair, muttering and cursing under his breath from one end of the infirmary to the other. "I guess they're fine. How long have I been out?" 2 days. 2 days? Shit, I had to call Briar. I reached for my pocket, but my cell phone was missing. I glanced at the side table, but it wasn't there either. "Damn it, can I borrow your cell?" Nick tossed his to me, and I glared at it, willing my fingers to punch in the right number, my mind still a bit fuzzy, and my fingers not responding too quickly. I managed finally to get her number in, and send a quick message telling her I was fine. I hadn't decided if hearing her voice had been real or a dream yet. "Care to share what's got you two all riled up?" I asked after I handed the cell back. "It's gone," Luke snapped. "Gone? What's gone?" I asked, confused. "The altar, the undead, the necromancers, everything had been wiped from that place, according to Frankie and his team. Like no one was there. Like we hadn't even been there." Luke ranted. "We have nothing to go on. Just injured recruits, injured students, and a wounded brother." "There's nothing at all?" I repeated. "What about the places we hadn't checked out yet?" Nick rolled his eyes. "I sent them there, too. Nothing." Luke punched at the nearest wall, denting it. I hadn't seen him that pissed in years, not since Dad died. And back then, I thought he was merely upset because of the loss, not because Dad was murdered. "And the students we saved?" Nick placed his hands on his hips, shaking out his head. "You were right, they were all spirit summoners, but they can't remember how they got to the woods. They don't even remember leaving Academy." Spirit summoners. Briar. We had to get back to her. I needed to keep her safe. "What's our next move, then?" I asked urgently, throwing my legs over the side of the bed. My side throbbed every time I moved, as did my shoulder. Check that. Everything hurt the longer I was sitting up. I considered trying to walk, but Nick was there to stop me. "You took a beating. Give yourself a bit more time to rest," he argued. I had no doubt when I changed clothes I'd be black and blue all over, but a shower would have to wait until at least another day. "We're heading to Academy in a few more days," Nick said as Luke continued his furious walking around the infirmary, letting out a string of curses every few steps.
We can't find anything at these locations, then we're going to go to the only lead we do have, Ivan. And since we know the Necromancers are after spirit summoners, we're dispatching men we trust to watch over the remaining students at each academy, at least in our region. The others, they're on their own until we know who we can trust outside our realm of authority. You think there's something there? With Ivan, I mean? Right now, it's all we've got to pray there is. Luke marched over and gave my cheek a brotherly pat. Rest up, brother. You're going to need it. Yeah, I'm afraid of that. Hey, can one of you bring me my cell? I'll send it down when I let Hunter come check on you. Nick waved at me, and they left me alone in the infirmary. I settled back against the pillow after I tugged my shirt up to check both my injuries. They were bandaged, and the flesh around them was tender. No stitches, though. I meant to stay awake until Hunter came back with my cell, but my eyes closed, and instead I dozed. I sensed someone there with me, inside my head, and smiled at the notion Briar was somehow checking in on me. The idea that she could astral project her mind this far was impressive, but impossible, as far as I knew. Either way, I fell into a deep sleep and didn't wake up until Hunter jostled me a few hours later, as he told me, just to make sure I was alive. You haven't moved from this bed. Get your ass up before you're too stiff to even breathe, he teased. I grunted, barely able to sit up without his help. Can you do me a favor? What? Help me get to the showers? Hunter smiled as he helped me limp my sorry ass toward the door. Sure thing. You are stinking up the place. Yeah. The next time I get my ass kicked by undead, I'll ask them real nice to spray me with perfume when they're finished. Deal? He laughed quietly. Deal.
Chapter 19. Briar. I was cleaning the apartment kitchen again from top to bottom. After what happened Thursday, I'd been barely able to keep my sanity. I hadn't even told anyone. Not Nyala, not my professors, not even Zach. He texted me this morning to check in, as he said he would try to do, but there were no details and no hint of what actually occurred. And I was driving myself straight to Crazy Town in my failed attempts to sort out the possibility of how or why. Could I do it again? There I'd been in the middle of the afternoon, practicing my spirit summoning on my own time, when the hair on the back of my neck rose and a chill had crept over my body. Zach. Something was happening to him. There was no way in the hell I could know it, but I felt it in my gut. He was in trouble. He was in serious trouble. Like I'd touched a live wire, my eyes closed tight and my back went so rigid it hurt. My mind left my body and landed right in Zach's. He'd been wounded, and there were undead all around him, but he wasn't fighting. All I remembered was having an overwhelming fear and willing him to get his ass up and fight. Then there was a bright white flash, and I was back in my body, confused as hell about what even happened. No one around me on the ground seemed to notice anything, and no matter how hard I tried to do it, I couldn't make a connection with him again. I had to stop myself from texting him the following 2 days, and when he finally sent me a message from Nick's phone, I knew something was wrong, and he was trying to protect me from knowing. He's gotta tell me sooner or later, I muttered as I scrubbed the stovetop again. He'll be back, and then I'll ask him what he's been doing. I gave up on the stove and settled for taking a bath to relax. That did nothing to help much, so an hour later, when I was good and pruny, I climbed out of the tub, put on my comfy yoga pants and Zach's hoodie, then plopped down on the couch. I was aimlessly flipping through channels when I heard a key turning in the lock. I muted the TV, and as soon as I saw Zach appear in the open doorway, I rushed to hug him. "Oh, easy," he mumbled against my hair before I pulled back. "What do you mean, easy?" I demanded. "Zach, your face, your arms. What the hell happened to you?" He boasted one black eye, a split lip, scratches and gashes on his cheeks and forehead, and his arms were black and blue where I could see them. He winced, dropped his bag, and closed the door behind him. Long story. Undead and necromancers? He paused as his eyes narrowed. A few, yeah, but it looks worse than it is, swear it. Uh-huh, I mused. Care to give me a bit more than that? Not really. He sniffed the air and frowned. Is that bleach? What have you been doing to this poor apartment while I was gone? He tried to move around me, but I reached out and caught his arm. He flinched and I let go quickly, motioning him toward the lights in the kitchen so I could see better. The light made the bruises much more pronounced, and he looked like shit. He held his right shoulder stiffly. I tugged his shirt up slowly, and he gave up trying to stop me when I shot him a glare. "Holy shit," I whispered, gently running my fingers around the bandage at his side. "What? The necromancer, he did this, right?"
"Yeah, how did you know?"
"Just be honest with me, would you? Tell me what happened, and for the love of God, don't leave anything out, please?" He sighed, resting his forehead on mine.
"Can we at least sit down?"
We moved to the couch, and I kept a close eye on him as he leaned back carefully, situating himself a few times until he was comfortable. "Need an ice pack?"
"No, I'll survive,"
he assured me, though at the moment I wasn't so sure, and it took everything I had not to check over every inch of him, to see how bad his wounds were, then to smack him upside the head for getting himself into so much trouble. But when he started explaining what they came across in the woods, my fear over his being out there ratcheted high enough to keep me from chastising him. Now I knew how he must have felt all those times I put myself at risk. I was holding his hand tightly by the time he got to the part about being attacked by far too many undead for him, his brothers, and the captured students to fight off. He licked his lips as he seemed to bide his time to think of what to say next.
"Briar,"
he said. I perked up. He rarely ever called me by my first name. "Yeah?"
"When I was out there, there was a moment. I got hit over the head damned hard, and I couldn't get myself to fight back. And then out of nowhere, I heard you inside my head."
He gave me a crooked grin, staring down at our clasped hands.
"You were yelling at me to get up and fight back. Threatened me, actually."
"Sounds like me, but maybe you were just hearing things?" I said quietly. The look he gave me said he was far from believing me. I hunkered down lower on the couch cushion.
"Briar, were you there with me?"
I shrugged, scratching my head. "Maybe."
"Maybe? What do you mean, maybe?"
"I mean, I'm not actually sure what happened, all right? Except I sensed you were in trouble, and then I was just there, inside your head, watching you get attacked."
"And you yelled at me."
"Well, you weren't doing much to help yourself," I argued.
"I'd just been knocked on the head twice, and I was a bit outnumbered if you hadn't noticed."
"I did notice, which is why I was so pissed at you. Jesus, Zach, you lecture me all the time about keeping myself safe, and then I find you in the woods, being attacked and nearly killed." I yanked my hand free and stalked away from the couch. "I can't lose you, all right? I won't. So if this is the crap you're going to be doing, then you're taking me with you."
"The hell I am,"
he shot back angrily.
"You have no idea what's out there, what we've found out."
"Yeah, I do. I can see the proof of it on your banged-up body. You guys could use me out there. Did you forget I can set shit on fire?"
"You've only known you're a witch and a summoner for a year."
"And I can hold my own just fine, or have you forgotten?" We looked each other down across the living room, me taking in his bruises and his scratches and injuries, and him glaring at me like I was crazy. I probably was. His coming back to me in this condition was making me more so. Not knowing what he was doing, if he was even going to come back or not, that was pushing me over the edge. And Morris, he was supposed to stop by last night, but he didn't. Adam wasn't telling me anything about what was going on with Hook or Ivan. Everyone was keeping me in the dark, and I was sick of it. Zach's frown deepened, and suddenly he was there, in front of me, drawing me into his arms and kissing the top of my head.
"It's all right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry."
"For what?" I mumbled, hoping I didn't hurt him as I hugged him back. Luckily, he didn't protest.
"Making you worry so much. Not that it's my fault I was attacked," he added in a soft undertone.
I squeezed a bit harder.
"Ouch, all right, kidding. Just kidding."
"It's not just you." I leaned back enough so I could see those blue eyes I'd missed far too much while he was gone. "Morris, he was supposed to stop by last night, and your brother is more of a pain in the ass than you are." He chuckled warmly, a sound I missed almost more than those eyes.
"Don't I know it? I grew up with him, remember?"
"Well, he needs to be a bit more forthcoming with answers, or I'll start setting him on fire."
"Don't mess up your good student streak just yet."
I studied him closely as his hands pressed harder against my back. He was hiding something else, I felt it, and from the tick in his jaw, it was far from good news. How long do I get you this time around?
Depends.
On what? He worked his jaw, deep in thought. I poked him hard in the chest, hoping I hit a bruise. From the scowl he shot me, I did.
There are a few issues that need to be addressed.
And? How long are you going to be hanging around?
A few weeks or longer. As I said, it depends.
I went to poke him again, but he caught my wrist and grabbed the other one for good measure. Zach, I'm dying here not knowing anything. If you're going to be here that long, clearly something's up. Just tell me what the hell it is so I know if I need to start panicking or not. Those cerulean eyes darkened to a dangerous color, a hue I'd seen only one other time, when we'd been trapped in that basement and nearly killed.
It's worse than we thought,
he sighed, finally giving in.
And before you get all excited about the idea of my breaking rules, my brothers said I had no right to keep this information from you. Not when...
He trailed off, uncertain, and his eyes were so dark, the blue was lost in a murky haze of worry.
Not when we know what the Necromancers are after.
Meaning what? My heart was pounding hard in my chest as I waited for him to explain. Zach?
Spirit summoners. We think they're only after spirit summoners.
The Necromancers? But all those students, there's no way they're all spirit summoners, I argued. Proud my voice wasn't shaking from learning I was a target.
We believe they were using the other students to throw anyone off from finding a pattern, he explained, and to bolster their undead army, which from what I've seen so far is substantial. They're well organized, and it's our belief that someone higher up is concealing the murders and disappearances. Has been for at least 100 years.
I blinked, astonished at that number. 100 years. How many witches and warlocks had they taken and turned in that time? But spirit summoners? Why would they only want us? Are you sure? I managed to choke out.
The 6 we were investigating down south were all spirit, and the 4 we saved, also all spirit.
Bethany, I said quietly. She was spirit too.
I know, which is why we came as soon as we did, until we know for certain who's behind these attacks. I am your new bodyguard on campus and off campus. Got it? You do not leave my sight for anything. Woods will be watched over by Nick and Luke.
I huffed in annoyance. Great, so I'm a prisoner again. Perfect.
You don't want me to be your bodyguard? He shrugged. I could have Luke take my place, be there all the time. But then that means I'd have to stay away and...
I grabbed him by his shirt front and cut off his ramblings with a hot kiss. That's not the part that pisses me off, I informed him. But I guess on the bright side, there's no keeping me out of it now, right? If they're coming for me, I get to join in on the action again. He grunted, shaking his head at me.
You don't have to sound so excited about it.
What? I'm bored, and I hate not knowing what's happening. I glanced across the living room at my cell on the coffee table. Hearing from Zach helped soothe a few worries, though his stories and the information he dumped on me increased them in other ways. At least I knew he was safe. Morris, though, there'd been no word from him yet, and I wondered if Dresden had gotten the better of my newly found dear old dad.
He'll call you when he can,
Zach assured me, following my gaze. He better. You two are driving me nuts. His grin made me melt, and I asked if he had to be anywhere that evening.
Not until Monday morning when you report for your first class. And I should warn you, Sam is now sadly part of the team.
Course she is. Why? I snapped.
Not my choice, trust me, but she swears she wants to help. Nick and Luke don't trust leaving her at HQ yet, in case she decides to blab anything to her parents.
This just keeps getting better. Necromancers want to kill you, me, Woods, and everyone else I know, and the woman who's been hitting on my boyfriend is going to be on campus. Again. Hope she likes a warm autumn. Zach chuckled as he took my hand and tugged me down the hall.
How about we forget about the rest of the world, for a few hours at least?
That I can get on board with, I murmured. Chapter 20. Zach.
Being back with Briar did more than raise my spirits. My wounds healed quickly, and every weekend was spent together at the apartment. I took up residence in the staff quarters during the week, sharing a small apartment with my brothers, and leaving Sam to have her own room. I was not about to be stuck with her longer than I had to be. The first time Sam approached me, I was with Briar, seeing her from her classes to her training on the grounds. I thought the two of them were going to have a showdown right there in the middle of the corridor. I'd felt Briar's hand getting warmer where it rested next to mine, and was ready to step in. But Sam lowered her head and went back to her duty of assisting my brothers in keeping an eye on Woods. I'd told Briar I was proud of her, until I'd heard a yelp of alarm from down the corridor behind us. I'd turned in time to see Sam glaring at us, patting furiously at her right boot before she hurried off around the corner. Seriously, I'd admonished Briar, who completely failed to look innocent when she smiled.
Just this once, I swear it. You can't tell me it wasn't funny.
And it had been, and after that she kept to her word. Sam maintained her distance from that point on, and we fell into a regular pattern. I stayed within eyesight of Briar at all times until she turned in for the night, and just as I had the semester before, I added extra security to her quarters door to ensure she and Nyala were kept safe. Woods was brought in on what we knew, so he could be on the lookout for trouble, and though he insisted a bodyguard was overkill for him, we did not let him wander around alone either. We were taking no chances, not until we had more solid information to go on. September gave way to October, and the leaves changed inside Academy's mountain campus. The weather grew cooler in Silent Heights, and Briar and I spent most weekend evenings curled up, her fire swirling around us, to chase away the chilly air that brought a hint of snow. For those few weeks, I allowed myself to relax slightly, and to simply be in those moments we spent together. We were almost a normal couple on the weekends until Monday mornings rolled around, and the routine started over again.
What if they never come for me?
She asked as we snuggled on a Friday night. Then I guess you'll never be rid of me.
What about Ivan? Have your brothers talked to him yet?
I gave up on having a nice, quiet night. I was wondering when you were going to start bugging me for information.
Hey, I lasted pretty damned long. You should be proud. Ivan, Leeds?
Adam's been talking to him, but the second they mention Digin, we might lose whatever small advantage we have, I told her. Their plan is to push Ivan into messing up, or making a move. Then we'd have an excuse to move on him. But until then, we're keeping what we know quiet. Hard to figure out who's on whose side when we don't know who the Necromancers are working for. Her fingers were lazily tracing down my back, flames keeping me warm.
How far up the chain do you think it goes?
2 generals are dead, and the amount of missing and dead students is much higher than we anticipated. I hate to say a council member is involved, but it's starting to look that way.
You don't think Sam's involved, do you?
The thought had crossed my mind that she was playing nice with us to get close, but every time I checked her aura, nothing had changed. If her dad was involved, that was another matter entirely. There's a chance Gary, her father, is, but not her.
Too bad.
I arched a brow as I looked down at her. She did not meet my gaze. Something new happened between the two of you I should know about?
No,
she mumbled, but her hand flared hot against my back for a brief second. Before you set the couch on fire, just tell me? Her hand cooled instantly, and she sighed.
We might have had a few words.
What? When?
You were talking to Woods while I was finishing up training with Taps, and she was there. She came over and talked to me.
And
she just said something about hoping I didn't distract you in case we were attacked. She was afraid I'd get you killed. And when I told her we'd faced down tough odds before and come out just fine, she reminded me that she was an actual Talon, and I was merely a little girl, an inept student.
I tilted Briar's chin up, studying her annoyed look. And you believe her?
What? Hell no! But then I think fighting next to you and your brothers went to her head. She implied you two made a great team.
I wasn't going to say anything, but she was crawling away screaming when the first undead's arm came off and went after her. Briar smiled at that. I nodded. Happened. And maybe, just maybe, I might have let it go on for a while too. Just because. She exhaled, a devilish smile on her face.
And I missed it.
My point is, you know what you're capable of. You bested General Morris, remember? And he was not holding back, I reminded her. You are far from simply being an inept student.
Just wish I could throw back in her face that my real name is just as influential as hers.
One day soon you might be able to. I hugged her closer and closed my eyes. I dozed for a few minutes, half listening in case Briar asked me any more questions, but her breathing steadied, and then she was snoring quietly, sound asleep. She told me that since I'd come back, the nightmares were gone completely. I'd asked her earlier how bad they'd been, but she said Nyala only had to wake her up maybe once a week, and they hadn't been as bad as before. I wanted to keep her sleeping through the night and not be plagued by any more horrifying images of the undead. If the Necromancers decided not to attack any time soon, I'd get my wish for a little while, at least. I was surprised she'd asked about Ivan and not about Hook. I left out the part about Luke keeping a much closer eye on the headmaster as well. Luke came to me a few days ago, pointing out that Briar, sadly, might have a point. Hook was happy all the time. The man never stopped smiling, and he laughed so loudly sometimes at the tiniest thing that he was either drunk or someone had messed with his mind. Telling Briar she was right would ruin the bit of sanity and peace she currently had. She might hate me when she found out what I hid from her, but it was for her own good, to keep her safe as long as I possibly could. Yeah, she'd hate me all right, but the less she knew, the better.
Chapter 21. Zach.
Briar was seated with Woods in the meditation circle across the grounds. I kept my distance, not wanting to distract her during her sessions. They were working more and more with her astral projection, and each time I saw her shimmering and fiery figure appear in other locations around the circle, I beamed with pride. She was strong, so much stronger than when I left her at the end of the summer. An attack was the last thing I wanted, but I had all the confidence in her not going down without a fight if the Necromancers did come for her. I frowned at the sound of a raised voice behind me and turned to see Ivan waving his arms wide as Hook stood before him. But Hook wasn't yelling. He was grinning from ear to ear, cackling even as his second turned red in the face. "Are you even listening to me, you fool? You will do as I say!" "Ivan, my friend," I heard Hook reply as I sidled closer. "You worry too much. Enjoy the weather. Take a vacation. You need to live a little, my friend. What's to worry about, huh?" "This is too much. He's messed it up," Ivan snapped furiously. "I'm going to kill him for this." "Kill who?" Hook asked, and his smile faltered for a split second before it was back, and he was giggling. Giggling? Damn it, Briar was right. Hook was under someone's control, and whoever it was wanted to keep him happy and oblivious to what was happening. Which told me one thing. The Necromancers were returning to Academy soon. "Yes, Ivan," I said loudly, not willing to wait any longer. "Kill who?" "Ah, Zachary, another one of our success stories," Hook boasted loudly. "I must say I am proud to see you back here, working on official business." "Thank you, sir. It's good to be back for a while at least." "And I'm sure Miss Shroud is enjoying having you around again, too." He winked at me as he laughed. If I hadn't already suspected he was messed up in the head, that move right there would have convinced me. Even Ivan's eyes widened as he mumbled under his breath. "I believe she is, sir, but she's also sticking to her class and training." Of course, no need to tell me. Now then, I must be off. Sphinx has wandered away, and I must find that damned cat. Good afternoon to you both." He burst out in song as he strolled away, drawing the attention of everyone on campus. Had it not been for the fact that he was under the control of a necromancer, I would have found the sight highly amusing. As it was, seeing him so ignorant of what transpired right under his nose and oblivious to his second-in-command using him was unnerving. Ivan and I stared at each other for a long moment before he pivoted and tried to walk away. Briar was still with Woods in the meditation circle, so I took a chance and went after Ivan. "What do you want?" he snarled. "Just curious why Headmaster Hook seems to be so happy lately," I asked. "Why don't you bother him instead of me, then?"
Because you seem to be a bit off your game as well, Ivan. Something the matter? I was told not to mention anything about Digin, but whatever Ivan planned with the Necromancers, it was happening soon. Does it have anything to do with Professor Digin disappearing? Ivan tripped over his feet as he spun toward me. What did you say? Professor Digin, he's gone missing. Horrible, really. I heard you and he served together before you took up your post here. Why, I wonder? His hands curled at his sides, and the muscles bulged in his neck. I don't know what you're talking about, but I don't know any Digin boy, and you best remember that though you may not be a student any longer, you are far beneath me. Are you threatening an active member of the Talons? I challenged. Take it as you want, but I owe you nothing. Get a move on. I glared at him until he turned and stomped away, shouting at some students who didn't move fast enough. Why had Ivan chosen this academy to come to? There was nothing special about this place, so why here? He must have been placed here, but I expected him to be in charge of Digin and Dresden, not the other way round. From how unstable he was at the mention of that name, the way his skin paled and sweat beaded on his brow, I understood I was wrong. Ivan was not in charge of anyone. They had put him here, and if they'd put him here, there was a chance they'd put others like Ivan at all academies to keep an eye out for potential spirit summoners they could recruit. Or kill. I needed to meet with my brothers tonight and let them know what I'd overheard. But until then, my place was beside Briar. By the time I returned to my post near the training grounds, she and Woods were stepping out of the circle. I walked over to join her as Woods headed back toward the main building.
Hey, you okay?
Briar asked. Yeah, why?
Your jaw is clenched so hard you're going to crack your teeth. What's going on?
It's nothing, I tried, but she crossed her arms and fire flared to life in her eyes. Nothing yet, but as soon as I know for sure, I'll tell you, promise.
Better. I'm going to hit the shower, then dinner.
Sounds like a plan. I mused as I walked beside her, my head on a swivel as I kept an eye out for Ivan or anyone else who was going to cause trouble here. You did what? Adam snapped as Nick and Luke glared at me. I'm sorry, it slipped out, I muttered lamely as I met with them that night. But you should have seen his reaction. Whatever's going on with these necromancers, I think Ivan's their pawn, not the other way around. So you don't think he's the one? Adam asked, confused. I don't. He seemed almost scared when I mentioned Digin missing. And you're sure you heard him say those things? Luke tapped his fingers loudly on the table as he stared me down. Yes, every word. But if he's going to kill whoever put the mind control on Hook, why would he be scared of Digin? Luke argued. I shrugged. Maybe it wasn't Digin who did it. Maybe it was someone else. That isn't enough to drag him away for questioning. Why the hell not? I heard him say he was going to kill someone. Not like there's any real authority here aside from us. Hook is off his damned rocker, and Ivan is working for the Necromancers, who's going to report it. My three brothers sighed in unison, but not one of them said a word against me. If we bring him in and talk to him now, there's a chance he's already relayed to Digin that we're on to him, Adam said slowly. No matter what he tells us, if he tells us anything, their plans will have already changed if they're smart.
And you've seen how smart they are,
Nick added quietly. I know you meant well, Zach, but this might have just screwed up our one advantage. Or it'll push them into action too soon, and they'll mess up. We need a necromancer alive so we can question them. We're too far behind to ever get ahead unless we manage to get our hands on someone higher up the food chain. And if you'd waited, we could have had a chance to set that trap, Luke yelled. We still can. Quiet, both of you. Adam snapped as he held up his phone. General Morris? Where are you, sir? Morris? At least he was alive. But from the way Adam's brow furrowed, he didn't call with good news. Adam asked him to hold for a moment, and he put him on speaker, setting the phone in the center of the table. Go ahead, sir, Adam said, and I heard Morris clear his throat. His voice rang out rough and sounded strained, as if he'd been strangled recently. Depending on who he'd run into while searching for Dresden, he might have been. Dresden has been spotted in Michigan. Are you sure it's him? Adam asked. Damn sure. I'm the one who saw him right before his undead bastards ambushed me and he got away. He's been steadily heading back up north. And now he's changed course again. Not sure why." All three brothers watched me intently as Adam said, "We might have an idea." "Well then, you might want to know that Digin is coming back your direction too. One of my trusted sets of eyes called me 5 minutes ago. Said the asshole was spotted boarding a train in New York, headed south." "Shit, they're coming for Briar," I whispered, wanting to kick myself for being such an idiot. "Is that Zach?" Morris asked. "I'm here, sir, and I hate to say I think this is my doing." I briefly told him about my talk with Ivan and waited for the man to explode for putting his daughter at risk. "Don't blame yourself. They were going to come for her one way or another." "But now it's sooner. Much too soon," Adam pointed out. "And we have no intel to tell us how many they're bringing with them, and if they've got an army of undead to unleash at Academy." "But we know they're coming," Morris stated. "Set a trap. Catch one of them." "How do you plan on doing that? We can't risk the entire student and staff population." "I never said to, though if my daughter finds out what I'm saying now, she might try to kill me for it. Use her as bait. Draw them into Silent Heights," Morris suggested, reluctance in his voice. "Keep the casualties down, and you have the authority to clear out the few blocks around her apartment building." Bait? We were going to use Briar as bait? "I'm going with her," I insisted. "I'm a spirit summoner too. Be more tempting to come after her if I'm there." "Done," Adam agreed. "We'll fortify the apartment tonight, but we can't let her stay there. First thing in the morning, you get her up and out of here. Understood? General Morris, how far out are you?" 2 days. I'll get there as quickly as I can." "We'll see you soon, sir," Adam said. "And Zach," Morris said loudly, "keep my daughter safe." "Always, sir," I promised, and there was a click as he disconnected the call. "I'm sorry, guys, really." Nick slapped me hard on the back. We all mess up now and again." "Luke, you're with me. We'll start evacuating the streets around Briar's apartment. Nick, take care of securing the apartment itself. Give Sam orders she is to stay at Professor Wood's side. Zach, get a couple of hours sleep, but at the crack of dawn, get Briar, and I want you two off campus. Understood?" "Yes, sir," I said, and watched them file out, leaving me alone. I looked heavenward, asking for the strength to get through the next few days and whatever these bastards were going to throw at us next.
Chapter 22. Briar. "I hope you have a damn good reason for pulling me out of classes for 2 days. Zach shrugged one shoulder as he floored the gas pedal, taking us away from Academy on a Thursday morning, glancing every so often in the rearview mirror, like he expected us to be followed. "Does this have to do with what happened yesterday?"
"Might."
"And you're going to tell me what that is?" I urged, when silence filled the car after his short reply. "Am I in danger or something?" His hands tightening on the steering wheel was all the answer I needed. "Oh well, that's nice."
"Just trust me."
"I do, but I would like to know why we're leaving the very safe and secure campus and going— Where exactly are we going?" He hadn't said anything when he knocked on my door that morning and told me quietly to pack a bag. "Zach, talk to me, please."
"Your apartment."
My apartment was safer than Academy, where stone demon guardian statues and giant hedges that would magically keep anyone from getting in? Right, because that's so much safer.
"It is when my brothers spent all night fortifying it."
"How serious is this?" His hands tightened even more, and I waited for the steering wheel to break. I picked at my nails the closer we got to town. He said nothing until he pulled alongside the apartment building and parked. Nick, Luke, and Adam were there waiting for us, but Zach made no move to get out of the car. I'd faced down those undead in the library and attacked others in the basement, but for some reason, knowing something was coming for me freaked me out more than just being thrown into a dangerous situation without warning. It was like I was anticipating the attack now, and my imagination took off in all directions. Zach took my hand securely in his, and I faced him, hating the way the tick in his jaw seemed constant now.
"For the record, this was not our first option, but we have no choice, and it's partially my fault."
"What is?"
"Digin and Dresden are on their way here. We think it's to capture you, and possibly me."
"And we left Academy because—"
"Because you and I are now being used as bait to draw them in."
Bait. I was now bait for the bad guys. That was not encouraging in the least bit.
Ivan was talking to Hook yesterday, and he was talking about whoever was controlling the headmaster. And I confronted him and said something about Digin, and now they're coming here.
He rambled.
We don't know what's coming with them, but the only chance we have at getting ahead of this is to catch one of them and make them talk. I would never put you in this situation if we weren't desperate.
I nodded slowly. It's fine, I get it. Makes complete sense.
So you're not mad?
Am I mad you didn't tell me you realized there was something wrong with Hook? Yeah, I'm pissed about that. But if this is what it takes to catch a necromancer, then I'm in.
It might mean a few days on lockdown in the apartment.
Again, I blew out a frustrated breath, but what choice did I have? As long as someone brings me a few burgers and shakes, I'll survive. He leaned over the console and kissed me warmly. I hesitated for a second, knowing his brothers were right there. But the weight of both our lives being in danger slammed down on me, and I deepened the kiss, wondering if this constant running and fighting was ever going to end. Thursday took forever to go by, and though it was just me and Zach in the apartment, neither one of us was able to relax. We failed at watching a movie, tried to play games, but were both too distracted to pay much attention. It was beyond miserable, and even talking was strained. By evening, we found ourselves sitting on the couch in the silence of the apartment, just holding each other close. The TV was on some old sitcom, but we had it muted. If we have to spend every day like this, it's gonna be hell, I muttered, resting my head on the armrest of the couch, my legs on Zach's lap.
We'll just agree the next time someone has to be bait, it's not us.
Deal. I'd expected to hear news of some sort from his brothers by now, or maybe even from Morris, who Zach finally told me was alive, though a bit beat up, but on his way. Nevertheless, no one texted us or came by the apartment. At least no one texted us with any actual substantial news, except to ask what we wanted for dinner. I even begged to walk to the diner and back, but Nick had said no and promised he'd bring some pie to cheer us up. That was 20 minutes ago, and when there was a knock at the door, I moved over so Zach could get up and check. I waited for Nick's cheerful teasing as he brought us our food, but the door didn't open. Zach? I was on my feet with fire in my hands, moving toward the front door. Zach stood there holding out his hand for me to freeze. His body tensed, and I didn't have to ask to know Nick was not on the other side of the door. Slowly, Zach retreated until he reached me, his other hand digging into his pocket for his cell. He mouthed one word to me, and the fire in my palms grew brighter. Undead. There was an undead just casually standing outside our front door. Nice to know the plan worked. Zach's fingers moved over his phone, and he tucked it away again. Half of me wanted to charge through that front door and set the damn thing on fire, but Zach would grab me before I made it 2 steps and drag me back. We were here to be bait, not attack unless we had to, until we knew either Dresden or Digin were here, so we could capture one or both. The sound of a crash had me biting my tongue to keep from crying out in alarm. We whipped around just in time to see 2 more undead had climbed to the balcony and pressed themselves against the glass door. "Zach," I whispered, "we can't just stand here."
"There's just one out the front. We can take him out."
"And then what? Where are your brothers?" They hadn't texted him back yet, and when he shook his head, at a loss, my gut plummeted to the floor. Either they were late responding, or they'd already been attacked.
"We run out the front, get to the car, and we'll get out of here. Got it? Don't stop."
I nodded, bracing myself for whatever was beyond that single undead waiting at the front door. "Ready," I whispered. Together we charged the front door. I stood to the side, ready to attack as he unlocked it and yanked it open. The undead shrieked, but I was already blasting it with fire. It stumbled and rolled down the steps, landing in a burning heap at the bottom. Zach grabbed my hand, and we leapt down the stairs, sprinting to get to the car parked at the curb. More undead rushed toward us, 10 or more maybe. Where the hell were Zach's brothers? We were just a few feet away when a robed figure lunged at us from the alley, tackling us to the asphalt. I wriggled free, but he had Zach pinned, and the nearby undead, clearly at the Necromancer's command, closed in.
"Briar, run!"
Zach shouted. I didn't want to leave him, but then the necromancer yelled for them to get me. I took off, hoping to pull most of them away from Zach, if nothing else. I was barely a block away when 2 more figures appeared out of nowhere. Nick and Luke, already looking haggard and like they'd been fighting for a while, yelled at me to keep going. I wanted to go back for Zach, but several undead were right behind me. I raced through Silent Heights, shooting fire behind me as I went, but they just kept coming. I attempted a shield several times, but was too rattled and worried for Zach to manage a solid one that lasted for more than 3 seconds. I took a hard left, then another hard right, and heard more fighting somewhere ahead of me. Suddenly, an undead leapt off a balcony and cut me off. I was forced to turn back and burst down another side street that I could have sworn would wrap back around to the apartment. But I was wrong. Oh, come on! I smacked my hands against the high fence blocking my escape from the alley. I had to get to Zach to help him catch the necromancer, but I was trapped. There were too many undead, an army of them just wandering around. It was beyond surreal, especially when there was no one else here. Silent Heights was like a ghost town. I felt like I'd been sucked into a zombie horror film. There should be no damned undead in Silent Heights, but here they were, wandering around like it was their town, not mine. I whirled around to try to rush back out the other end of the street, but 5 gangly bodies were falling apart and crackling as they stood in the entrance. And they weren't just normal undead. Oh no, these undead had knives in their hands. Who the hell arms zombies? I planted my feet, summoning spirit as a shield to protect myself, laughing in triumph when it worked this time, and then pulled 2 small flames into my hands, praying I wouldn't catch the buildings on fire around me. I was ready to attack when I noticed a shadow on the ground behind me and turned in time to find a figure throwing itself at me. We hit the ground, scuffling, except this wasn't an undead. It was just as Carter had been, possessed, taken over, whatever it was called. Its hands grabbed from my throat, cutting off my air and breaking my concentration. The fire in my hands sputtered and went out. I poked it in the eyes, but it only cackled, not caring it couldn't see. Black spots started to fill my vision, and my hits weakened as he choked the life from me. Briar! Zach! I wanted to call out to him, but couldn't. Then I heard the undead breaking and shattering under his attacks. The creature holding me down yanked me to my feet and slammed me into the nearest brick wall. I cringed at the pain shooting through my skull. His hands tightened even more, impossibly so, and I waited for my throat to be crushed under the force. Dresden sends his regards. The creature leered in my face. You would have made a wonderful necromancer, but you are too much trouble. Good, I managed to spit at him. He squeezed even harder, and I felt the pressure build up in my eyes. Zach was yelling, and then I couldn't hear anything. I was gonna die in a freaking alley, killed by one of Dresden's creatures. Dead and gone, just like that. But I didn't want to die. I had Zach. I found my dad. I had friends now, a good life. Heat swarmed me, but I couldn't tell if I was on fire or not. The creature didn't let go, so I assumed not. But the heat increased, feeling like an inferno within me. This thing, it thought it could kill me, get inside my head and make my last moments terrifying. I could get inside people's heads too. I could see what people felt, what they thought. I was fire and spirit. I was stronger than this thing. What are you doing? It snarled. I felt its hands loosen slightly. Stop it! The being whined. I had no idea what I was doing, other than tapping into my rage. Fire continued to grow inside my mind. I saw the flames clear as day, and then suddenly, I was no longer inside my own mind. I was in the dark abyss that was this creature. The fire filled up the empty space, lighting up every shadowy crevice. Then I was slammed back into my body as it screamed in agony. Its hands were still around my throat, even as it screamed and wailed. I saw flames in its eyes, but it couldn't control fire. Those hands held on to my throat for dear life, and just when I thought I'd failed and was going to die, the creature's head exploded. Bits of skull and brain matter flew every which way, covering me and the wall. Its body remained standing for another few seconds until its hands went limp and it crumbled. And standing right behind it, looking like he was torn between being amused, worried, and disgusted, was Zach.
Shroud?
He asked quietly, stepping over the corpse.
What did you just do?
I gaped at the now headless body. I think I blew up its head with mine, I murmured. My knees gave out and I was falling forward. Zach caught me and scooped me into his arms. I tried to speak again, but the words slurred together, and then there was nothing. Chapter 23. Zach.
I anxiously tapped my fingers, waiting by the apartment front door. My brothers had been attacked a few minutes before that knock came at the door. They'd shown up in time to help me wrestle the Necromancer into submission and gag him. Not Digin or Dresden, but he was one of their number, and now there was a chance we'd get some real answers. They said once they secured him, they'd come by and check on Briar and me. Morris was on the way too. He texted and said he was 10 minutes out. I glanced from the door back to the living room and willed myself to stay strong and not lose it. Briar was curled up on the couch, her chin resting on her knees. She looked at the blank TV screen, pale and shaking. I tried to comfort her, but she shoved me away, scared she'd hurt me. What happened in that alley? I couldn't even explain it yet. She said she felt fire, immense fire within her, and then pictured the creature's mind. The next moment, his head blew up like someone shoved a brick of explosives in his ear and lit the fuse. When those undead attacked us on the street, I'd assumed that would be the worst of our day, and we would celebrate a win for our plan working, somewhat. Now I felt like all we did was make everything worse. Briar had come to once we reached the apartment and started screaming and flailing, trying to push me away. She was covered in the remains of that creature. She'd been sick twice, but refused to let me do anything except stand in the doorway to the bathroom to make sure she wasn't going to hurt herself. It wasn't human, I reminded her again, hoping I'd break through her haze at some point.
Could have been. Probably used to be,
she argued. Her voice so quiet and rough from being strangled, it made me worry more. I wasn't focused. I wasn't directing it. It just happened. You saved yourself.
What if it had been you?
She demanded hotly. I'm not scared of you, I said firmly. I never will be. I trust you. She turned those dark, cold eyes to me and mumbled, Maybe you shouldn't.
Not anymore.
I opened my mouth to argue when I was interrupted by a knock. We're not finished discussing this, I warned her and opened the door. Morris nodded to me as he walked in, worried eyes on his daughter. What happened? Wait until everyone gets here. I only want her to go through it once. His lips thinned at my announcement, but he let it go and went to sit beside Briar. But just like she did to me, she shoved him away, yelling for him to keep his distance before she hurt him, too. He backed away but stayed in the living room, his eyes never leaving her. It didn't take much longer for Nick, Luke, and Adam to arrive. I closed and locked the door before I led them into the living room. Our new guest will be out for a few hours, Adam informed me, frowning as he looked at Briar, who was shaking on the couch. When he wakes, we'll question him, figure out where Dresden and Digin are. Until then, care to share what happened out there? Luke asked. Briar, do you want me to tell them? I asked her gently. She scrubbed her hands over her face, shaking her head. She swallowed hard a few times. I'll do it. You sure? Yeah, I'm sure. She took a deep breath, focusing on the coffee table instead of us, and told from start to finish what happened. My brothers had been there for some of it, but none of us stopped to remind her, letting her talk it out. When she got to the part about our being separated, guilt hit me hard. The necromancer dragged me down, and then I'd been surrounded by a swarm of undead, and yelled at her to run and get out of there. That was how she'd wound up in the alley in the first place. By the time I'd gotten to her, that thing was choking her. I knew I wasn't going to get to her in time, and then she did what she did. Her final words lingered in the apartment. My brothers and Morris blinked at her in confusion, exchanging glances with me as if to confirm what happened. Are you saying Morris asked, licking his lips, seeming to search for the right words. You're saying you astral projected fire inside his mind? And his head? He made an exploding motion with his hands. Briar nodded.
You're the one who said I could astral project my ability.
Yes, but never did I think you could do so inside someone's mind. She gulped. I waited for her to start to the bathroom to be sick again, but she steadied herself and shook her head. She blinked hard.
He wasn't a human, but if he had been, I could have... How can I do this? I can't, right? I'm a freak of nature, and it shouldn't be possible?
Briar, Morris tried to say, but she was shaking her head and flinching away from him as he neared.
No, just stay back. What if I can't control it and it happens again?
You are not being attacked right now, he insisted, and it won't happen again.
You don't know that. You don't know anything about this because I'm new. There's never been this combination before. And now I know why. The only thing I'm good for is being a damned weapon.
She clambered off the couch and sprinted down the hall, slamming the door to her room. Morris took her spot, holding his head in his hands. She's right, sadly. I've never heard of such a thing. You told her she could astral project fire. I repeated her earlier words. To other locations, but to put fire, physical fire, inside someone's mind? It should not be possible, and yet she did it. So what do we do? Adam and my brothers exchanged a look before he stepped forward. The semester is halfway over. Let her finish it. We'll keep her in as calm an environment as we can manage, and then we will take her to Talent HQ, where she can be trained in a safe, controlled place. My hands curled into fists at my side as the tics started in my jaw. You mean you're going to lock her away? No, not happening. I never said that, but until she can control this new ability, we don't have a choice. I stalked away from them, furious that this was their only idea. You'll be there with her, Adam pointed out. You can help train her. You think she'll go for it? I seethed. Do you? I wanted to say no, but I sensed the strong-willed Briar had finally met her match in herself. Unstoppable force now had a whole new meaning that might not bode well for her. Let me talk to her, I told them, and left them to talk while I went to find Briar. I expected her door to be locked, but the knob turned, so I stepped in slowly.
Go away,
she mumbled. I spotted her on her bed, curled up in a ball, hugging her pillow. She faced the window, but when she sniffed hard, I knew she'd been crying. No, we need to talk about this.
There's nothing to talk about. I'm dangerous. I blew someone's head off.
You did, but that doesn't mean you have to lock yourself away from the world, I argued. Isolating yourself will not make this better.
Says you.
Yeah, says me. I reached for her shoulder, and she pulled away. I frowned, but was not going to give up on her. I reached again, and this time forced her to face me. Tears streaked her face, and when I saw the bruises on her neck from the attack, words left me. She looked at me long and hard. I trust you, remember?
Maybe you shouldn't.
Maybe you should trust yourself. You really think you would have let yourself hurt someone you care about? You are in control, Shroud. You. Remember that. She swallowed, and I saw her wince at the pain after that bastard's chokehold.
Bit hard to do after what I just saw.
You're going to have to find a way.
And them, what do they think?
I steeled myself in case she lashed out as I said, they believe letting you finish out the semester while watching over you should be fine. But once it's over, they want to bring you to Talent HQ to help you train and keep you safe. The seconds ticked by. Fire flared to life in her eyes, but then it went out just as fast, and she fell forward against my chest. I held her close as she cried. Since I'd met her, I only ever saw her fall apart once, and that had been hard enough to watch. Now, after how close we'd become, it felt like someone drove a knife into my chest. She was beyond scared, and she shook with that fear. I smoothed one hand through her hair, whispering whatever comforting words came to mind, and waited for her to calm down again. No matter what happens, I whispered, I won't leave you.
I know, that's what worries me.
Why? I asked, confused.
Because I told you a long time ago not to put so much faith in me. You might get hurt, and now you really could.
Won't happen. I kissed the top of her head, willing her to believe in herself as I did. She fell silent after that, and eventually sleep took her. I covered her with a blanket, tucked her in, and quietly left her to get some rest. Exhaustion hit me hard when I returned to the living room and found my way to a chair. "So?" Adam asked. She agreed to go, I told them. "You know this is going to be hard to explain, why we're taking her away." "Leave it to me," Morris said gruffly, glancing down the hallway. "Even if I finally have to reveal the truth to make it happen, I'll see that no one questions the Talons or bothers Briar about her leaving Academy." I thanked him quietly, but found nothing else to say. Adam and Morris discussed the undead in Silent Heights, knowing Dresden or Dijon had to be nearby. They wouldn't risk sending in a lackey without being nearby to watch. Their ties to Ivan needed to be investigated soon, before Ivan made a move on Academy and hurt any more students. Or Hook. That man was not in his right mind, and it was damn time we found out why. Our new guest was our way into this dark world of necromancers, and it was high time we had some damned answers.
Chapter 24. Zach.
I turned to Adam. "Has the bastard said anything yet?" "Nothing," Adam told me. I watched the necromancer through the two-way mirror. We'd taken over the local sheriff's office after the evacuation. The necromancer was currently chained up in one of the interrogation rooms, with extra wards and enchantments on the chains holding him, plus a gag in his mouth to stop him from shouting. Adam grimaced. "Or at least nothing coherent. You'll have to take the gag out sometime. If he agrees to stop screaming, we will. You sure you want to go in there?" "I'm the one they're after, me and Briar, so yeah, I'll go." Morris had stayed behind at Briar's apartment to watch over her while she recovered from the attack, and accepted her latest development as far as astral projecting. I'd stayed with her through the night, if sleeping in a chair out in the hall counted, since she refused to let me stay close while she slept, just in case. I slipped out this morning while she'd still been out to join my brothers in going through the town and ensuring there were no more undead. There was no sign of Dijon or Dresden, but with any luck, we'd get this bastard to start talking, and he'd let something slip. "Don't let him rattle you." "I'll be fine." Adam smiled, I guessed to encourage me, but I saw the uncertainty and anger simmering below the surface. As much as I thought I'd grown up, to my brothers I was still the baby, the one they had to protect, and now I was here, in trouble, and none of them had any surefire way to keep me safe. I took his hand and pulled him into a one-armed hug. "We'll get them," he assured me. "We'll get all of them and end this." "I know. No one's going to stop the Pierce brothers." "Damn straight." I left him to watch from this side of the mirror and joined Nick at the door, ready to go in. Neither one of us said a word. We simply opened the door and walked inside. "You ready to talk?" I asked as Nick shut the door. The man, buzzed head and tattoos covering every inch of his face and hands, glowered at us, chewing on the rag like a dog with a bone. His lip lifted in a snarl, and he tried to throw himself at us, but the chains held fast, and I sneered. "I know you came here for me and the girl. You failed. I bet the one you answer to won't be happy." His eye twitched, and he glared at the mirror behind me. "You talk and we'll make sure you don't get killed for the crimes of necromancy," Nick said, sitting on the corner of the table. "You don't talk, and you'll be executed within the week." This time his eyes narrowed, and he tried to talk, but the words were blocked by the gag. "You going to talk?" He nodded to me, and I waited for Nick to give the go-ahead before I reached out and tugged the cloth free. "Who are you?" "Bracken," he replied stiffly. "Who gives you your orders?" I asked. Bracken spat. "Piss off, boy." I wiped the spit from my face, and with a flick of my finger, shot a lash of spirit across his face. Nick had to turn away to stop himself from laughing. I felt Adam glaring at the back of my head in warning through the mirror. But Bracken sneered as he straightened himself in the chair. "You think you're powerful? You are nothing compared to those who control us. Those who are still coming. And they are coming, boy. Coming for you and that little bitch." I slammed my fists on the table as I leapt to my feet. "Don't you dare talk about her." "So you do have a soft spot for her? How sweet. It'll make my master all the happier to tear the two of you apart. He'll break her and make you watch. Then he'll do the same to you." I was across the room with my hands around his throat before I realized I'd even moved. Nick yelled, grabbing my shoulders to try to tear me away, but I threw him off and went back to choking the life from this asshole. More hands were on me, and then I was being dragged from the room, spewing curses and seeing only red, until I was thrown into the hall and the door was shut, with the necromancer still in the room screaming at the top of his lungs. "What did I tell you?" Adam snapped, giving me a hard shake. "I said don't let him get to you." "He threatened Briar," I ranted. I'm sorry, I wasn't in control of myself." Holding my face in my hands, I slid down the wall, crouched in the hall. When was the last time I'd lost control like that, ever? "Happens to the best of us, but you're not going back in there." There was no argument on my end. Adam was talking to Nick, said something about giving the necromancer a few moments to cool down before they went back in there to talk to him, when suddenly Adam cursed and ran back into the room. Nick was right behind him, and I stood in the doorway, staring in disbelief. "Son of a bitch." Adam kicked the wall, and Nick moved so I got a better glimpse of Bracken, chained to his chair, but his head, his neck. It was as if someone had twisted his head all the way around. His tongue hung out of his mouth, and his eyes bulged from their sockets. Dead. He's dead. He didn't do that to himself. How? You think one of the others did it? Digin or Dresden? Nick reached out, prodding the jutting bones from Bracken's neck. I swallowed back the urge to vomit. Damn. He wiped his fingers on Bracken's shirt. Briar astral projected fire into someone's head, I said quietly. Now this. I'm starting to believe some of us are capable of much more than we ever thought possible. So this doesn't seem like too much of a stretch, considering. Nick and Adam watched me curiously. Considering what? Adam asked. During the fight at the altar, Briar astral projected into my head, I told them, from where she was at Academy. Without seeing you? Nick shook his head and slumped into the chair across the table from the dead necromancer. That's insane, you know that, right? Whatever Briar is, she's far from normal. We have to get her to HQ. You are not going to turn her into a guinea pig, I warned. No, of course not. But Zach, she's setting a new precedent for summoners, especially with spirit summoners. I think we should call in Theon, Adam suggested. Now? Yes. And tell him what? I shouted. That for the past 4 years you guys have been running secret missions, breaking who knows how many laws and regulations, and that I've been helping you hunt down necromancers, as has Briar, who, by the way, blew someone's head up? I could see it now. Theon would learn what we'd been up to and turn us all in. We'd be thrown in front of the council members for sentencing, and none of us would see freedom again. And Briar, she'd be taken away from me. And if they deemed her too dangerous for the public, what would happen to her? We won't tell him about Briar at first, Adam said slowly. But we need help here. This power, this is beyond us, Zach. You have to see that. I did, but a voice in my head said drawing a master into this mess was a bad idea. And if the necromancers realize he's here, if they come after Theon and get a hold of someone as strong as he is, what then? You look me in the eye and tell me Theon would ever let a lowly necromancer bring him down? Nick shot one more disgusted look at Bracken, then muttered, That old bastard will probably be the only one out of all of us still standing when this is over. The word struck me hard, and for a horrible second, I was sure I saw an image of Theon leering down at me as he held Briar in his grasp, choking the life from her. Then I blinked, and the image was gone. I rubbed my temples, my head aching. My brothers told me to get lost and go check on Briar. I was more than ready to get away from another dead body that might decide at any time to come back to life and keep trying to kill us.
Chapter 25. Zach.
Several very long and stressful days passed after the attack in Silent Heights. Morris and I took shifts watching over Briar, who hardly said a damned word now. We were lucky if we could get her to eat, even just get out of bed. I hadn't told her about the plan to bring Theon here, but Morris knew, and each day the lines on his face deepened. You think Theon will try to shut us down no matter what we tell him? I asked one afternoon as we sat in the living room and watched Briar where she sat out on the balcony. She had a blanket wrapped around her shoulders, staring off into the distance at nothing. My instincts said to go to her, but each time she pushed me or Morris away, wanting to be alone. You think he won't try to take her when he learns the truth? He'll have to kill me first, Morris snapped. I lost one daughter to this madness. I'm not about to let them steal a second one. Glad to hear we're in agreement on that notion. I wished more than anything I could go back and save her before she'd gotten to the point of having to push herself so hard, of learning she could blow someone's head up, making it explode like a melon. Briar was hard on the outside, but she was a good person. Good people did not deal well with learning how dangerous they could be to those around them. If the man she had killed had been real flesh and blood, it wouldn't be simply a depressed Briar we dealt with day after day. She would have taken more drastic measures to stop such a horrible instance from occurring again. I rubbed at the ache in my chest that had started days ago. The woman I loved was out there alone, and there was nothing I could do to help her. It killed me inside, bit by bit. We were destined for great things. I sensed it the longer I was with Briar. This was only a bump in the road, a very large bump, but a bump all the same. Morris grumbled to himself as he got up to fetch something from the kitchen. I grew lost in my thoughts. The bright future I hoped for us to have was cracking. Instead of a future filled with peaceful days and loving nights, we were heading toward days of war and endless fighting, days of wondering if we would survive or not, if one of us would get the dreaded phone call saying our loved one was lost to a cause our own people were ignorant about. That necromancer Bracken, someone had been strong enough to kill him to stop him from talking, but what he had said stayed with me, haunted me every waking hour of the day. Briar was mine to protect, and yet I suddenly felt when the time had come, I'd failed her. The glass door slid open. I glanced up. "How are you feeling?" I asked Briar as she walked inside. "You look better."
I'm getting there."
I went to her and inwardly sighed in relief when she let me pull her into a hug. "Good, that's good. But no rush. Take your time."
"I know. I'm kind of tired. Gonna lie down."
"Do you need anything?"
"Would you mind resting with me for a while? I sleep better when you're around."
Heat flooded my chest as I nodded, glancing toward the kitchen to find Morris wearing a half smile. Since the incident, Briar had forced me to stay in my own room at night, and I'd missed holding her in my arms. I let her lead the way down the hall to my room instead of hers, and I left the door cracked as she lay down. I hit the bed beside her. She snuggled into my arms and chest, and I breathed her in, sensing her relax. Within minutes she was sound asleep, and I ran my fingers through her hair, content to hear her breathe peacefully. Too bad it didn't last long. Her face scrunched as if in pain, and her hands twitched and twisted in the blanket. I ran my hand down her arm, trying to calm her back to sleep, but she jerked, and then went completely rigid as a scream tore from her mouth. I gripped her shoulders as she flailed, yelling for Morris when I couldn't wake her up. He was there a second later and tapped her cheeks hard, calling her name, but the nightmare held her fast in its grip. "Damn it, wake up!" he yelled, but she screamed again, her back arching off the bed. "It's like she's possessed. What is this?" I had no answer for him and could only help restrain her so she didn't hurt herself. When her body started to warm, I waited for the flames to appear, or worse, for her to wind up inside one of our heads. A loud knock sounded at the door, followed by Adam shouting. We called for him to get his ass in there with us. Steps rushed down the short hall to my room, but my brother wasn't the only one to appear in the doorway. Theon stood on the threshold, his brow furrowed as he took in the scene. Then he was moving closer, placing his hand on Briar's forehead. "Calm yourself, Briar. Calm," he murmured firmly. "You must return to us now." A chilly gust flowed through the room, spreading outward from Theon. Whatever he was doing seemed to be working. Briar's eyes remained closed, but she stopped screaming, and her skin cooled against my hands. "Return, Briar," Theon repeated. "Your family and friends, those who you love, they are here. Come back to us now. Come back." He reached out with his free hand for mine. I stared at him, confused, but he smiled, and I let him take it. He replaced his hand with mine. I don't know what to do, I confessed.
She needs to feel your presence, not mine. She'll awaken soon, and when she does, it seems we all need to sit down and have a very long conversation about what the Pierce family and the Morris family has been up to.
He eyed Morris long and hard before his gaze shifted to Briar.
You should have told me, my friend.
Never found the right time, Morris said quietly.
Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Until I have the full truth before me, I can't say what will happen. You two come with me. Zach, take care of her.
The three of them left, closing the door quietly behind them. I kept my hand pressed to Briar's forehead, whispering her name and telling her how much I needed her. Eventually, her eyes fluttered open, and she glanced around, confused, until she focused on me. My hand slipped to cup her cheek, but then she was in my arms, hugging me close, trembling. "Hey, you're all right," I whispered. "I've got you. You're safe. We're all safe."
"It was so real," she murmured. "I saw you dying and I couldn't. And then there was the undead necromancers, but then I was one, and I blew up someone's head. I can't see who it was now, but that voice. Someone called to me."
"Theon's here." She sat back, startled.
"Theon? Master Theon? He's here?"
"We had no choice, and it is not all because of you, I swear it. The necromancer we captured, Bracken, I never told you what happened to him."
"Did he escape?"
"In a way. Whoever's controlling these necromancers managed to break the man's neck." Briar's jaw dropped.
"Seriously?"
"There are several reasons Adam decided to bring Theon here, but he does want to officially meet you and learn about what you've done."
"And you think this is a good idea?"
I shook my head, then nodded. Then I finally shrugged, completely at a loss. Honestly, I don't know anymore. But what you're doing, it's on levels none of us have seen before, and I can't help you. Theon, though, he's a master. If anyone can help you, he can.
"You excited to have a real freak as a girlfriend yet?"
"At least you're my freak," I said, hoping to hear her laugh, and it worked. Might not have lasted as long as I hoped, but it would do for now. "Ready to go meet him?" Together we exited my room and walked into the living room where Morris was talking quietly with Adam and Theon. Their conversation stopped when we appeared, and Theon reached out a hand for Briar.
"I've heard some interesting stories about you, my dear," Theon said kindly.
"Yeah, well, what can I say? I have a knack for getting my butt in trouble."
I bit the inside of my cheek as Adam's eyes widened and Morris rolled his. Theon, on the other hand, laughed heartily.
"You are certainly a breath of fresh air, if nothing else. I take it you're as rebellious as Bethany was?"
he asked, directing the question to Morris. "You have no idea."
"Now then, how about we all sit down and start from the beginning, eh?"
Briar looked at me, and we took the couch. She never let go of my hand as she began to recount her story of coming to Academy. She only talked about what she learned she could do, though. And I chanced to look at Adam, wondering how much Theon had been told yet about what we'd been up to. Adam subtly nodded, letting me know he'd managed to relay a good deal of information to Theon before bringing him here. I watched Theon's face, waiting to see his reaction as the story progressed, but his expression never changed from one of thoughtfulness and curiosity. When Briar reached the part about popping into my head when I needed help most, he sat up straighter, but said nothing. She then told of the latest fight in the alley and the exploding head, then fell silent and squeezed my hand. Theon's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked intently, studying her.
"I must say," he finally said, "in all my years of traveling and training, I have never heard of one able to do as you say. Were it not for the witnesses here, I would call you a liar."
Briar bristled and glowered at him.
"Don't push me," she snapped. "I've been through too much shit these past few days to deal with someone calling me a damned liar."
He smiled and held up his hand.
"I said I would call you a liar. However, I see the truth on your face, hear it in your words, and see it in your aura. Your aura is a tangled mess. You are clearly in distress over what you have done."
"And?"
she pushed. And I would like to request you return with me to the Master's home base to further your training and to begin to understand what you are capable of."
"Hell no," I snapped. Morris stepped forward at the same time. Theon blinked, taking in the sight of two of us standing protectively now in front of Briar.
"I'm sorry?"
"You are not going to walk in here and take her from us," I growled.
"I did say request, did I not?" Theon repeated as he rose, an edge to his voice I hadn't heard before. "You must understand she is unlike any summoner before her, and as such, we must tread carefully."
"And what about the other issues at hand?" I argued. "The necromancers and armies of undead, or did you forget about those in the face of finding a new curiosity to study?" Theon breathed out deeply through his nose.
"I believe you misunderstand my intentions."
"Then explain them better." Months ago, if someone told me I'd be standing toe-to-toe with Theon, ready to challenge him, I would have said they were crazy. But here I was, ready to deck him if need be, to stop him from taking Briar away.
"From what your brother has told me, it is clear we have a serious matter to deal with regarding necromancers, who should by all rights be extinct," Theon said. "As such, Briar being able to fully use her abilities in this unforeseen war would benefit you, yes?"
"Yes,"
I said slowly. "That is all I wish for her. To teach her, Zach. Not to steal her away."
I wanted to keep arguing, but the front door burst open. Nick and Luke hustled inside. "We have a problem," Nick announced.
"Another one. Surprise," Briar muttered from behind me, still on the couch.
"What's happened now?" Adam demanded.
"Hook, he's been kidnapped from Academy," Nick said tersely, "by Ivan. They're just gone." A hush fell over the room. If they had Hook, it wouldn't be long before they killed him, and he came back as one of their damned undead. I waited for Adam or Morris to speak, but it was Briar who stood up and stepped into the middle of the room, a fire in her eyes that I hadn't seen in the last few days.
"Then let's go get him back,"
she stated. Morris started to shake his head. She crossed her arms, a determined look on her face.
"Look, you need me, all right? Aside from you, who else can summon fire? And spirit? And if all else fails, I'll blow up Ivan's head, right?"
She tried to smile as she said it, but it came off as a grimace. "How do you plan on finding them?" Adam asked. "I'm assuming they left no trail to follow." Nick and Luke nodded. Theon tapped the side of his nose and laughed quietly.
"Leave that to me. If the necromancers truly are back and believe they can continue to attack our numbers unnoticed, it is high time I help prove them wrong."
"What about your guards?"
"They'll be fine at their hotel for a few hours," he said,
waving away any concern of them being angry that their master left without their knowledge. "Right, Nick. Call in the rest of the Talons here," Adam ordered. "Meet at the station, and we'll head out from there." Nick took off to relay the order. Briar said she was going to go get ready. I followed, leaving the rest of them to work out the details. "You're sure you're ready for this?" I asked, watching Briar pull out her boots and fresh clothes.
"I can't sit around here while you go off and fight again," she informed me sternly. "I can't. Not after all the nightmares I've had of watching you die. You and I, as much as you might not want to admit it, are stronger together. Do I have any idea what I'm doing? Hell no. But I'll go out there. I've got your back."
"Someday you'll figure out you're stronger than me."
"Yeah, okay," she mumbled.
I stopped her, pulling her into my arms and kissing her. "No matter what happens out there, we're in this together." I gave her one last hug and then ducked into my room to change into clean clothes as well, and to prepare myself mentally for the fight to come. Ivan finally showed his true colors. With Theon here, we might actually be able to make some headway as far as understanding who was behind the return of the necromancers, and who the hell was covering up these atrocities.
Chapter 26. Briar. I wrung my hands, pacing around the lobby of the sheriff's office. The fight to come wasn't what had me off my game, or even worrying about blowing up someone's head, like maybe a real person's. No, what worried me was what happened after the dust cleared. Theon took everything I told him in stride. Adam had also let him know all they'd found out about the general's deaths, the students missing and the ones that were dead, as well as the necromancers. Essentially, they gave him the full rundown. At the moment, as Theon spoke with Morris about our plan, once the rest of the Talons arrived, he appeared to be on our side. But for how long? I wanted to trust that someone as high up as a master was ready to help us uncover the truth. And yet, each time he looked at me, the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. And when he'd pressed his hand to my forehead at the apartment, he helped bring me back. But before I awakened, I saw something horrible. I hadn't told Zach, not wanting to worry him, more than he already was. But the image of Theon killing Zach was burned into my mind. Zach trusted this man, for the most part, and I told myself there was no reason not to. He wanted to take me away to train me. What could be so bad about that, right? The doors to the lobby opened, and the remaining Talons arrived. I was surprised to see Hunter amongst them. He grinned as he gave me a hug, picking me off my feet.
Causing more trouble as always,
he teased. You know me. I didn't know you were coming.
After what happened to them the last time they went after Digin, Adam thought it best to call us all in, boost our numbers. Though with a master here, I'm not sure why they bothered.
Yeah. Can't be too careful though, right? He said he was going to find Zach, but I wasn't alone for long.
Briar,
Sam said from behind me. I ground my teeth before I forced a smile on my face and turned to face her.
I trust you won't be trouble out there?
Oh, you know me. I live for trouble.
If you do anything to put Zach in harm's way.
You'll what? And do you really think I'd do anything to get him hurt? Damn, he was right. You are a piece of work. Her mouth dropped open, and I winked. Word of advice? Don't try to get between us.
I am better suited for him, and we both know it.
I shrugged, leaning in closer as I whispered, Yeah, about that whole name thing you're trying to hold over me, you might want to stop. Turns out my last name isn't Shroud at all.
What the hell are you talking about?
See that general right there? General Morris? He's my father. She paled and shook her head.
You're lying.
Am I? If you look at her eyes, you'll see the resemblance. So the next time you tell me I'm not good enough, remember where I come from, Sam. Now I'm going out there to try to save Headmaster Hook and hopefully kill a few necromancers. If you're not going out there to do the same, I suggest you stay behind. She huffed at me.
You're saying I'm a coward?
I'm saying if you don't get your head on straight, you're going to get yourself killed. And that goes where Zach's concerned, too. I don't need you getting him killed. Back off or you'll have me to deal with.
Is there a problem?
Another one of the Talon soldiers asked. Sam stood at attention immediately. I remained relaxed.
Well, Sam?
No, sir, nothing at all.
Good. Then report to your commanding officer for orders.
Sam saluted the man and stalked off, glaring at me over her shoulder. The man shot me a look, and I gave him an innocent smile in return before his lips thinned and he walked away.
What did you say to get Frankie all bothered?
Zach asked. Frankie? Oh, him? Not much. Sam was giving me shit is all, and I shut her down.
And here I thought she'd stopped.
You don't seem to understand jealous women too well.
She promised she'd back off when she realized how serious we were.
And that was so you would let your guard down, I said, patting his cheek before I kissed him. I might not have dated before you, but I'm not naive. She might stop now, though.
And why is that?
I told her who my dad is. I grinned as he rolled his eyes, but he drew me into his arms briefly before Morris and Adam held up their hands for silence.
We are heading into a dangerous situation, people,
Morris announced.
Our enemy is powerful, and their numbers unknown. Add that to the undead at their command, and we are walking into this fight blind. That means we must rely on each other, listen to our instincts, and no one is to act alone or out of turn. Understood?
A chorus of yes sirs echoed around the room and left my ears ringing.
Master Theon will be taking point,
Adam continued.
You will give him your respect and attention as you would us.
Thank you, General. Theon bowed his head graciously.
May the Spirit guide us and bring us all back safe. But our mission is clear. Find and rescue Headmaster Hook, and take as many of these foul necromancers captive as we can.
There was another answering chorus, but I kept my mouth closed when those eyes landed on me. Theon tapped the side of his nose, as seemed to be his habit. Then he handed over command back to the generals. He had yet to say how he planned on tracking down Hook, but everyone seemed confident that if there was any trail of magic left behind, he would find it. Our small army of summoners stepped out into the night, Zack to my right and Hunter to my left. We marched through the empty streets of Silent Heights until we reached the edge of town, where Theon held up his hand to halt our movement. I was too far back to see what he was doing, but Zack gasped at the same time as I did when a strange tugging started in my gut. It only lasted for a second, and I looked to him for an answer.
Theon, he's using spirit to track Hook. It's powerful magic, takes a lot of spirit. That's why we felt it.
And he doesn't even look exhausted from it, I mused. Theon held out his right hand, and it wavered in the air as his head tilted right, then left. He took a few steps in one direction, then stopped and turned sharply, aiming toward the north of town, where miles of woods stretched up into the mountains. If you were to kidnap Hook, I asked Zack quietly, wouldn't you take him as far away from Academy as you could?
You would if you knew a master was here, he replied. Since they know nothing of Theon's presence, they're too arrogant to think they'll be found. They seem to be in desperate need of sacrifices. I doubt they're in the mood to wait until they're a few days away before they kill Hook and be done with it.
I had to agree with him. How is he actually tracking Hook?
His aura. Everyone's aura leaves behind a trail, and if the summoner is strong enough, he or she can pick up on it.
Wished I could do that, but no, I got stuck with the ability to blow people's heads up. A last resort, that's all I would use that attack for. Then Theon was walking, and we moved to follow, silently stalking off the main road and into the trees. Our own small army of deadly assassins disappearing into the night. I hunkered down in the mud and grass next to Zack. Morris was at my other side, and the three of us cursed in unison at the structure we found hidden away in the woods. It was so close to Academy, it was strange no one knew it was here. Zack had described the previous altars to me, but that's all they'd been, altars. This was not an altar at all, but a damned open-air temple complete with a rectangle of stone columns set on a raised stone platform. Flanked by torches, a massive altar perched in the very center. A book was propped open, jutting out, because there had to be room for a body. Hook was currently that body, and whatever magic had been used to keep him happy had worn off at some point during his capture.
I'll kill you all for this,
Hook ranted, his arms straining against the heavy chains holding him.
I will tear you apart, Ivan, you treacherous snake.
Calm down, my friend. You are going to become a part of something so much greater now.
Hook spewed curses that made me flinch, the things people said when they were about to be killed. I finished counting the robed figures and mouthed the number to Zack, who nodded in agreement. 10 robed figures stood between the columns, but it was what we couldn't see that stopped our group from attacking. The undead. I glanced warily at the ground we sat on now, wondering how many lurked beneath the soil, ready to charge up out of the earth and kill us at a command from their master.
Peace, Hook. Do you truly want your final moments to be filled with such hatred?
I lifted myself up enough to notice one of the robed figures break away from the others. Zack tapped my hand and mouthed, "Ditchin."
You will not get away with this.
But we already have.
Why, you even refused to see the truth when it was brought to you. And look where we are now. This world of ours needs to be cleansed, and very soon we will have the necessary power to do so.
Digin flipped carefully through the pages of the text on the altar beside Hook.
Xylon will rise again, and with him, the end of this prison we live in. Xylon?
Hook gasped, and my jaw dropped.
You can't. Oh, but we can. You see, our dear master left us instructions on how to bring him back when the time is right. You believe he would ever truly fall to you and your kind? Oh no, he has had a plan from the beginning.
Xylon was the first necromancer, and if they planned on bringing him back, we had to stop them. But the ritual they had to perform, was that why they took organs? Or did that have to do with something else? I suddenly really hated the government of magic types for not keeping information on necromancers so we knew what the hell was going on, instead of constantly walking into the unknown.
"We don't have long,"
Zack whispered to Morris.
"Briar, you stay with Zack. Spread out through the trees, surround the temple. Pass the order along, but no one attacks until you get the go-ahead."
Morris replied, then crouched low and moved off toward the left. Zack and I turned to those beside us and passed along the order. Adam wasn't too far down the line and nodded at his brother before he disappeared through the trees. Theon was amongst our number somewhere, but I couldn't see him.
"Shit, what is he doing?"
Zack snapped. I followed his furious gaze and froze. Theon was walking straight toward Digin as if he wasn't about to be surrounded by necromancers and an army of undead. Every necromancer turned as he approached. Hook stopped his screaming, and Digin stared at him as if he'd lost his mind.
"You? What are you doing here?"
he snarled. "It appears we were wrong in thinking you were all dead and gone," Theon said loudly. "I have come to put an end to you."
"End? There's no end to what we are,"
Digin argued proudly.
"And you are a fool to come alone."
He stretched his hands out toward the ground, then raised them. I wondered what he was doing, but Zack tensed and pointed toward the ground around the temple. Digin sneered.
"Now you will suffer for your ignorance. We had not planned on killing you so soon, but one can always make an exception."
Hands shot out of the ground surrounding the temple, and I watched in disbelief at the number of undead Digin called to his aid. One after another burst forth from their graves. Theon had gone in there to draw them out. It would have been a good plan, giving us an idea of how many we had to deal with. Except for the fact that more undead sprang out of the ground behind us, cutting off our retreat and surrounding us. "Damn it, now what?" I muttered. Before Zack could answer, Theon raised his hand high and slammed it down, sending a shock wave of spirit through the clearing. "Now!" he yelled, and we took that as a sign to attack. Not that we had much choice. The undead behind us sprinted forward, hell-bent on tearing us apart, and the necromancers and the rest of the undead at the temple moved forward to attack Theon. Morris and Adam charged forward to protect Theon, and now Zack and I had to turn and face the threat from behind. The first undead I set on fire and kicked back into his companions created several fiery running torches that took off screaming into the darkness. Zack stayed close to my side as we fought in a tight circle, using spirit shields and lashing out to rip the undead to pieces. I shut my eyes and astral projected a few yards away, drawing several undead away from Hunter, who was quickly being overwhelmed, then returned to my body in time to help Zack relieve them of their heads with fire and spirit attacks. We had trained together briefly, but now, facing down another army of undead, I felt our deep connection showing its true measure. On some level, I sensed what he was going to do before he did it, moved with his attacks to defend his weak side. My mind was at ease, despite the undead that kept pouring in and pushing us closer and closer to the temple, and the rest of the line waiting to attack us. The woods erupted in utter chaos, but in the midst of the fighting, I found a strange feeling of calm being next to Zack. We spun in a circle, reserving our summoning when he shouted a warning.
"This fight is gonna last too long,"
he warned me as I ducked in sync with his punch, sending one of the necromancers staggering back away from me. I took out his feet with a kick, then punched him hard enough to knock him out.
"Hand to hand it is, then,"
I muttered as I got back up and called on the intense training I'd learned so far. I couldn't see Morris anymore. Luke and Nick were close by, piles of bodies at their feet already. The ground shook as the earth summoners threw the enemy off balance. A harsh wind whipped up, swirling into a tornado that sucked up undead around the perimeter and threw them high into the air before slamming them back to the ground, where their rickety bodies shattered into nothing but dust. Several undead became trapped in a water bubble as another summoner used shards of ice to pierce them. If I'd had a moment to really stand and watch the fight, I would have been watching in awe. These were true summoners, soldiers of their elements, and damn, they could fight. They truly were the elite squad. "Briar!" Zack shouted, and I was thrown back into the moment, taking a hit to the face from an undead. I summoned fire and smashed my hand into his face repeatedly until he collapsed. A scream echoed close by, and I whipped around to find Sam pinned to a tree by a necromancer, his arm raised, a dagger poised to stab her in the chest. I sprinted toward them and bodily threw myself at the man, taking him to the ground. We wrestled over the dagger, rolling until I had him pinned. He aimed the blade at me, but I summoned fire, swirling it around my hands, burning him. He lost his grip, and I plunged the dagger into his chest. He died right there, and I realized he was the first person I'd killed. Dead. I killed him. But there was no guilt, no shame, at least not yet. Probably would hit me later, but right now there was a fight to finish. I got up and nodded to Sam, who was staring at me in disbelief. "Thanks," she muttered. "Any time, but it's not over," I reminded her, then rushed back to Zack's side. Only minutes passed, but the fight seemed to stretch on forever, until I wondered if there would ever be an end. Zack and I steadily moved closer to the temple where Hook was still chained. No one was guarding him or the book. We had to keep pushing, to end this damned fight. A quick look around revealed a couple of talents had fallen. Any of those could be Hunter or Zack's brothers. Hell, it could be us. We had to keep pushing, keep moving. I lost myself in the moment, fighting to survive now, fighting to keep Zack alive. Theon, I couldn't see him, but the man could take care of himself, right? Zack had his back pressed against mine as we fended off the wave of undead that seemed never ending. He spun us around, taking out one ready to dive at him, letting me set it on fire. It rolled to the ground with a screech, setting more on fire behind it. Zack grunted with the effort to keep his summoning up. But we were both growing weaker, losing power by the second. This fight had lasted too damned long. "Hook, I think we can reach him," I shouted to Zack, finally seeing a break in the mass of fighting.
"Move, I'll cover you."
Willing my fire to hang on a bit longer, I sprinted toward the altar, Zack on my heels. I waved my arm, blasting two undead back as they rushed me. I pressed on until I hit the altar and fumbled with the chains.
"Briar? Zack?" Hook asked, clearly surprised. "What are you two doing here?"
"Saving your ass," I replied sharply. "Believe us now?"
"Later, if we survive, I'll be sure to apologize,"
he added as I freed his right hand and then moved around his head to the left. Zack erected a shield around the three of us, but 4 undead bashed into it at once and sent him to his knees.
"Hurry, can't hold them back forever."
He flinched, sweat dripping down his face as his hands shook with the effort. He wasn't alone. Many of our number had resorted to using knives and short swords to fight with instead of their summoning, unable to keep using their power.
"Shroud."
"Right, going." I freed Hook's other hand and was about to undo the chain at his feet when a fist connected with the side of my head. My back hit the altar, and a second hit to my gut had me gasping for air.
"Trouble from the start,"
Ivan snarled, towering over me. "I should have killed you first." "Yeah." I spit blood out. "Yeah, you should have." His fist connected with my face, my reaction time too slow to stop him, and I spun completely around from the hit. I waited for another to land, but then Hook threw himself off the altar, freeing his feet, and they rolled around on the stones, landing punches and cursing each other out. Zack yelled for me, and I waved him off, unable to get the words out and fighting to stay conscious. Then the shield fell, and Zack was swarmed. He disappeared behind a wall of undead. Even more of them closed in around me next. The hits came too fast and hard for me to react, but I wasn't finished yet. I curled in on myself, feeling the last of my fire and spirit well deep within my body, and thought only of the undead. The undead who had been reanimated shouldn't have been up walking around. I focused on them as more hits fell on my body. A scream of rage bubbled within me, and I unleashed it as I reached out, smashing my hands into the head of the nearest undead, staring into those dead eyes. It froze as if time stood still. The battle grew suddenly deafening quiet. I screamed again, and all my rage towards these monsters shattered the night. One by one, their heads began to explode until there was nothing left in me, and I fell into the pile of unmoving and headless bodies surrounding me. Several arms and legs twitched, but with no heads, they couldn't see. In the background, as though far, far away, I heard the fighting resume as the Talon soldiers finished off the undead.
"Shroud,"
Zack murmured, and I felt his hand find mine as he pulled me upright.
"can you hear me?"
Am I dead? His sigh of relief opened my eyes. He kissed me briefly.
"No, not yet. Can you stand?"
I glanced down at my legs. They moved, but were numb. Think so.
"Good, let's get you up."
Ivan? He glanced around, then smiled darkly.
"Hook's got him. Don't worry. But we have to move you. The Necromancers are still standing and fighting. Come on."
He pulled my arm over his shoulders and held me up. Nick rushed over, covered in blood and mud, and then took my other arm.
"If I wasn't so damned impressed by what you just did, I'd say you were insane."
I managed a half smile. Thanks, I think.
"She could have killed herself,"
Zack muttered. You sure I didn't? Feel all funny, I mumbled, and a giggle escaped my lips.
"Let's get her out of here,"
Nick said, and between the two of them, they removed me from the temple. I wanted to stick around and see the end of the fight, but then I heard a yell, and the three of us stopped, turning around. Theon was there, standing over a robed figure that was struggling to get up. Theon slammed his hand down, and the force of his spirit attack knocked the man out. Who's that? I asked, my tongue going numb and the words coming out slurred.
"Dresden. He was here after all, and he's alive. Looks like we have 2 prisoners now."
Good. That's good. I blinked hard, then opened my eyes wide to get a better look at Theon. His eyes met mine, and for a horrible second I saw a calculating look, as if he was thinking of ways to use me as a weapon. But then it was gone and replaced by worry and what I could only call awe. Zack?
"Yeah?"
I tried to speak, but then my stomach turned, and I was sick. The use of so much spirit and fire at once took its toll. Nick and Zack lowered me back to the ground as I vomited, shaking, completely exhausted.
"How is she?"
Morris, worried about me.
"We need to get her back to town. To the clinic, to see Maggie,"
Zack said.
"She's probably going to sleep for a week."
That sounded great. I could use a vacation. Then my stomach protested again, and I dry heaved for a few more moments, then sunk against Zack's chest. Damn. Did we win?
"Yeah, Shroud, this time. You can't pull that shit again."
It worked, didn't it?
"Not even close to the point, and you know it."
What do I care? I'm about to pass out anyway. I mumbled. Book? Make sure they get the book, was the last thing I remembered saying, and then I was out. Chapter 27. Zack.
3 dead. That was how many soldiers we lost in the woods. 3 who would have to be sent home to their loved ones to be buried, with no way to tell their families they died fighting for a just cause. No one could know. Not yet. Theon might be on our side, but he was one man, though a master. After Hook being kidnapped and his mind compromised, I no longer doubted he was an innocent in all of this. He'd been furious with Ivan, and apologized profusely to me for not taking our findings more seriously. He'd had an intense argument with Morris, too, about keeping Briar's identity a secret from him. So we had Hook on our side as well, but the odds were still stacked against us, and we were nowhere near learning who was controlling the Necromancers and covering up their actions on the government's side. There were traitors in the government, and until we knew who they were, our hands were tied. After Briar blew up the heads of the undead, the fight essentially ended. 4 Necromancers were dead, but Digin escaped in the midst of the chaos. And we had Dresden and Ivan. The latter refused to say a damned word, and the other, well, Theon damaged him so badly during the attack, we had to wait for him to heal before we could get anything out of him. I should have been focused on our prisoners and what we could learn by this plan of the Necromancers to bring Xylon back. But as I stood in the doorway to Briar's room, all I could think of was her not waking up again. She'd been out for 3 days so far, almost like she was in a coma, in her apartment. Maggie had come down from Academy to check on her, but between her and Theon, they said her mind and body simply needed time to rest and heal. They both believed she would wake up when she was ready. She looked as terrible as the rest of us, beaten and bruised, bloodied from the intense fighting, but her chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm, reminding me she was still alive. Nyala stopped by too, after she hounded me for hours about how Briar was doing. She'd brought Herbert with her, and that little paper crane hadn't left Briar's bedside since. I could guarantee one thing. When Briar finally awakened, there was no going back to Academy. Once she was well enough to travel, she'd be coming with me back to Talon HQ. My cell rang, and I backed out of her room to answer it. "Yeah? Still sleeping?" Adam asked. "Still sleeping, but her color looks better today. What I can see beneath the bruises. Any news?" "No one's talking yet, but this book we found, it's a piece of work. Probably the most evil thing I've ever been around in my life." Digin had escaped with a few other necromancers, but they'd left behind their precious book, or a copy of it. Now, with any luck, we'd figure out what they had to do in order to bring back Xylon, and why they'd been stealing organs from their victims. "It's going to take a while to translate, though. This language is old." "And time is what we don't have," I muttered, pinching the bridge of my nose as a headache formed. "Anything else?" "Theon is asking about Briar, but other than that, no." "Well, she's not awake, so he's going to have to be patient like the rest of us." "I know, Zach. Don't worry. We won't be heading out just yet. There's some undead trickling into the area. Have to clean them all up before we lift the town evacuation. Get some rest while you can." "Will do," I said, then hung up. "You sound happy." I whirled around to find Briar standing at the end of the hall, stretching her arms over her head and yawning. She cringed at the stiffness of her body, but otherwise appeared in good spirits. Except for the bruises on her face and arms from the fight, she looked as if nothing had happened at all. She gave me a sleepy smile, and then I was pulling her into my arms, kissing her and asking her how she felt.
"Fine, I think. Bit freaked out is all, but otherwise feel pretty good. What's happening out there?"
"Since you've been asleep for 3 days?" She blanched.
3 days? Really?
"Yeah, you pushed yourself too hard, Shroud. Can't do that again. Can't make me worry all the time that I'm going to lose you. Got it?" She nibbled at her bottom lip.
"Sorry, but they were attacking you and me, and it was a last resort. I didn't, blow anyone else's heads off, did I?"
"No, just the undead."
"Good. That's good,"
she sighed.
"So, news? Or would you rather, I don't know, do something else with our time before I'm dragged away to who knows where?"
"The only place you're going to go is with me to Talon HQ," I promised her.
"Well then, guess we should enjoy our privacy while we still have it."
She took my hand and dragged me closer. I was too happy to see her awake again to resist. I blinked against the sunlight streaming in through the blinds, yawning as I tried to stretch without waking Briar, who was passed out beside me. I didn't even remember us falling asleep last night. My brain was scrambled, trying to keep up with what occurred over the past week. I'd managed to take a few minutes to text a message to Adam and Morris that Briar was awake and feeling pretty damned good, considering. And then we'd cut ourselves off from everyone for a few hours to ourselves. We'd nearly died again, and those raw emotions had come out last night. Facing death was starting to become a regular occurrence, one I did not like. I thought of getting up, but the bed was warm, and there was snow on the windowsill. Hadn't thought it got that cold yesterday, but it looked like I was wrong. Staying in bed all day sounded like a much better plan. I was sore from the fight still, and the bruising on Briar's face and arms was still pronounced this morning. She'd be hurting whenever she waked up again. I drew her in close against my chest, closing my eyes to go back to sleep. No such luck. My cell rang, shattering the peaceful calm in her room. "Are you going to answer that?" Briar asked, her voice muffled. I tightened my arms around her. Voicemail.
And if it's your brother's?
You're terrible, you know that? Here I am trying to block out the rest of the world and give us some rest, and you're being the voice of reason.
Annoying, isn't it?
She teased, and I felt her smile against my skin as she planted a kiss dead center.
Just answer it already, or I'm going to, and whoever's on the other line won't like what comes out of my mouth.
I grumbled, but stretched my arm out for my cell, not checking to see who it was before I picked it up. Someone better be dying, I mumbled.
Me?
Sorry, Nick said through a yawn of his own.
Just need your help with some quick cleanup a few blocks over. Found a few stragglers who managed to find their way into town.
Now?
The faster we get rid of them, the faster you two can go back to whatever you're doing. We'll only be here another couple days, and then it's off to HQ.
Fine, I'll be down in a minute. I hung up and looked at the ceiling, wondering how long I could make that minute last. Briar shifted and moved so she was perfectly on me, kissing me. I have to go.
I heard. Just hurry back. I have to get a few things from the store anyway.
Like what?
Clothes that don't stink of blood and undead. Pretty sure everything I own should just be burned. Want me to get you anything?
You're sure you're okay to go out and walk around?
Yeah, Morris is still here, right?
Should be.
Good, I'll stop by and talk to him. Get the whole worried father lecture over with. You sure you don't want me to get you anything?
A vacation would be nice, I mused and kissed her back warmly.
I'd like that. Don't think your brothers will let us take off for a few weeks, though, before reporting back.
No harm in trying, right? She grinned along with me.
Go do what you have to do so you can come back and we can get to planning. I'll be around.
I got out of bed and drew on my clothes from the night before, dirty and a bit crunchy, but better than ruining anything else. I tugged on my boots and zipped up my heavy fleece coat, planting one more kiss on Briar's lips for good measure, then left the apartment. She was awake and back to her usual self. Later we'd work with her summoning and see how messed up it might be. But after seeing what she did at that temple, it wouldn't surprise me if it took a few days or longer to get back to her full capabilities. I pushed any worry about what would happen next from my mind and went out to find Nick. I caged the final undead and moved it up into the back of the truck to be carted back to HQ. We found 11 in all, hiding around Silent Heights, and with each one, my hopes rose that we would find a connection to Digin, a way to find him.
There, see? That took, a few hours?
Nick said as he slapped me on the back so hard he nearly knocked me over. Still have the rest of the day to enjoy? How many days till we head out?
A few, like I said. Adam, Theon, and Morris are still working out the details of Briar's move, and details on our prisoner's transportation.
Good. I was more than ready to get back to the apartment and to Briar when my cell rang, again, and I groaned.
Sam,
I said when I answered. She was staying here in town with the rest of the Talons at the small hotel until our team headed back to HQ.
Hey, I wanted to let you know that I'm sorry for what I did. For all of it.
I ground my teeth. It's not me you should apologize to. Briar saved your ass. I hope you realize that.
I do. And I know I was an idiot to try to break you guys up. I get it now. I do.
Appreciate it, but again, you shouldn't be talking to me.
Which is why I plan on seeing her and apologizing. Thanking her again for saving my life out there. What she did. That was incredible. I was wrong about her, really. And I want you both to be happy. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't going to interrupt your guys' day too much by going over.
She should be back home by now. She said she was going out, looking for some new clothes.
I'll swing by and... Wait, there's someone at my door.
On the other end, I heard a knock.
Hang on.
I heard her unlock and open the door. Then...
Oh, you're here. What are you...
First, Sam's voice was surprised. Then she screamed. I heard a crackling sound before the line went dead. I pulled my phone from my ear, staring at it, confused and horrified at the same time.
Zach, what's wrong?
Nick asked. Sam, I think... I couldn't even finish the thought before I was taking off down the street, dialing Briar as I went. If someone was attacking Sam, Briar was closer than I was.
Zach, you almost finished?
She asked when she answered, sounding out of breath. I wanted to ask what she was doing, but there was no time. Sam, she's in trouble. Can you meet me in her room? I rattled off the number for her.
Course, what happened?
She asked. I heard a door slam. I don't know. She called, and then there was someone at her door, and she screamed. The line went dead.
Just hang on, I'm really close,
she gasped. She was sucking in air, from running, I assumed. I was a few blocks over still when Briar cursed, and I asked what was wrong. Nick was right beside me now, calling for backup. Talk to me, Shroud.
Oh my God, Zach. She's dead,
Briar whispered. How? What happened?
I don't know, but you just have to see this. It's not good.
I'm almost there, I promised, and took off again, sprinting to the hotel, then inside. Sam's room was on the second floor. I climbed the stairs and turned the corner. Briar was slumped outside in the hall, staring at the floor, dumbfounded. I rushed to her side and took her hands. Look at me. You all right? I asked.
Zach, I think...
Her face paled, and she shoved me away in time for her to be sick on the floor.
Her head, it's just like how
She was sick again. I rubbed her back, not sure what she was trying to say, and soothed her at the same time. I'm going to go look, all right? Stay here. She nodded weakly. I hated to leave her, but had to see. Nick and the others would be up in a few minutes, and I wanted to know what we were dealing with before they arrived. Cautiously, I stepped through the doorway. Sam's legs were sticking out into the hall that led to the door of her room. I swallowed hard, bracing myself for whatever I was about to see, and finally just pushed myself forward. Shit, I whispered, and glanced back out the door to where Briar still sat. Shit. Sam's body was untouched, but her head, her face... She looked exactly like the undead that Briar had killed when she asked or projected fire into their minds. Blood spread out around her head like a grim halo, along with what I assumed were liquefied brains. My stomach churned, but I fought back the urge to be sick and glanced around the room, praying for a hint to tell me Briar had nothing to do with this. She wasn't a killer. She would never murder someone, not in cold blood like this. I frowned when I spotted Sam's right hand clutched around something small, something made of paper. I crouched down and gingerly pulled her fingers apart, lurching back when I saw what it was. Herbert, Briar's paper crane. He twitched a few more times before he stilled, the magic crushed from his tiny body.
Zach?
I jumped and whirled around. Briar stood there, near me, real fear and disbelief on her face at what she beheld. I heard Nick calling down the hall. The second the rest of them saw Sam's body, they would think it was Briar.
I didn't do this,
she whispered, pleading.
Zach?
I know, I assured her, holding her hand. Whatever happens, we'll get through it together. She gulped and squeezed my hand harder.
Who would do this?
She asked. Someone who wants you out of the way. Someone who sees you as a real threat now, I replied. This game is far from over. Then Nick was there with Luke and the rest of the Talons. The moment they saw Sam's dead body, my brothers both gave me looks of regret, but they had no choice. Briar went with them willingly, too numb with shock to fight. They took her away, and I stepped out into the hall to make a phone call, watching Briar until she was gone from my sight. General Morris, I said as soon as he answered. Briar's been arrested for murder.
End of Book 3. This has been Catalyst, Academy of Ancients, Book 3. Written by Avery Cross. Narrated by Jack Ainsworth. Copyright 2018 to 2020 by Avery Cross. Production copyright by Avery Cross.